picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind in a world that's turning all the time. Nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, we won't be alone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some cheeky 7 Days to Die. We had a rather bizarre ending to the stream yesterday, didn't we? I think we managed to. Let's go and have a look at it. Let's go and see what day is it. 145. So, anybody want to do the maths on that? Well, it's got to be 147, hasn't it? We've got 2 days. I remember Shade said it was 2 times 70. Every now and again, I do need a little bit of help. Sitting there trying to figure out the 7 times table. It's just it's literally like the next one's 2 times 70 group. Could be any easier, mate. Fair enough. Freeze, if you're out there, my friend. Thank you for the 2-year sub at the end of the stream yesterday, mate. I do apologise for missing it when it actually came through. Daxos, good morning. How are you? How's the family, Daxos? Good morning, Noblet. Good morning, McGlashan. How you doing, McGlashan? How's life over there at the minute, mate? Have you been playing anything exciting? Good morning, Missy. Good morning, Subquake. Good morning, Shades. Good morning. There's Shades. Good morning, Silver. Good morning, Yeti. Good morning, Alison. Dad is struggling. I shall talk more later. Once so I've had some coffee, I think, Alison. How's the motley crew down your end doing, mate? Actually looks really nice now. I feel a lot happier with this. I feel significantly less well, not stressed or anything. I just feel like it's starting to have a purpose. Jesus Christ. God damn it, trouble.
Hi, Sauropod.
Oh, what? Thank you for the 500, mate. New bit boss as well, look. A spooky ethereal spider marching towards us. Thank you very much, Trub. Thank you for the bits, my friend. How are you doing, sir? How's your weekend going? Thank you very much. It's very nice of you. 2 days, yes. 147, yes. Nice and simple, this one. Thank you for the follow, Brock Olida Beast. Broccolida Beast. Broccolida. Oh, I like the sound of that. That's a nice one. Thank you very much, Trub. Doing all right, are you, Alison? Good. Pleased to hear it, mate. Morning, Hopkins. How you doing, sir? How's Pooch doing, Hopkins? I downloaded Destiny, played for 1.5 hours and was blue screen crash. Oh no. Yeah, I remember. I mean, last time we spoke with Lashin, I think you've got some PC problems, haven't you? If I remember correctly, and you were sort of in the midst of. Why don't we move these doors? You sent it to your PC repair person, hadn't you? And they were looking at it for you. Why have we got the door central? Why don't we just put a door there, and a door there, and a door there, and a door there, and then they wouldn't have to pass as far, would they? Was there any reason why I didn't do that? I've just suddenly realised, like, why do we not just have a door in the middle? It would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it, from a pathing perspective? Let me just do these, because that's going to annoy the bejesus out of me. Copy. Oh gosh, really? Here we go. Copy rotation. I'm sorry to hear that, McGlash, and that must be very frustrating for you. I have to say, it is the one thing above and beyond all that will be the nail in the coffin for me. I think is catastrophic PC failure next time around. I don't know what it is about PC failure. I find it absolutely heartbreaking, dude. It's like all you can think of is like, what is it? How bad is it? You know, is it really, really bad? Or is it, is it just, I mean, let's be honest, in this day and age, very few PC components are cheap, aren't they? But yeah, I dread it, mate, And I suppose the thing is, because I'm so reliant on it as part of my sort of day-to-day, stream and outside of stream, it's why is I was going to say that doesn't seem to be giving me all the rotation. Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's, because I think did I or didn't I? Let me just go and get a load of stuff. I'm getting confused. I think we made a load of or mined a load of iron, didn't we? Which means presumably I'm in a position to start doing the kill way. No, it's Tuesday, I think, Pete. Unless I'm, it is a lot easier on the eyes, isn't it, Shanes? It's like I've always said, a lot of the builds, unintentionally, there's kind of like that kind of yin yang thing going on there. The Grimbrodian sort of shmam wham bamalama ding dong kind of vibe, and I just know when I'm not happy with something. And it's weird. It actually does. It almost annoys me I mean, yeah, I don't get all stressed and vexed and high blood pressure from it, but I just feel, ugh, I don't like that, you know? I think it's, I mean, I don't have I certainly don't have, people with medically diagnosed obsessive compulsive disorder. I definitely was borderline having issues with it many years ago in my life. Well, these are those, what are they called now? The black and white berries, by the looks of it. They're definitely not blueberries, are they? But yeah, I was a sort of person that used to go back and, an hour down the motorway and go back and make sure I actually turned the gas off and locked the front door properly. It was affecting my life quite badly, so I'm sure to some people that when it starts impacting on your day-to-day life, it's maybe you've got an issue. But I'm not like that anymore. I managed to beat myself up over it. So there's definitely an element of that kind of obsessiveness, isn't there, when it comes to building in these sorts of games, especially in Minecraft when it's also crisp and clean, Good morning, Lady Elvira. Good morning, Dave and Dale. Good morning, Commander Yan. How are you doing, sir? Yeah, it's never been fixed. They just gave up and played all the less intensive games. Yeah, I remember you saying you couldn't quite figure it out, could they, or what have you? The price does not compare to the failure. If it was a cheaper venture, I would accept it a little more graciously. Yeah, it's a piece. I mean, I know you pay a lot in Australia anyway, don't you, McGlash? Your prices, I mean, they're bad in the UK, mate. But I understand hardware for you guys is astronomical, right? Good morning, Adam. How are you doing, sir? Nice to see you, bro. Nice to see you. All right, thanks, Lady Elvira. What are you up to today? How is everyone? I know you had a bad headache yesterday, didn't you? How are you today, mate? Right, I've got a normal cup of coffee, so I need to get it down my neck pretty quick. I've also got one in my Yeti mug, but I just need to make sure I drink this before I knock it all over my keyboard again, right? Small victories, Grub. Small victories. I think what I'll do, I'm going to go and take this little lot over. Probably need... Oh, hang on. We've got some... I was about to say we need some more stone. We've actually got a lot of stone there. This is a right old mess in here, isn't it? What the hell? What's this? Dirt. Yeah. Sandstone. Cobblestone. Doing it. Oh, it's just so annoying. What were we saying about OCD? We'll take that and we'll take... I think I might have gone a little bit overboard here. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Put those all back down there. There we go. That should be enough to upgrade a little bit. And we've also got 72 iron bars. Jolly good show. And some spikes. Now, I think I'll do wooden spikes for now, and then we can always upgrade those later, can't we? Let's crack on. 2 hours until Horde. Oh, God, I thought you meant that as in the bloody game, mate. Yeah, 2 days. You got it. Do you think I'll finish it? No. As long as she's operational. What I'll do is I'll do a little bit of work tonight. Oh, hang on, I was going to stop off at the forge. We'll do a bit of work on her tonight. We just need to make her operational. Which she is, as far as I know. I might just need to go make a couple of fidget spinners, but I think I'm getting low on resources for fidget spinners, if I was to be honest. And they're not exactly... How many iron bars do I need? I mean, let's just say... Let's say the build is 50 by 50, which is not far off it, is it? So that's 50, 100, 100, 200. It's about 400 iron bars. So I don't need to worry about overproducing right now, do I? So let's just do that. Wow. We might as well smelt the lead while we're at it. Let's go. Yeah, he's not doing too well. It's struggling with the arm. It's amazing how something so simple can affect so much, actually. So yeah, we've got it all kind of set up so things are a little bit easy. Everything's kind of laid out on the kitchen top, so it's not so hard opening cupboards and drawers and things. So hopefully that'll take a bit of pressure off him. 466 there. How far around with this did we get? Because what's this then? Is this already working on a factor of 15? Because flagstone is a structural integrity factor of 12, isn't it? Wet concrete is 12. So concrete presumably is 15. So in theory, you don't actually need to upgrade it from concrete, no? Apart from having additional durability. Is that right? Not entirely sure I know what's going on there. And then what was I actually going to do as well? I think I need to knock... I'm going to have to knock this out, because otherwise we're going to have a full supporting on this, aren't we? Because this will have to come out in its entirety. But rather than knock the whole thing down now, I think what I'll do... I might be able to angle those shotguns straight up in the air. Just we might be able to take a couple of the vultures out. What's that, yeah? Upgraded yesterday. What do you mean, dude? Did they fix Red Sea? As far as I know, yes, because it's actually got a slightly different buff now with efficient digestion. It's now just a flat 15 on food and water, whereas I think last time, but I think before it was 20 and 15 or something, wasn't it? Back in the old days when it didn't work. Yeah, it's to be honest, I'm a bit mad at myself because I just assumed, you know, it'll still be alright, but I didn't really think it through, Missy. It's kind of strange, all the little things that you can do to make it a little bit easier when you've got one arm that's kind of not completely operational, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's amazing actually. It gives you an interesting insight into other people's lives, doesn't it? When you have to sort of see it through. Oh my gosh, hello, Mr. Bear. Yeah, so sort of see it through their eyes, but from a sort of, I mean, all right, it's not a permanent physical disability, but even temporary or not, it's weird, isn't it? All those little things that you take for granted, like opening the top of a bottle, is suddenly not quite as easy, is it? So yeah, I put a load of milk in, like just little things like putting milk into like jugs, so it's a lot easier to pour rather than having to actually open a milk carton, if that makes sense. It's just little things like that, isn't it? It's kind of weird because you sort of wander around the house like a health and safety expert with those weird new goggly eyes on, like, how would I do that if I didn't have one hand? Or if I only had one hand. Okay, that's okay there. So that will no longer support, will it? I think what we'll do... Where's Mr. Bear gone? Mr. Bear! I bet he's despawned, you know. Bears are terrible, aren't they, for persistency? Oh my god, that's so bright on my eyes. There he is. Bear does not give a shit for some reason. I'm not going to get the meat out of you, am I, mate? I've got to admit, I actually really like the night vision now. So it's pretty cool. Let's throw you on there. Oh, I need to go to the trader as well by the looks of it. How you doing, Missy? How's it all going your end, mate? You all recovered from your girls' night out, Missy? Sounds like you had a nice time. if you're old and still, oh my god, tell me about it. It's like everything all right. Stop fussing. Next minute, phone call. Oh god, really? Could you not have told me that 3 hours ago? Alright, that should be alright. So let's just see where we got to on the outskirts. We'll do this rather than worrying about hacking it out later. So that's, we want to go 2 blocks, don't we? Doesn't like that. The big devil, what are you on? Just found out something interesting. Bentley's got their own taxes. What as in like what we sort of like? Hang on, what do you mean by Bentley? Is that like Rolls Royce kind of things, or Near some. Can you hear something? Something out there. There's something lurking out there. It's definitely a part of it, Missy. Yeah. I think the thing is just be consistent, right? don't tell someone everything's alright one minute and then start bitching and moaning about it the next, right? Especially when like travel's involved. It's like, really? Yeah. Bloody knobbers. You're right, Doc, how you doing, mate? Yeah, absolutely, Lady Olga. It's quite. I mean, all jokes aside, I was quite entertained by it yesterday. Sort of putting that, going into that mindset. It's amazing how many things you do that actually really do require having two hands. Or let's put it this way: make it a lot easier if you've got two hands up and really fully functional. I'd say bears are big, though, aren't they? I think, yeah. Or is it the Kodiak bears are the big one? Yeah, not too bad. Just the normal, really, mate. I think I'm just a little bit on the wrong side of tired today, mate. Just a little bit on the wrong side, sir. What about you? Are you enjoying your new 980? You're a fool if you dare. I know that's that little jingle jangle, Mr. McGlashan. Oh, what? Oh, Missy, oh, that's awful, mate. What, you've actually been sick? Oh, mate, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, gosh. Oh, I don't like such things. I don't like being poorly. I had a couple of dicky tummies recently. I still never figured out what that was. I reckon it's got to be something in my dad's house. Gotta be. He's probably left some mouldy bread around the day. I know what he's like. Shall we get rid of that tree? Let's go back from here then. So this is going to be 2 from there, isn't it? That should leave us a 2-block gap down at the tunnel entrance. I think I probably will. Yeah, that needs to go. Needs to be doubled, doesn't it? A bit easier than knocking it all out, isn't it? Oh, in the rhythm. Oh. Gonna assume that's how that works. Let's work from this end though. Oh, I hope I've not boffed that. That's the double block, isn't it? God, it's getting hot in here already, you know. Jesus, what's that all about? Hang on, why can I not put a block in there? Oh, look at that. I can see you, little devil. Look at that. Right there, I think it is. Must have that mix of skills and tools where it looks like you've nailed the block, but it's just got that 1 or 2 hit points of durability left. I know the second monitor needs a good firm connection into one of the mini DP ports. All's great. So what is it? Literally just a case of just making sure. Oh, it's in tight, is it? So you don't need an adapter or anything, Doc. No. You know what? I heard something earlier. Might as well get in the meat wall. Oh, he really put his back into that one, didn't he? Yes, so I'm at UP, yeah. So grounded, as far as I know, is Tuesday, mate. I don't know what time it goes live on Tuesday, but I'm pretty sure that's when it all off, mate. Quite looking forward to that one. Could be nothing. You know, could be one of those games that's turn it on and it's just not what I expected it to be. But I'll be going in very positively. It'd be nice just to play something like that with that wonderful sort of art style, really. It looks very appealing aesthetically. Right. So that's that done. Although it isn't, because I still need to put all the archways in. Suppose we could do that this evening and just run all the way around. Yeah, I'm really going to need to flatten this out a little. There's going to be a lot of terraforming to do, isn't there? Well, I say a lot. I mean, nowhere near what we've already had to do. I mean, we had a load just to get this up and running. Should have just built it over where Missy found. It would have been a lot freaking easier. But I think I was using this more as a test site, and like anything that I start building, it ends up taking sort of like, I don't know, it takes on its own sort of mind, I think. And you feel like you've got to tame the beast almost. Certainly learned a few bloody things about building on even number builds. Never again, alright? Although I have to say, it has been, you know, I will admit, it has been at least a bit more of a challenge, I suppose. But building's not supposed to be a challenge. So it started after your eating trip. Yeah, I remember you telling us about those, Missy. So sometimes I just wake up, throw it once, and then nothing more until the next time. It happens every 2 or 3 months. Well, and it's just like, you know, a quick sort of retch, and then everything's fine. And that's strange, Missy. That's so strange. But I guess if it's not having any huge impact, then I guess that's, you know, I guess it's something you can live with them better than the alternative, right? It's because of our high fidelity stream, you see, Commander, yeah. You needed a new cable as only had HDMI to DVI, DVI to DVI, and VGA cables, and the card has a mini HDMI port, 3 mini display ports, and 1 DVI port. All the ports, Doc, all the ports. I do remember one of the cards I got. I think it was my 980 Ti, actually. And I sat there about to plug all my monitors back in. But I had a very different setup back then. And I sat there thinking, there's no way this is going to work. I just don't have enough of the right cable. I can't remember what it was that I had to get in the end. Did they ever come with like dual HDMIs, Doc? I'm just trying to think of all the cards that I've seen over the years. Did you ever get a card with 2 HDMI outs, normal standard HDMI outs? I can't think. I just can't think what I've actually seen. And then the only other thing to do is the gables, isn't it? I think of these. So if I do copy shape, copy rotation. Let's take that out temporarily. Quite like that little extra bit of contouring on those. We get to see the new 3000 series in, well, maybe even in just a few weeks, Doc. The very interesting to see what price point they come in at. I can't imagine cheap, no matter which versions they make available early on during the rollout. But I do hope for people that are still in the PC rat race that they come in at a more, you know, a more reasonable price than that heinous 2000 series. Trying to sell us all ray tracing. Fingers crossed they've learnt a lesson. I think if they come in at the right price point, the amount of people that skip the 2000 series because of the financial element, there will be a lot of people that will not only be more willing to pay for the next generation, you know, if it's more reasonably priced, straight up, that needs to happen, but also because it makes it more, it's a bigger jump, isn't it? It's a more tangible difference, you know, if you're jumping from, say, a 1070 to a 3070, then you know that's a full generation skipped, isn't it? And I think people are more likely to pick one up then, aren't they? It's always very hard to go from one generation straight into the next one. It's always like, you know, diminishing returns and all that, isn't it? Yeah, no, I don't think I have either. I don't think I've ever seen anything that's got 2 HDMI outs. And I wonder if that's just purely because of scaling. Physical concerns we're getting that amount of displays on, or if it's actually a limitation from another element. I know my 1080 Ti's got all sorts of bloody things on it. It's a right old mishmash of video out options. Actually, I'll tell you what, it's weird, isn't it? Because when you're building something like this, it always seems like, oh my god, it's just going to take forever. But weirdly, once you made a decision, once you commit to a style, it doesn't take that long at all to knock it up, really, does it? To be fair, it's a fairly quick process. I mean, we've just placed over, well, close to 500 blocks already today. It just happens ever so fast. I'm just going to try and... I don't know. Is there any way to get grass back? I really don't want to end up with, like, a no grass area again. I think you can, can't you? I'm sure we've spoken about this before. I don't know what to do here. I actually don't know what to do here. Because I was going to do something different on this front. So I think what I'll do is I'll end... Well, we're going to need to... Well, let's do the plates. There's no reason not to do plates. Oh, actually, I thought, weirdly enough, yesterday, if I plate across to this, I get the support from that block, but in technically, I can actually gain a block. Because this plate would actually support that first ramp rather than the inverse ramp underneath it. So we've got lots of ways to increase structural integrity. By just a couple here and there. But a couple of blocks here and there can make a world of difference, right? It will not be like the grass you have now. Is there just no way to get that grass back? No, Shades. Just no way to do it, no? So no changes, no clever little tricks that someone... No, that's a shame, actually. Yeah, I need to be careful. I don't flatten... Oh, gosh, I don't flatten out too much, man. I mean, what I'll probably do is I'll probably go out another 2 blocks at some point. So I have a more defined area outside the main base. The only thing is I didn't want to go too far into that road there. But I will probably take it so it's 3 blocks out. So I don't need to worry too much. And I've been fairly good. I haven't murdered the grass, apart from where I've had to dig the trench out. Oh, I'm afraid I don't know what that means. I'm afraid, Paxi. I wish I did, mate. I wish I was multilingual. It's something I'm very proud of myself if I could speak another language. You're right, Jigmeister. How are you doing, fella? Yeah, I think... how do you even do it now, Shades? Even if I wanted to get something that looked a bit like grass. Did it not turn into grass in the end then? Is that what you're saying? Because it looked like some sort of like weird brown shrubbery thing, didn't it? I just can't remember what we did now. Just got up, have you, Jig? Yeah, I'm alright actually, mate. Yeah, you're not too bad. Tired, dude. Tired. I really need something like... I don't know, I need a long-running show to sink my teeth into of an evening. I'm finding it really hard to find a super film to watch. I've got 3 that I think we're going to end up watching over the next week or 2. Which have been on the back burner for a long time. But I really want a good Netflix or Amazon series. And I think I've just seen everything that I really care about, to be honest. I'm missing sitting down and just, you know, catching an episode. Because it's a nice, easy... Because most of them are about 40 to 50 minutes, aren't they? And it's just so much easier to grab that and recharge the old brain cells than it is to sit down and watch a a feature-length film. I'm really missing it. So if we do shape, copy rotation, that didn't work, did it? Copy shape, copy rotation, copy shape. Oh, so it doesn't work. Well, it was working bloody yesterday because I bloody shaded it, didn't I? Copy shape, copy rotation. No, you actually have to come in and out. Copy shape, and then copy rotation. Interesting. Oh, I suppose yesterday because it was all actually I was big thinking about it. I was bigging them up a bit yesterday. I didn't need to copy shape, did I? It was bloody ramps. Idiot. What bloody up? I bet you were all laughing at me yesterday, and I thought that's really cool. Oh come on, thank you. You watch it all collapse when that comes out, like a domino effect all the way around. No, I started watching Orange is the New Black. I think I watched the first season, really enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure I can't remember if I gave up on it on the second season or the third season. The girlfriend carried on watching it and said that yes, it wasn't as good, but then it picked up again. I just don't think I can go back to something that I've partially seen, to be honest, Missy. That's not a very nice cowgirl. What do you mean I barely speak English? This is the bloody Queen's English, sir. I can't help you heathens out there that can't just even spell words and just mercilessly throw out vowels willy-nilly with your aluminum and colour with an OR. Heathens. Pagans. Did I finish Picard? I didn't know, but I've only got a couple of episodes, haven't I? I actually did forget about that, Doc. But that would be, but yeah, it'd only be a couple of episodes. I fancy something. I don't know what I want. I want something that's got a good 10, 15 episodes, or even a couple of seasons. This is something I can really, look forward to. Just sitting down. I've got 40 minutes and flick on the next episode. I watched something really weird. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's about like an MC in I can't even remember where it's based now. The people are, I don't know, people do nothing, or people who don't do anything, or something like that. It's got Chapati G and all that lot in it. It was actually really good. I was completely mesmerised by it. That's the last thing I saw, like series-wise. I've watched Hannah Wookie. Hannah? What's Hannah? The only Hannah I can think of is Hannah Montana, mate. I'm going to assume that's not what you're saying. Okay, so you speak English ever so well, yeah. What's this? There's also a new documentary series on Netflix called Down to Earth with Zac Efron. Oh, I actually did watch the trailer of that. Him and the other guys travel around the world and see different things. It's really interesting. Because I actually really like Zac Efron. Always have done. Yeah. You're right, Alison. I watched Session 9. What's that then? It's centered around the old Danvers Mental Asylum in Massachusetts. Involved killing with a paranormal type vibe. Is this a vibe? Is this like a documentary, was it? Of an actual real life mental asylum, was it? You're right, GP. Have I seen Altered Carbon? I saw the first season and quite enjoyed it. I started watching the second season. I just didn't really fancy it, to be honest, mate. The main issue with that, I mean, I've got Picard and I have got that. It's trying to find something that I could watch with a girlfriend, really. 40 minutes of time together is like gold at the minute, mate. I don't have any more cobblestone. Uh-oh. Well, that solves that problem then, doesn't it? I think what I will do while we're here, doesn't hurt to do this, does it? And I think we'll do the same down here as well. Oh, actually, yeah, I should be making note of that, but I really do fancy that, actually. James May, brilliant. plus Japan. That's almost like handcrafted for my entertainment. Yeah, it's doing alright, GP. Yeah, we actually got rid of all the supports yesterday as well. The Americanized English. It had a few cuts, White Fox. Aluminum. Aluminium. Yeah, have you seen the second season then, Nilo, of Altered Carbon? I think the problem was I watched Altered Carbon, the first one, and all the way through it I was never sure whether it was absolute sheer genius or it was just getting away with murder. There was something like really clever about the character. And I won't say too much, obviously, with the skins and things. There was just something I couldn't quite put my finger on with it. And the second season just didn't catch me. So it's not a documentary, but it was. It's sort of based on kind of things that may or may not have happened. All right, Yeti. So what's this then, Wookie? So Hannah is a series based on the film. Oh no, this intrigues me then, because I love that kind of thing where you've got a film and a series. So what is it, Wookie? Is it supernatural? Is it, you know, comedy? Which would I watch first? Is it important to watch the film first, or is it on Netflix? Hannah. And it almost rings a bell of like, I don't know, like a Stephen King book or something, but... Because I know, like, when I watched Firefly, I think you were supposed to watch the Firefly series, weren't you? And then watch the film Serenity, wasn't it? It was kind of important you did it in that order, or whatever order it was. Watch the movie first, McGlashan. Okay. Film then series. Yeah, I think I would like the Zac Efron one. Is it all finished now, Missy? Because I think the only thing that put me off, I wasn't sure if it was one of those ones that aired weekly. Is it a fully bingeable series now? It's hard to explain. There is a girl who's brought up in a forest by her dad, and she is special. That already intrigues me. That's good enough. That's a back of the box blurb that has me adequately excited. You guys, Zapope, how you doing, mate? So since the first part of the series is practically the film, I'd say there is no use to watch the movie films, though it feels redundant to me. I suppose I might as well, though. I mean, I guess that the point is maybe if I watch the film and I just don't like it, it'll save me having to invest any time in the show, won't it? But I always like it when there's a movie tie-in with... How have you been? Pope, how's it all going your end? How's the world treating you? Oh, it's got a Kate Blanchett in it. Oh, I think I may check that out. Oh, someone else recommended The Boys. Was that you, Alison? I need to check out Amazon a bit more because we have still got that. Just risen from your coma, Pope. Was it a good rest? A good slumber? Oh, I've seen Umbrella Academy. Really enjoyed that, actually. In fact, I'm hoping we'll get another... Will we get another season of that? Is there any reason why we won't? There was a whole bunch of things got cancelled, like The Punisher and things, wasn't it? With all that Disney malarkey. All right, well, I think that is as much as I can do at present. So what we'll do, let's go and see what the situation is with fidget spinners. I'm going to bring some paint over as well and just finalise some of this. I don't know whether to risk putting a hatch in there, folks, because it's getting a bit of a pain in the arse. Or should we just ditch the fidget spinners along this wall? I mean, there is literally no reason to have them. Do you like them? Do you want them? I mean, it is nice to have them, but they are completely surplus to requirements, and they are expensive. But I guess if you've not got any repairs to make, you tend not to have unless I make a terrible mistake with a demolisher. Just wish there was a way to maybe just protect them from complete collapse. I don't mind when I have to repair them with a bit of steel. That's perfectly legit, but it does grate a bit constantly having to. They're not cheap, are they? I think it's mechanical, electrical, steel, iron, and I think the real pisser is oil. Now, I'm not saying it's hard to get oil, but my shale mine is quite some distance away. See what the top of this is like, actually. These I accidentally upgraded to steel, didn't I? A couple of these blocks somewhere. I think that whole block's steel. Oh, Umbrella Academy due out at the end of this month. Oh, what another... So that'll be second season, will it? Oh, fantastic. A Guy Ritchie film, The Gentleman. I've seen it and I can't... You know what? It was that. Just generally... Oh, God, what's it about, dude? I know I've seen it, dude. Complete, just totally non-memorable. Does it take that long for... the old grey cells to start whirring, does it, Pope? Have a horde without them. I suppose nothing will happen, will it? I mean, if I was going to have a horde without them, or if we get rid of them, what I should do is plate it and add in even more failsafe, I suppose. What I might do is extend this out at some point. Because this whole tower needs to go... Oh, actually, I'll tell you what I do need to do. Oh, yeah, actually, that's a really good point. I need to get... Oh, gosh, I need to get them up and running before Horde Night. Because if I lose those, that's my central support tower collapses. And I'm going to get vultures, aren't I? Shit. No, I definitely don't need the spinners. Definitely don't need them. I think, see, the thing is, though, if I don't have the spinners, is it just going to be too boring? I don't know. Maybe replace them with electric fences. Ah, Freaks is brilliant. I really, really like Freaks. I'd love to see the Freaks film turned into a Netflix show. That would just be awesome, mate. Oh, hang on. I've got loads of cobblestone on me. You idiot. No, I didn't know Umbrella Academy was out in a week or two. That's brilliant. That is really cool. Well, where did you... Sorry, Wookie. Where did you watch Hannah, then? Is that something like... on some obscure TV service? Or is it just on, say, like Netflix or Amazon Prime TV, whatever they call it? I don't think demos do a huge amount of upwards damage, to be honest, mate. I can't possibly imagine it will hit up there. I'd be very surprised. My biggest danger is one down there. They definitely do a little bit of down damage, but only one block, I think. They definitely won't touch the roof. Well, I bloody hope not, anyway. Story about a top-end drug dealer selling his business. Oh, is it the one with... that's not the one with... Oh, gosh. Matthew McConaughey. Is it that one? Oh, hang on. I actually quite enjoyed that one, dude. If it is that one. No, it is that one. Oh, I actually really like that, dude. That was one of the last like half-decent sort of ones I did see. Yeah, oh, you're not a fan of that, no? Maybe because maybe I've never seen Layer Cake, so it was a bit more impressive to me, perhaps. Yeah, and the yeah, it's all coming back to me. I'll careful what I say. I'm dropping these spoilers. But yeah, I did actually enjoy that. I watched that quite some time ago, I think. That released this year, or? Maybe I should watch Layer Cake. I bet he's making some bank from that, you know, Missy Zac Efron. But there's a lot of these big movie stars getting into these like Netflix style things. Imagine there's a lot of money exchanges hands. Right, so if I think that needs to be on in order for me to actually do anything with it. More importantly, I don't think we've got any ammo in there. I can say Layer Cake's a really old one, isn't it? I mean, I know people have mentioned it before in chat, but... So, what am I actually looking at? Hello, mate. I suppose if I just point that right up in the air, like that. What do you think? And the same with that one. Imagine that will kill some vultures. Before I can get them in a better position. In fact, given the angle that's at, it's probably an idea to knock this out, actually. I don't think I have, Wookie. I know I've heard of Layer Cake, but I think only through Twitch chat. And The Boys has got a second season coming as well, Post. So now would be a good time to catch that one then, right? Oh, yeah, that was it. So, sorry, yeah, Boys and Boys is, yeah, Gangs of London, Alison, yeah, cheers. Oh, thank you for the host, Megazip. I hope you're well, mate. Thank you very much. Don't think there's much point, to be honest, Daz. I'm not even sure. It depends on which angle the vultures come from and how up and down they go, to be honest. I really need to get them up on the reef proper, but I need to worry about that once I've got the whole reef on. So Hannah's not on Netflix. Oh, Hannah is Netflix in the UK, is it? Looking perfect. Well, that makes it nice and easy. What about the film? Can I get the film on Netflix as well? Hannah. Okay. Hannah, The Boys, and Gangs of London. Cheers, Megazip. So I'm trying to get this coffee down on it. It was talking about wanting to get the F out of Hollywood in the series. I knew it was something that looked good for the cameras, but he does seem like a young man who was starting to see it and really feel the world, like how many things that are just not working and how good it could be. Yeah. And I suppose, I mean, you know, without taking anything away from him, he's a very popular sort of character in a lot of people's eyes, and he's no doubt made a heck of a lot of money. And he's a very fit and active man as well. I mean, the whole world is quite literally his oyster, isn't it? And maybe he's seen a side of Hollywood these days that has made him very much rethink it. It'd be nice if we get someone that escapes the nightmares of Hollywood, wouldn't it? They never seem happy, do they, half of them? Must be a terrible, terrible industry to be a part of. Nightmare fueled. Yeah, Zac Efron, McGlashan. I always remember him. I mean, obviously he's done some cracking roles, but the one that really did have me laughing was it Baywatch with Dwayne Johnson? Because I thought that was going to be an absolute trash throwaway film, and I really enjoyed Baywatch. I thought they had a very interesting relationship, Dwayne and Zach, and it looked like they had a laugh. It actually does look like they had a legit laugh making it. I hope they did. Oh, a nice one, McGlashan. Nice. just going to knock these out just so it's done. I can collapse the main tower a bit easier anyway later. Right, Live Dive, what games do I play? I play 7 days, mate. That's the main one. It's not often something comes along that drags me away from this, but we'll see what happens this week. We're going to be playing a little bit of Ghost of Tsushima. So I'm going to try and get some evening streams on. So we've got some Ghost of Tsushima. We have Grounded is coming up. I'm very much looking forward to that. Must be nice to just having a Netflix team follow you around while you're sort of jaunting around the world. The one we liked, so I can't remember the the comedian's name. He's an English lad. Obviously, his dad is extremely wealthy, like worth millions. Is it Whitehall? So Jack Whitehall or something like that? I mean, I'll be the first to admit, you know, it's not all completely unscripted, far from it. But just watching them to just travel the world as father and son was actually quite... It was pretty captivating, actually. I think they did a couple of series. Yeah, and Fortnite, obviously, Trump. big Fortnite player. So you think he's going to jump out of the Hollywood rat race then, Missy? I suppose he could do whatever he wants. I mean, I dread to think how much someone's bank account or sponsorship deals on that kind of scale. You know, especially doing it for a worthy cause as well. I suppose that's the beauty of it, isn't it? He's in a position where he can go and make a difference. People would be interested in, you know, what he's got to say, and if he does set up some sort of charitable organisations and things, you know, he's got the clout to make a success of it and actually make a difference, right? It pretty much is, to be honest, Imita. We always play Fortnite. It's a great game, mate. All jokes aside, it is a good game. I actually really like Fortnite. I just don't play it. I wonder whatever happened to the single player or cooperative element of the game. I wonder if anybody plays it. Probably not. I actually really enjoyed that before Fortnite became a battle royale game. I was actually really getting into it. Right, that should give us a much better view. I suppose, like you said, I could angle it a little bit more. See, the thing is, I don't want it too far away, because otherwise they just don't do enough damage, do they? I think I'll leave it. How many... So that's got no shotgun shells in it. I wonder if it's better to use the... Well, mind you, these are quite easy to make, aren't they? Oh, I always make that mistake, don't I? You can't put them individually on that. There we go. Right, 100 in each. Let's go and get that turned off then. So if I nip back up in a minute, get that made into reinforced. The vultures are obviously going to try and come down, aren't they? Shotguns will take some out, and then what we'll do is we'll mount them up in like little mini turrets up on the top once we start playing about up there. Doesn't look like they're going to conveniently drive while I sit here waiting, does it? How we do? I'll tell you what I will do while we wait, because I'm actually out of flagstone blocks, I think, aren't I? So if I make another 700, that should probably finish off a good chunk of it. I wonder how many blocks have gone into this. It would be quite easy to find out once we're done. So yeah, so that tower's coming out. This tower, we could make it symmetrical and build out another, if you like, horde base facing that way. So we could sort of have So basically that would be for 2 people then. So you'd have to have it as 2 people then. You just got to hope that the police don't keep splatting your mate in the back. But yeah. So we could extend that, mirror that section into there. Have the Grumbyramids like we've got there. So that'll make it nice and symmetrical. What I'd like to do, I would like to have a hole somewhere up in the roof, which is going to be a bloody nightmare because of the symmetry issue. So I'd like to do a Shades Oasis down underneath the main compound. I'd really like to have a farm maybe underneath here and a living quarter over there. So I don't know. I'm not too sure. I mean, I could just bring my vehicles in here. I could just literally, instead of worrying about getting the vehicles up there on big fancy ramps, I mean, I can't imagine putting a car here is going to end up with them getting smashed by zombies on Horde Night. I mean, wouldn't have thought so. What else do I need then? I need a little bit of paint. Got 1 block left. Come on, dry while I'm here. Because I know the second I turn my back on it, you're going to... Let's sod it. Let's go up and do it now. Are we going to have a horde without the fidget spinners then, yeah? It's tomorrow, all kinds. So literally in about an hour and a little bit real time. So yeah, not long, mate. Not long. And this time I shouldn't have any zombies falling on my head. As long as I remember to actually remove my little bits of scaffolding at the front of the base. I think my escape route is just a leap out the front, to be honest. I think if anything, like a demolisher ever does come across, I think I will literally just leg it. Straight, gonna do that just to clean it up, even though it would actually be better to make that cobblestone and paint it, but I'm being lazy now. Alright. What do I need then? What do I need? Cobblestone's being made, isn't it? Cobblestone blocks. So if I bring across a little bit of paint, a little bit of iron, and maybe a little bit of steel, just to finish off the bars. What's that, Asura? Is there a way you can speed it up? Sorry, speed what up, mate? Your students would do what? I always call it the rubber dub dub, mate. What do they call that Fortnite dance? What's the actual proper name for it? I always call it the rubber dub dub, mate. It always reminds me of like washing your balls of your ass with your towel. The rubber dub dub. What's it called? I can't remember. Oh, these look hideous. Is this fully grey? It's not, is it? Or, oh, hang on, or is it? It is. So that's the end state of the blueberry plant. That's proper breaking, isn't it? Proper. Oh, floss. That was it. The floss. Yeah. In Grumbodia, that's known as the rubber dub dub. Mines on the walls. Is that possible? I don't know actually. Let's have a look. Can you put mines on a wall? I'll get the right box in a minute. Oh, I haven't got any, mate. You alright, Zar? How's things your end, bro? Thank you for the follow, Jamludi. Any thoughts, concerns that will still try to dig down if they get on top? They won't get on top. Yeah. There's no way they'll get on top unless I'm really unlucky. And if they do get on top, we'll easily be able to fix it by doing some sort of reinforcement. I think what the worst thing that can really happen, and it's not even that bad when it does happen, is that they will dig through part of the wall, and once they've breached that, then they'll just come through very nicely, basically. Instead of just coming through the 4 primary arches we've got, they just start coming through whatever breach one of the zombies has made. And I think we're probably just going to have to live with that to some degree, because I think there is a built-in element of randomness to some of the zombies, and not just on Horde Night. I've definitely seen zombies acting strange throughout Alpha 19, and to be honest, they did a little bit in Alpha 18 as well. It's nothing new. I think I'm just going to go like that. So we've got food and drink, and then the med kits and what's it up there. Yeah, I mean, for example, I can be down there shooting a zombie, right? And I can put 3 arrows in its head, and it will suddenly stop walking towards me, turn around, and go and punch a tree. Now, whether or not that's working by design to add an element of randomness to how zombies react after they've taken a certain amount of damage, or if it's just, you know, not working as intended and they shouldn't be wandering off aimlessly, that I don't know. Oh wow, I need some, oh gosh, I need some buckshot urgently. Oh my gosh, I just suddenly realised, like, I don't think I've got the 9mm rounds, have I? Oh gosh, I may have made a terrible mistake here. Let's go see how many Magnum rounds I've got, because I think I only made them. Oh gosh, I've got some mining to do today, guys. Oh, hang on, wrong box. Magnum. Yeah, we've got enough. Well, I say we've got enough. Definitely time to make more. We need to prioritise Magnum over shotgun. 501. Let's do it. That leaves me with basically no gunpowder. Jesus. I've been a bit lazy, haven't I? Oh, nice one, Zar. You moved into a new flat. It's having a break from cleaning the centre. Oh, nice one, dude. Have you moved in with new lady, or you're just setting up shop on your own for the time being? Oh, congratulations, mate. Have you got a swanky modern pad, Zar? I think I'll leave the buckshot on the paper upstairs just to make it a little bit more segregated. So what do I need? Gunpowder, isn't it? I need nitrate and coal, basically. Gosh darn it, Grummy. I have been lazy though. If you think I've hardly mined on this playthrough because I get so much ammo from the. Did I just hear a screamer? Sounded a lot like a Daphne. Maybe not. Where am I going? What am I doing? Bike. Oh yeah, he's been out for a couple of days now, hasn't he? Yeah, he's been out. Oh gosh, got all of those in there as well. Let's take all of that out. How's it going your end, blower? Throw that in there. Oh, I'm just going to do the unthinkable and throw that. Throw that. Throw that. I'm so lazy. Gaz's dong box. Gaz made that box for us, didn't he? Or added that box into the game for not just us, as in the community. Yeah, so it's a nameable box. You don't need to put a a signpost on it, mate. Where Gaz keeps his dongs, mate. Don't question it. Just go with the flow, bro. It's a very excitable young man, is Gaz. Yeah, pretty much, Captain Pugwash. It is a strange one. like I said, I don't know whether it's, you know, internal genius from the Fun Pimps to keep us on our toes. So you'll never have a perfect horde base because some zombies will just go and do the unthinkable. Or whether it's actually a broken algorithm or something. Still suffering, Plower. Oh, mate. I've had a weird one in the last 48 hours, Plower. Normally, bending forwards actually helps me out, but bending forwards is now actually quite tricky. But it's like it's evolving, but not in a good way, Plower. I liked it when it was just static pain, mate. Now each day is a grand adventure in what hurts and what doesn't. It's ever so strange. I've been struggling the last couple of streams, actually, sitting down. I've definitely noticed it by the end. I felt very uncomfortable. I think I'm just going to put this away, because well, I'll tell you what. Let's use it. The thing is, I never get normal zombies. Everything's irradiated these days. So it's just a pointless endeavour hitting them over the head with a big metal thing when I'm not spec'd into it. Sorry, what was that like? How long have I played 7 Days to Die? Oh, a long time, dude. Yeah, I think on this account I've got, and it's actually not an inaccurate portrayal either of time played, because I tend not to leave the game open when I'm not playing it. I think on this account it's got to be like, I don't know, 6,000, is it? 6,000 hours, and I've got another account that I used to use for modding, which I think last time I looked was just shy of 2,000. So I've got a lot of game time in this, mate. Cool. So the rest of Grum Life's a big sack of donkey balls.
Many thanks. You've proved to be very
I'd still like to say something in Discord, but every time I sit down to say something, I bottle it, mate. First aid bandage. Yeah, we'll take those. Why not? Do you have any jobs, sir? What have you got? Factory LG2.
You can do it. Would you kindly
Factory
help me? The
LG1.
pleasure was all mine. Friend,
Factory
no
LG1.
need to apologize. I'll check my other sources.
Come on, we'll do a
use
house
some
burn
help.
just very
Thank you.
quickly. We'll go and give
I'll
this thing a go.
do this for just anyone in the waste.
Get some extra Dukes tokens. At 6,000. Oh, is it? Have you had a look? Yeah, 6,000 on this one, is it? Wow. Oh, so we've got. Oh, so we've just dinged 6,000. So that must have been this week then. Oh wow. Cheers, McGlashan. That's actually quite scary. I think the only game that probably does beat this will be Skyrim. I'll be honest, I think Skyrim's probably been overtaken to some degree. It's hard to tell with Skyrim, so I have so many bloody accounts. I know what you mean. Normally I can touch the ground with my hands without bending my knees. Now I can't get my hands past my knees. I'm exactly the same, Plower. Even just slightly leaning forwards has been really bad the last 2 days, and I've never been like that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Sort of stretching forwards actually helps it in many ways. Ever so weird. Oh my god, what's the matter with the snow? Snow always look like that. Maybe it always looks like that, but you can't see it until the or it's not so obvious once the actual mist descends. Thank you for the follow, Broomy Gaming. Thank you. Chilly. I'm a little bit chilly. Go that away. We need to find out a way to see my monitor better. I'm really struggling to see past the microphone. I need like an extra bracket, one that brings it away. I wonder if they sell those. That would make life so much easier. I need to look into that kind of thing more, because it definitely affects your comfort. I saw a lot of people had got grounded on their wish lists, McGlashan, last time I was just having a little browse through my unplayed games. Saw all my Assassin's Creed games. I'll tell you what. Should be an Assassin's Creed channel. I love Assassin's Creed. I was going to say, that's the point, Plower. If you weren't smoking, you'd probably be in crippling agony, mate. Barely able to function. There's something very big and loud right behind me, isn't there? But they sound so loud. Those heads are so strange. Is that... Oh god, Jesus fuck! Oh my balls! Let's get the crap out of it! What a knob! Oh my lord! Well, that just made me jump. Bloody hell! That fell out of me bloody seat. The shadow of death, mate. Melee is so OP. This is not even spec'd in, man. Just completely destroyed that bloody cougar, like 3 hits. Is it a chicken? It'd be great if you could lob this. What? Oh, that is brutal. That was a power attack. Bouncing them around. That's madness. You shouldn't have to, for if you're playing a Steam game. The Steam should have well, Steam has had DualShock 4 native support. Oh, this thing is lethal. It's absolutely lethal. Imagine if you were what even this classed as? Is this like a club? The thing with the steel sledge, though, it's too slow for me sometimes. I mean, I like it. I just actually prefer... Otherwise, it's too boring, because otherwise it's swing and kill. I kind of like a couple of shots at them. Kind of like playing that mini, because it doesn't actually act as a... Oh, thank you for yesterday as well. So I'm quite sorry, mate. I didn't get a chance to get back to you in the end, dude. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, bro. It's very kind of you. I'll see what we can do, mate. So I've already got a busy week at the minute. So let's go and restart it, and let's go see what's what. How you doing, Des? How's the poochies, bro? Oh, I might have bitten off a little bit more than I could shoot there. There's one behind me. Oh god, I thought there was one behind me. Probably want to get some armor playing like that. Jesus, that was a disaster. What's abrasions again? I think is that first aid or some bandages and things, isn't it? That's what these zombies don't half hit hard, you know. I don't know whether it's me fanning about with settings or whether they've just made them do more damage in Alpha 19. Because my armor's not bad. I mean, it's a mix of military and steel, is it not? So I mean. That they can very quickly whittle you down, can't they? To a point where you genuinely feel like you're in a little bit of distress, to say the least. Oh, careful. Can you imagine specced into this and getting like knockbacks and things would make it extremely effective, right? I mean, they're all power attacks. I think once you get into the rhythm with it. I'm not sure. I know mine. I mean, I've always used mine with a Bluetooth dongle, but yeah. I did have a Bluetooth dongle that for some reason wasn't as readily accepted by Windows 10. But once it was connected to the PC, I didn't have to wire it to get native support. But then again, I've not used it for a hell of a long time, so who knows what Steam updates and firmware updates and things. Hell, it's frantic as hell, isn't it? You're right, Trainminator. This is the new Steel Club. I don't know if that's like the top tier. That looks so cool. That's actually really cool. Where's Iggy gone? Where's little Iggy? Right, let's take a drinky booze. Oh, see you later, Des. Rest well, Des. We'll leave that. Oh, a katana. I'd love anything that you could spec into that would enable you to dismember zombies readily. Piece by piece, mate. It'd be nice to have a melee system in one of these games, a little bit like they had in Dead Island, where there was an alternate control scheme in Dead Island. And what I'm going to say here will probably make it sound a little bit better than it actually was in practice. But essentially, if you sort of like moved your analog stick to the right and then twanged it to the left, that is what your character would do. It would take this and it would swing it from the right hand side to the left hand side, and you could then, you know, you've now got your analog stick on the left hand side, and now you sort of say swing it up, and it will go from the bottom left upwards like an uppercut almost. And it's a lovely way to play a melee game, actually. Having control, and that would lend itself well to like dismemberment with something like a katana or a scimitar or something, wouldn't it? Some point. You know what I mean? Actually being able to like lean down, swiping left to right strike or right to left strike at the kneecaps and just not, you know, take a leg out, mate. That'd be like freaking awesome. Woo! Dude, busted, mate. Whoa, why is the texture on that so bad? Jesus, that's awful. Go on, give it me. Oh, come on. Don't be that cheeky one that's going to use 12 lockpicks to get a small glass jar out of it. Don't worry, I got you for. Yeah, it should be straightforward. Honestly, it should be. They even added native support for the Wii. Sorry, not the Wii. The Switch controller as well, didn't they? Thought I could hear something. Yeah, exactly, Subquake. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that dude. Yeah. What the hell is making that noise? Oh god, Jesus balls! Oh my lord. Holy. I'm so glad I switched to the shotgun then. I did not like the sound of that. I didn't know what it was. Bloody hellfire. If you could create your own weapon from junk in game for a fun new weapon type, what would you make? Well, it'd be very easy to talk about dildos and things but I don't know, mate. If it really was going to be something legitimate, you know, so say something like this, you know, has it got to be reasonably practical, or are we just going completely crazy? You know what I mean? I mean, I have to say, I was super impressed with all the weapons that they had in Dying Light, the Dead Island sort of shows. You know, they felt crazy fun, over the top, but also, you know, partially, I guess, based in some sort of reality, I suppose. The one series of games that I never played, and I always wanted to give them a go until I found out a lot of it was time trial, or you were very limited on. The whole point was you had to get some things done quick. Was it Dead Rising? Is that the name of those games? And they, you know, you could sort of like, I don't know, take a rake and a fly mode lawnmower and create some freaking hideous weapon of mass destruction kind of thing. We've still got a clear area. We've got a level 3 vulture, which is nice to see. Nice little drop. Yeah, I think I need to check my armor as well, actually. What was that? Trainminator. Trainminator. I like that now. Trainminator. You're right, Joski. I didn't recognise the noise because I don't see those things that often. I normally see them at the start of the game and I just run away. So it's not often I actually hear them so up close and personal, to be honest. Where have I missed the last little couple? Let me just go back down and get the I'm just going to jump out of the window. Oh, the Steam controller's gone out of production. Yeah, if you wanted a Steam controller, you needed to buy one a few months back. It was earlier this year, wasn't it? They made a big announcement. You could go and pick them up. The last manufactured variants. I think I picked one up. How much did I pay? Did anyone else buy a Steam controller earlier this year? They were about £7, weren't they? So I've got one that Daxos very kindly sent me some time ago. I've got the one that I'm still using, my very still original Steam controller. Even although it has got little bits of foil from when Mojo made me throw it across the room. And I've got a brand new one as well. So seeing as this thing has literally lasted God knows how many years and it's used for like 7 hours a day. And I think I'm sitting reasonably pretty. I do occasionally check out on Gumtree or eBay just to see if anybody that picked one up dirt cheap, who tried it, didn't get on with it, and is just trying to fob it off. I haven't found anything that really justifies me getting a 4th one as reserve, to be fair. That's where we're supposed to be going. Just couldn't see the way up. Whoa! Something really off there. Something really off there. It's just the cat. A very big, very angry, very snarly cat. Is there anything I really want in there? Hollow point ammunition. I'll definitely take that, my friend. Don't need that. Iron chest, don't need that. Don't need a little bit of coal. Don't need a little bit of corn. Take some ammo, take an SMG. I'll do this, won't it? What else you got? Don't really need those. Oh, Jesus balls! What the f... What a knob. Oh, tier 6 machete. I'll definitely take that. In fact, I suppose what I could have done, I could have made those out of something, couldn't I? This is why the English don't have weapons, because literally we'd all just shoot each other by the end of the year. Not deliberately. It would just be, oh look, which one's the dangerous end? That end. Boom! Fuck! Shit! Just blew your brains out, mate. The weapon in slot 2 is the tactical assault rifle. Tier 6 TAC assault rifle with 2x scope, laser, anti-rad, and extended mag. Followed up with the auto shotgun. Oh gosh, and it's Horde Night tonight, isn't it, as well? Okay, where is my mini bike? Oh, there's another bear. I hate the way they flip from side to side. It's so annoying. Was that guy on stream not so long ago, wasn't it? Do you remember? What happened to him? Did he manage to get his account back? There was a fairly well-known streamer, wasn't there? He went all like gangster pretendy, I'm gonna shoot ya, and sort of got his gun out and actually did accidentally fire it. What happened to him? I know his account was banned, but did they let him back? I think they're just here somewhere, aren't they? There we go. Got a bit of room to pick it up. Right, home sweet home. Get a few cheeky Duke's tokens. Went alright. Don't think I've done that house before. I don't think I have. Quite a nice little POI actually. Shotgun's really good, Trominator. The auto shotty is, to be fair, I mean, people will say it isn't and argue it. It's an almost unlosable situation with a shotgun like that. I'm just waiting as a treat to myself, so I haven't tested it even though I could. I've got a little treat for myself. When I get a tier 5 or a tier 6 or I unlock another mod slot, I'm going to put the full auto mod on it and see how it works out. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be rather awesome. But yes, it can put up such a huge barrage of extremely hot lead, especially in the big tiered POIs where there's not a lot of room, so everything tends to be pretty close anyway. You can just keep shooting it in like a bottleneck, like a doorway, and very little can actually get at you. Jesus Christ, look at that thing. Still can't believe how many shots they take, to be honest. And who's that? Nice, just no. I didn't even see it, Trominator. What did I get, dude? They're not to muck about at night. It's grab the loot and get the hell out of it. I could just, sorry, Subquote. I could never justify the cost of shipping the Steam controller. Wanting to buy, I think, yeah. I mean, obviously it's gonna be different where you are. I mean, I think I paid like, I don't know, was it like $6.99 or £7 for the controller? But it cost me, I think it was like £10 something once you included shipping. So I basically, I mean, for me it was a no-brainer. I mean, to be fair, if I'd had to, I'd have pulled resources if I could have done and sold some stuff and bought it for £50 if I'd had to. It's so important that I have a Steam controller. So I've got this one, which is still working. I'm going to be the first to admit, you know, it has its good days and bad days. It definitely isn't as great as it was on the haptic. It's gone very shiny now, very little texture there. But I've got the one Daxus was kind enough to send me. And I've got my own brand new one. So, I mean, this has lasted me. I don't even know how long I've had this, but it's got to be something like 5 years maybe. Or certainly 4 years. And that has been primarily used 7 hours a day, 7 days a week. So these things are durable, and this thing's been dropped a few times, you know, with scary moments in video games and things like that. So as long as those other two stand the test of time, like I said, if I could find one, you know, that someone's put up on Gumtree, you know, they saw it was being sold off, last chance to buy it, they pick it up, give it a go, decide it's not for them, stick it up on Gumtree for a tenner. I'd probably pick as many up as I could afford at the time, but it's kind of not an option at the minute, unfortunately. But I do sometimes see them on eBay going very cheap. There was obviously that period where people were putting up facility amount. Because it was like, oh, you know, I'm going to go and buy them cheap and sell them for, say, £30 on eBay and make a bit of money. There was a lot of people doing that when they found out they were no longer going to be manufactured. But the sad thing is I was really, really hoping quietly that once, you know, a couple of 3 months after they'd sold off all the existing stock, we were going to get an announcement of a brand new Steam controller. But they just don't seem interested, do they? I think they're all hell-bent on VR peripherals at the minute, aren't they? So... which I can understand, you know, they're there to make money, aren't they? And this thing didn't sell that great, unfortunately. I play it with the Steam controller, Joski. Yeah, you're right, but rabbit. Supplies, motherfucker. Yeah. So you've never tried one then, Subquite? No. I'll tell you what, guys. Let me just do a little hobbly dance around my chair. My back is really killing me. Just give it 30 seconds. That is definitely a lot better, I can tell you. Right, my boots are nearly muddied, didn't they? Go on, we'll repair those and put the new ones away. Why not? Would be good. 5s for 6s. Don't need those. Let's have a look. What have we got? We've got a little bit of the old organics by the looks of it. So, organics. Hunting knives in there or not? Are we classing that as a weapon? Tier 1 auto shotgun. Let's get rid of it. Got another vulture. I might have to. I seriously might have to just scrap a ton of stuff soon. We have got. I don't need that, do I? SMGs. I don't have a lot of SMGs. They seem to be like extremely rare on this playthrough for some reason. I think I've had less well, I don't know. I have had very few SMGs. Very few. Got a load more dinks. That can go down there. Books. And we have some organics. That'll make into robotic turret ammo. Did I come back with a load of extra ammo from that? Jesus. I didn't take 300 7.62 rounds, did I? Bloody hell. Where did that all come from? Surely not from that quest. Maybe I got it from the Oh wow, that paracetamol. Is there any way to make paracetamol? Oh wait, the honey. Oh yeah, well spotted actually. Good call, dude. Right on that sort of 4 or 5% mark as well. What's this laceration malarkey all about? Abrasions. It's only 5 minutes. We can live with it. Yakobs! Yakobs! I like a crusty cob. Thank you for the 100 biddies, mate. Cube World. Cube World's awesome. Yeah. I don't think it's spelt with a Q though. Kind of missed the trick there, didn't he? For anyone wondering about the scripting of the first fight with Kotai on the bridge, what's this all about? I don't know what you're on about, Stockman. Oh, you're talking about Ghost of Tsushima to see if you can kill the boss. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So a bit like, so you can't pull off a Demon Souls then, Stockman. All right. So someone's perfected the art, have they? And actually managed. Oh, that's cool. So the last controller I used was a PlayStation 2 one. My God, mate. I can't even remember what the PlayStation 2 controller looked like, to be honest, bro. I have got one. I know I've got a fully functioning PlayStation 2 setup, which I had for a long time. Which apparently no one on the planet would ever be interested in buying, which I was quite surprised at, actually. We've got some meat stews. Is that all the meat stew I've got? Yeah, because we were really low, weren't we? Because I've had a bit of a bad time with... Oh, and I'll tell you what else we need to sort out. Magnum rounds for Horde Night. So, you know what I should have done? I should have made the batches, shouldn't I? I would have saved myself 20% costs on that. God damn it. Is there anything else I need to do for the Horde base? Or are we fully operational? I think the plan was to take some iron, some steel. What else was it? Let's go and take that over. Just there's some bars that I'm a little bit worried about on the main sort of chamber. Yeah, I'm on build 173. Yeah. Yeah, they changed something, Trainminator. A lot of people said the same thing, so you're not alone in that. That build 169 was bringing in some stutter. They changed something to do with how entities spawn in nodes or something. But apparently, it seems to be fixed in build 173 for most people. I'd hesitate to say absolutely everyone guaranteed, but... Oh, hang on. I forgot to bring the bloody watts. Oh, no, actually. So I don't want to accidentally upgrade anything to steel. Thought the nail gun was my plan. Oh, wow. It seems... I mean, I didn't have massive issues with it, Traminator. I know Missy and I both had like a little... in build 169, a little... Oh my god, the one time I've left all my stone. I'll tell you what, you couldn't make it up, could you? You could not make that up. Years, all through yesterday's stream, we were talking about my sort of addiction to carrying a little bit of everything. Just that holy trinity. And the one time I actually did a little bit of stones, I tell you what, cursed, mate. So yeah, Missy and I both had like little partial stutters on 169, but mine in particular, I can really talk about the exact issues I had. Mine were there the first day, and once I started moving around the server, everything kind of settled down. Since build 173, I think I've only seen one case of it sort of, I don't know, acting a bit strange, but that could be down to us having rolled over the server. I mean, this is the oldest server you can get, right? Yeah, this is the oldest server it's possible to have in this game, because I played it as the stream team weekend. So this is like the earliest of early builds, isn't it? Because I don't think we started again on the Monday or the Tuesday, did we? You know, we didn't. No, we didn't. I actually rolled over my pre-gen 2 stream weekend server. So it's a miracle this thing's still working. I will definitely do it, Lady Elvira, don't worry. I won't make that mistake. Promise. Probably. Oh, really, Triminator? Yeah, it's probably just worth giving it a go, mate. I'm under the impression most peeps don't have any concerns now. You're right, Darksider. How you doing, Chief Lung? Well, you had a lot of lag yesterday. Had to relog a few times to try and get rid of it, but so far today, nothing. Really, Shades? Oh, I didn't know that. Wonder if that's associated with you being in and around that weird reset chunk. I take it nothing's reset today, no? Hope not. Really do hope not. Yeah, you had a section of tunnel yesterday, didn't you, that decided to backfill itself for no apparent reason. That shouldn't even be on there. So that. Oh no. That can stay on there. Stay on there. Diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly-do. We'll keep all that down there. So if I pop that up there, which means I should have an axe. Where's my fireman's axe gone? Is that the only one I've got? An iron fire axe? I find that extremely hard to believe that I've only got a tier 2 and a tier 3 axe. Oh. Were you monitoring your blood pressure at the time, Missy? It better not be backfilled again today. Bloody bastard server. So that and that can go downstairs in the build box. You guys can go back in there. We've got a little bit of organics. What else we've got? We've got some medicinal. And we've got some testosterone. For some reason you didn't go in there when I asked you to, because apparently we're full. Ugh. What am I going to move out? Good question. What am I going to move out? We could take some eggs and make some bacon and eggs, couldn't we? Always nice for a little top up. Bacon and eggs. Lovely jubbly. You all now go in there. So that's all downstairs. That's into the weapon box. Right, so tools. Come on, I've got to have something better. I've got a tier 5 shovel. What about axes? Got a tier 5 iron axe. Is that really all I've got? Steel shovel. Tier 5 axe. Wow. Okay. Well, if that's all we've got, that's all we've got, isn't it? So you can go in there. So what else could I pop on here mods wise then? So these presumably where's the axe gone? So they have 3 slots apiece, don't they? So the axe will be that will be that. I'm gonna guess an ergonomic, a fortifying grip. Iron breaker, not really going to be applicable, but it will work. What would you pop onto those axes, do you think? Thanks. It's like I said, I can put an iron breaker mod on it. I'm wondering if I've got an iron breaker on my pickaxe downstairs though. This is all I've ever had, Dark Side, because I've not spent any skill points really, mate. So I've got how many? We're level 83 and we've got 46 skill points still to spend. So I haven't really made anything good. I'm kind of just relying on finding it all at the moment. Oh dear, Yeti, what's up, mate? You alright, Bonus Phonus? How you doing? You woke up to a panic attack. Figured I'd put you on and have nice dreams about a zombie horde. Oh, what happened? What, you actually woke up like feeling super anxious. That must be awful, mate. How you feeling now, Chief Lung? That must be awful, dude. What's up, Yeti? What's the panic? What's the panic, bro? Actually, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take that. Let me just go and get that little bit of stone because that's just going to annoy the balls out of me. Let's just take a big batch of that. So I need some coal and I need some nitrate anti. What's this mine here? Coal active. So let's just take these. These are only 3-minute ticks, aren't they? So I can actually take 4 of those for a big stamina boost, aren't I think the coal mine's a pretty efficient one, right? Yeah. Just don't know what to play, Yeti. What's the choices, mate? I mean, I know you're a big fan of Ark, aren't you? A bit of Rust, I think you said you've enjoyed over the years. Don't fancy Alpha 19 then, no? Found a rocket launcher blueprint. I don't think I found a rocket launcher. I found a few rockets for the rocket launcher. I think the last time I used the rocket launcher was like probably Alpha 14 or 15. I've never found them particularly cost effective, to be honest. What about doing something completely different then, Yeti? It sounds like you've just got that kind of gamer gloom on. Now maybe it's just yourself telling yourself that actually today's not the day to play video games. I know it's unthinkable, but about settling down to a nice book or watching a never before seen Netflix series or something, mate. That sounds awful, Chief. What a terrible start to the day, mate. Does it last long, Chief, or? Yeah, I think a lot of people are the same, Yeti. I think there's a lot of people will already be feeling the burnout of this. It's, you know, and I'm not being horrible here. You know, this alpha hasn't changed that much. You know, it's 7 days with some bells and whistles. It's, you know, it's if you've already put, you know, a few hundred hours in recently on Alpha 18, Alpha 19, you know, it's not gonna necessarily, you know, if you're already feeling the burnout or you're feeling, you know, the boredom setting in, you know, Alpha 19, it's enough to tempt you back to have, you know, a little bit of a dabble with it, but it's not gonna be like playing a whole new game like some alphas have been, and I think people need to start understanding that. I think every patch and every alpha that we get from now on, you know, it's just little baby steps really towards the, you know, the grand finale now. I know some folks I've spoken to have actually said they're just going to leave it now. Just put it on the back burner, play other games until it goes gold, because it's starting to feel like gold is going to happen now at some point in the next 18 months, right? And it's not like there's a shortage of games out there, is there? Yeah, that's it. A nice long walk. Bit of photography, maybe, even if it's just with your phone. Go and, I don't know, take some snaps or something. Playing Watch Dogs 2. I played a little bit of that on stream, actually. We did do a little Watch Dogs 2 stream. I quite enjoyed it, actually. It's a very good-looking game as well. Very, very crisp and clean. I really like the overall style of it. I'm just not a fan of the main character. I just can't really... I don't know. It doesn't resonate with me. Yeah, that's it, Yeti, you see. And that's why I said when this was due to come out that I really hope people weren't going to be expecting something like the big, you know, industrial revolution that we had in this in one alpha, where we had electricity and traps and all these wonderful vehicles, you know. I mean, we didn't even get a new tier 5 from what I can gather, which I've got to admit I was pretty freaking heartbroken about. I mean, that's all I really wanted was like maybe 1 or possibly even 2 new tier 5 POIs. We haven't seen anything like that. Thank you for the follow, a Pandy Bops. Thank you. So it is Horde Night, isn't it? Yeah. So if we aim for about 5,000 coal. I think we've already got about 1,000 nitrate, haven't we? If I remember. Steady on, son. Steady on. Let's not have any oops daisies, bros. Not that many supports in here, are there? In that case, it's like I said, Yeti. I think you're done with the game, mate, and you might as well just accept that there's nothing wrong with that. But you're not going to get anything that's never been seen before in this game, mate. Not now. You know, the end is in sight. You know, this game's not going to have some revolutionary new content that's going to fundamentally change what it is. You know, this is now getting very close to content lock. You know, they've got a couple of systems, you know, that have come in this time around. You know, the ISS system, we've still probably got something like the vehicle mod systems. So some refinements, hopefully some new POIs, but there's no guarantee of it. Yeah, it's, you know, the game can't keep giving you new content. It just can't, you know, it's been in development for 7 years. You know, if you expect something like that, you're going to be sorely disappointed. All we're going to really be getting now is layers of polish, hopefully some really nice optimizations, some, you know, some new visuals, you know, maybe, you know, a new vehicle. You know, everyone's talking about this weaponized helicopter, aren't they? But I mean, even that, a weaponized helicopter, I mean, it sounds great, but it's not going to fundamentally change the game. If you've got 5,000 hours in it, you know, having an attack chopper. It's going to be fun for a little bit, but I think people just still expect it to keep having these groundbreaking alphas. There's only so much that. I mean, let's be honest. I was saying yesterday, it's a mishmash of just about every other game out there, and they've managed to pull it off extremely well. Even things like server play, you know, phenomenally solid. You know, really good multiplayer. So many games fall flat on their arse with that. This game's always had cracking multiplayer components. Yeah, that's it, Darksider, that's it. I mean, you gotta remember, I mean, how many hours have you got in this as well, yeah? I mean, like, some people have got thousands of hours in this game. And yet they still pick it up every now and again and play it for another 100 or 200. You know, it's the game that keeps on giving, really. You only have 1,541. Compared to 99% of your Steam library, I should imagine that's pretty much. I mean, I know you play Ark and Rust and things, but yeah, Hashi and I had a chat about some sort of like camper van for a rabbit. Yeah, a little nomadic style van. So you can just, yeah, maybe with some basic cooking facilities and storage facilities on it. Yeah, it's been mentioned a few times actually. Feeling a bit... How come, Jan? Isn't it quite early for you there? Did you have a late night, did you, mate? Get yourself some shut-eye, bro. Yeah, that's it, GP does, yeah. It's one you can park up of an evening and... I don't know, get a generator running and put some lights on outside and... Like a mini fallout shelter. You can do some basic cooking on a campfire, you know, well, not a campfire, but, you know, on a stove inside. I suppose ultimately the draw of this is always going to be the horde nights. You know, people do like having their horde night builds, and you know, one man's cheese is another man's dream come true, isn't it? But you know, it's the creative elements, isn't it? You don't have to build something to have it functional. You can build something just for the sake of building it, right? Just like Minecraft. Yeah, I would very much like to see some sort of mounted gun, I've got to admit. The Starvation mod pack had the Browning, and you actually had to place like this mountable tripod down, and then use a ratchet like we've got in the game, this alpha, to bolt the Browning to it. And it took a little bit of prep time, so it's not something you could just whip up in the middle of a horde night. And it used to fire like 50 cal rounds, didn't it? And it used to, the main use of it was to take out the boss zombies that Starvation also had. It was awesome. Really, really cool. You used to hack Fortnite. And what do you mean by hack Fortnite? So you've got a similar amount of time in Rust as you have on this one, then, Yeti. That's interesting, mate. Did you play on PvP sort of dedicated servers, or was it more like RP servers and things? Or still quite intrigued by Rust. It's one of those mystery games. Everyone's got, you know, a different take on what they enjoyed about it. I did actually check the other day as well to see if I still had it in my Steam library, or whether or not, you know, you ended up having to repurchase it. But you know, it still seems to be sitting there pretty back from when I first purchased it, when it was a very different game. Yeah, you've got a lot more hours in Ark than I have, yeah. I struggle with Ark. Ark's like watching a really cool but quite short film in comparison to a lot of the other kind of games that I've played. But you know, to give that credit, you know, I'm still talking several hundred hours on a server potentially. I'll always get a couple of 3-4 weeks out of it, which running at, you know, 7 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, that's 50 odd hours a week, isn't it? So it's a month of 7 hours a day playtime before I start feeling like, you know, can't be arsed anymore. So you're pretty similar then, Missy, yeah? You alright, tax up? How you doing, bro? How much have we got? 5,000. I think we'll leave that and go and get another. Let's go and get the nitrate. Never find my way out of this. I should really put a torch there or something, shouldn't I? Because I ever need to scarper quickly. Any reason? Just because other better games came along, Yeti? Or was it like, you know, was the one patch that kind of messed things up or something? I've got really dry lips today. I wonder why. Where's my bike? So, where's the nitrate mine? Just keeps me up in magnum rounds and some ammo for the shotgun rounds, so we can do a tier 5 straight after Horde Night then, can't we? Hang on, where's that from now? What do I have on the number 3 slot? That's the auto shotgun. 2 auto shotguns. That is actually completely mullered as well. What, you played 600 hours in 1 month? Oh my god, dude. I don't even want to do the maths on that. 600 hours in 1 month. I was just saying, I just did a bit. I must have done a bit Bob maths then, because I was just saying, what did I just say? So if I run at 7 hours a day, so that's 49 hours. So say 50 hours a week. So in 1 month, streaming for what is essentially 1/3 of the day, I only get 200 hours in. So you must have been playing that nearly 24 hours a day for a month. What the fuck, dude? Did you only stop for pee breaks, mate? My god, man. Unless my maths is very off, that is an insane amount of time to be gaming, dude. Oh my god, that is the most beautiful nitrate mine I've ever seen in my entire freaking life. What the hell? You must have just been having like an hour, a couple of hours a day or something to yourself to sleep, mate. That's madness, bro. I first played Rust when, what was it? I first played, you're right, Findris. I played Rust when it first came out, literally when it first came out. I think Chica and I both bought a copy and set up a little server. And unfortunately, Rust fell foul of, I think, the developer not really knowing what the hell they wanted to do at one point. And it started feeling like a bit of a, I don't know, a mishmash of ideas. And then later on, they completely knocked it out of the park, didn't they? And built it from the ground back up in a new engine or something like that. That's mad, Jay. That's not good for you, bro. Should have streamed it, mate. God, blimey. You'd have been light years ahead of the pack, mate. What, just straight through a 27 hour like marathon gaming session? Haven't found one yet, Lunatic. Just not found one, dude. I've not had the best of luck with tier 6 tools, to be honest. In fact, I think we discovered earlier, I'm still using a tier 5 iron pickaxe. Sorry, fire axe. Yeah. And to be honest, Miss, I think a lot of people do that with 7 days as well. I think a lot of people, you know, they jump back when a new alpha comes out. You know, they get a good 100, 200, 300 hours out of it, whatever. And then, you know, say, yeah, time to put it to bed until the next big update comes out. And I think any game that, you know, you can pick up for £7 and you can get a few hundred hours out of it every single year. I mean, you can't argue with that, can you? I mean, that's madness. Probably would, Lunatic, yeah. I'm not even spec'd. I mean, I'm not spec'd perfectly to be a mine. I've got, I can get the tier 6. I don't even know if this is fully modded. Oh, it's not too bad. No, I could get an extra mod in there. I could, I don't really need to. It's like I said, I get what I need in ample time. So a friend of mine just out of the blue played DayZ for 24 hours, and the only breaks we took were food and toilet, but we played a different game for 6 hours before that, so I'd been awake for 30 hours before I realised I hadn't slept. Jesus, Boomerang. That's scary, mate. It's been a long time since a game genuinely swept me off my feet so much that I just didn't want to stop playing. But to be fair, that's not necessarily indicative of a game not being good enough. It's just that there is a difference between streaming a game and playing a game without, you know, interaction, if you like. And it definitely is a bit more draining. So 7 hours is a nice amount of game time. And in some ways, it's nice to have that game time compartmentalized for exactly that reason, because it makes it even more fun than when you jump back on in the morning. I mean, I definitely used to play some games where you know, it'd be like 11 o'clock and I'd think, shall I start or just carry on? And, you know, 11 o'clock turned into 1 o'clock in the morning and it's like, oh my God, you know, shall I carry on a little bit? And I did do, you know, on some occasion. But I think through streaming, I have much more of a allocated routine. And of course, I literally couldn't. I couldn't stream for that amount of time. I have shit I need to do. Yeah, I don't have the luxury, I suppose, of what I used to have. I certainly remember missing some lectures at university because I was up all night playing a video game. You did pass out the second I hit my pillow. I'm not surprised, bro. And slept for 18 hours straight. See, this is it ultimately as well. I suppose therein lies the issue, isn't it? It's not like you actually got any more game time in. You know, it all balances out in the end, doesn't it? You've got to catch up and you probably feel a bit crap. And sometimes it's your own worst enemy because what happens is you end up burning yourself out on a game that actually could have lasted you months and months and months. But, you know, you guys sticking 600 hours into it, playing like, what was it? Someone said 21 hours a day. You know, it's no wonder you've had enough of it, isn't it? You've only ever done an all-nighter on Sonic the Bloody Hedgehog. Did you beat it? That's the question. Yes. I suppose it's a big thing these days as well, though, within the streaming world, isn't it? You imagine a new Diablo comes out, people will be putting out, like, you know, 48-hour streams, won't they? Anything to get ahead of the you know, the pack almost. I need to get some of this coffee down my neck. This is out of the Yeti mug. I always feel so much safer when I've got rid of the other mug. Can't believe I knocked coffee over my keyboard. It's years since I had an accident like that. My own stupid ass fault. But luckily, fast measures were put into place. You know, people think horror stuff happens at 3 o'clock. The morning I tested if it's not true. What do you mean? Is that supposed to be like the witching hour or something, is it? We need to get on some Alien Isolation at some point, don't we? We got Resi 8 coming out. Oh my God, dude. That's next year, isn't it, I think? You know what, Shades? I was just thinking, you know, as I was taking a swig though, I was just thinking I really need to get around to that. And no, I haven't actually. I've just not had a chance. It's like one of those little luxuries I'm looking forward to, actually. You know what? It's got worse as well. I think once you've got a little mark like that, it's almost like, I suppose it acts as a little soundboard almost, doesn't it? For other bits to cling to. It's like the beginnings of a foundation of... I suppose a deformity almost on the steel, isn't it? So other things find it easier to cling to, and it's probably going to escalate rapidly if I don't sort it out. Because I'm just using just normal washing up liquid and some salt to start with, aren't I? I think was your recommendation. 20 ounce or 24? I don't know, mate. How would I know? Does it say anywhere on it? I don't know, dude. I don't even know what an ounce is, mate. I don't really use that sort of stuff in the UK. I don't really know, dude. Can't see, and I don't want to tip it upside down because I know what'll happen. I'll either end up with a very hot willy or another keyboard disaster. Resident Evil 7 is one of the greatest games I've ever played. For all the wrong reasons. I was a gibbering wreck by the end of that. You're right, Flange. You planned an all-nighter when Diablo 3 released. Release was like 10 PM local after 4 hours getting connection errors. Yeah, I was about to say, actually, yeah, it's like an MMO almost, isn't it? It was something like that. I suppose maybe that's why people do 24 hours, because then actually 24 hours on when Diablo 4 comes out, you know, you get 3 hours of gameplay, won't you? Yeah, that did not go well, did it, Flange? Well, there can't be that much difference between a 20 ounce and a 24 ounce, because even percentage-wise, that's a very small change, isn't it? So it can't be a mug versus a beer stein, 20 to 24. I mean, if it was 20 to 40 ounce, then I'd kind of get you. You're right, Zaydar. Is that Zayd Barbosa? Zaid Barbosa. How you doing, mate? How's things? How do you buy your weed if you don't use ounce? I don't buy weed. It's simple. And you don't buy it like that in the UK anyway, mate. You just buy it, unless you buy large amounts, in which case it wouldn't even work like that. It'd just be how much have you got, mate. It's a bit more shady in the UK. I've got two. I've got one that is like a, how can I describe it? Like a squat fat mug, and I've got one that is a very tall and slightly more slender. But that one's I use for kind of cold drinks. Yeah, in the UK, you'd go around the back of like the Prince of Wales down. Well, in fact, you wouldn't even go around the back these days. You could just go into the front of the pub of the Prince of Wales down King's Heath, and you say, "Have you got a tenner of sticky, mate?" Or if you got a tenner, tenner of weed. They don't fuck about with weights, mate. And if they do, it'd be in kilos and grams. So you got me all confused now. Anyway, you see how stupid it is. One person's talking about ounce in terms of volume of liquid, and now you're talking about ounce of weight of weed. The whole thing's just stupid, isn't it? Crit out! Thank you for the 22, bro. Thank you very much for the 22. And thank you for the tier 3 as well, Crit out. I need to sort out those game giveaways as well. Jesus Christ, I keep forgetting about those. I need to sort the list out. Thank you very much, Crit out. Thank you very much for the 22. Huge amount of support. And thank you for the tier 3 as well, my friend. Very, very generous, mate. Thank you kindly, sir. I hope you're well. I hope your weekend is one of happy sunshine. Same as you. So it's a 14 ounce, is it? Yeah. I was going to say, what's the difference between a 20 ounce and a 24 ounce? It's just fucking couple of sips in it. Thanks, Crit out. Yeah, one of the community members bought me these things quite some time ago, and I still use them on a daily basis. Well, one of the greatest things I've ever owned in terms of drinking liquids. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other products, alternative products, different brands that are equally as good, but there's just something badass about the Yeti. I could knock fence posts into the ground with this thing, I'll tell you, mate. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, grams missing. Yeah, or, as you say, kilos. I'll have a quarter, mate. A quarter, you see? I'll have a quarter. 250 grams. $5 for a $5. Does it really help, does it, Chiefling? Yeah. There's a lot of people find it very beneficial to their day-to-day existence, don't they, mate? 4,000. Get in there. One ounce is 28 grams, is it? So you've got, presumably there's ounces like that, and then fluid ounces, are there? I'll stick with grams and kilograms, mate. Nice and simple, nice metric system. You know exactly where you stand with it, right? I'm gonna go bamboozling the brain, mate. Where's that? So a lot of people in the UK would still, or some people would still measure body weight in pounds, stones, and presumably ounces, right? I certainly don't. I haven't for a long time. Or did you have a bad experience with it? Did you poke? We had this conversation the other day. I think it's like anything in life. What's good for the goose is not necessarily good for the gander, is it? It's something that really has a hugely beneficial change or outcome for somebody. It doesn't mean it's for you, does it? And I think that's the problem, is people tend to think of these things as being universal, don't they? I was giving the tale where one of my friends who, university days, and he came to me in a right old mess the one day, and he says, look, if you got time, you know, I know we're all busy, and we've got a massive deadline 'cause he's on the same course as me, but if you got time just to go and have a pint over the union, and he'd had this like really bad sort of paranoia episode, and he had been really hitting the weed, and he cold turkeyed almost. It really shook him. It really affected him. He'd basically just gone to go to the local sort of store that we all used, which was pretty much just off campus. And he just had this I can't even remember how he described it, because to be honest, he wasn't even that coherent, because it had affected him that badly. And you know, I'm sure there's people that could smoke it all day, every day, and never ever experience even a glimmer of paranoia, right? But gotta do what you gotta do, ain't you, mate? We've all got a life, we all have choices to make. That's the beauty of it, right? I was in paranoid, so sorry, but I hadn't actually read that a little bit about you there. So it was a paranoia thing with you as well, was it? I don't think it's uncommon, is it? I think that's fairly common amongst people that smoke weed regularly. But I think there's a huge variation, you know, that kind of like little cagey feeling of paranoia versus like what could actually be quite a seriously traumatic mental breakdown, you know. What's that, Doster? Add litres of milliliters. Litres of milliliters. That's not even spelt right, is it? I'm driving the right hand side. You don't even have to leave the EU. We've already left the EU, mate. Part of Brexit, I am, bro. Fuck the EU. We've got terrible things going to happen at the end of this year. We were talking about this a while back, Doster. Apparently we leave on the 31st of December this year. Oh, God, as if 2020 wasn't bad enough, mate. If anybody's out there's got a spare shed with Wi-Fi internet sufficient to stream, and you're still in the EU or anywhere else on the planet, feel free to let me know. I'm looking for new lodgings. I think the faster I can get out of the UK, the better, to be honest. there's nothing good going to happen in 2020 over here, I don't think. Yeah, that's it. GP does exactly, mate. Exactly. Give it a whirl, see what happens. It's all about a bit of a cheeky experimentation in your life. Be safe. Be safe. Don't do anything too stupid, right? My 2020 bingo card, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend it, mate, honestly. You would be... You'd wonder how the fuck I even fucking get out of bed in the morning, quite honestly, dude. Which is why I don't sleep, because if I do sleep, I'll never get out of bed. I'll literally just put the pillow over my head, and just that'll be it, mate. I'll just stay asleep. A little glimmer of sunlight here and there, and I'll close the curtains, put the pillow back over my head, and just pretend the day hasn't started, mate. Maybe get out for a coffee once in a while, watch a bit of Netflix, read a book. That'll be it. Never leave the house again, mate. You're right, Chris. What's that? You've got a Belgian passport. Have you really? Have you straight up legit? Yeah, I didn't know that, Chris. Well, obviously, well, you know, last time I rummaged through your sock drawer, mate. You know. Oh, Horde Night is. That's a good point, actually. Thank you, Lady Elvira. It's going to be very close, actually. I think we'll call it there. Now that you've mentioned that, because it's about 5k of each, isn't it? 2020 is definitely one that I think, well, I think everyone will remember 2020, won't they? But I will definitely be remembering this year for a long time to come. I think a lot of the years just blur together, don't they? At some point, you got your highs, you got your lows. I mean, you know, there's nothing particularly stand out. You know, it's all part of growing up in it. But I've got to admit, 2020. There's going to be a whole generation of people that will never forget 2020. The thing is, what you've got to bear in mind, right? You all sit here going, oh, 2020. You ain't got a fucking clue what 2021's bringing. You think it's bad now? You got next year to come, yeah? It's unimaginable, mate. It's like everyone keeps making it out like it's only 2020. It'll be all right next year. You know, it's just a bump in the road. This could be the equivalent of a soft velvet duvet compared to 2021. Who knows what the future brings? I suppose if you think like that, you'd go mad though, wouldn't you? Alright, let's go and put that away. I am going to repair that. Where did that go there? Put that back down there, you naughty boy. Bit bored of lockdown, are you, Darksider? There's one thing I can honestly say, I've not been bored. In fact, quite the opposite. But no, not because of my unerringly brilliant talent to occupy my own time. I've just been so busy. It's just been manic, mate. Alright, let's go and start smelting that lot. Ah, you took Belgian nationality before I left. I got you, Chris. Oh, nice one, dude. Didn't know that, mate. That's cool. That is cool. So let me have a look. We want to make some gunpowder, don't we? Oh no, hang on. Is it called gunpowder or is it called something else? Why has it got that and that? Let's have a look. So 5,196, 86. God, that noise is irritating, isn't it? Oh, I don't have enough wood, apparently. Oh, gosh. That's even worse than I remember. It's a horrible sound. You and you can go in there. You can go now. I should have got more coal. Not to worry. 1,000. Well, I'm going to make a load of robotic turret ammo when I've got that available. Bike. Upstairs. Forge. What was I going to bring back? So I don't need you. I don't need you. So if I grab, I don't know, let's take 900 of you. And where's my tier 4? Got 6 repair kits. Gonna pop you in there. Let's go and hit the forge. We're okay for fuel for all the engines on Horde base. I think we are, aren't we? You're right, Aussie main. It's been alright actually, mate. Yeah, it's been a busy one, but yeah, it's been okay, thank you. What about you? You're right, McGlashan. Running back to your base at 1 o'clock. See the shadow of a car on the road. Oh wait, that's rounded. Must be a rock or boulder. The shadowy looming bears of 7 Days to Die, mate. I had a bloody cat come and nibble me bum while I was in a POI earlier, McGlashan, but I'm not sure if you were here, mate. I heard the I heard this horrible noise, and I honestly did not click what it actually was. You're emerging. 2020, the year of chaos and idiocy. Also, great content for news channels. Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, mate? Right, Lady Elvira, please watch me do this. Removed. Oh, really? I really want to go and get a lick of paint on that. It's driving me mad, but let's go and check some lights on. Randomly check a couple. Yeah. 4 gas. Ludicrous. Got spare engines because I don't actually need all those in there anymore, do I? Alright, good to go. So the only thing that can go wrong is if I have actually got a way for them to get up, which I don't think we have we? I'm reasonably confident. Remember the good old days of mini bikes where you had to turn the bloody engine off or turn the light off, otherwise the battery would run down. I kind of miss that. I kind of miss having all those different parts to make the mini bike, and you could make them ever bigger, faster, stronger. I kind of miss all that. Has that got a new animation? Holy balls, that sounded really nice. That's weird. I suppose what I could do, do I have a way to get up without nerd bowling? I don't, do I? What's the maximum distance for Timmy the turret? Oh gosh, I wonder what the hell that was then. Because in theory, what I could do, I'm not that far from it, am I? I'm probably easily within block range, so I actually could put Timmy the turret up here for Horde Night. Stick him right there. Is there any way to know if he's going to be functioning when I drop down? Yeah, I can still see the red line, look. No, I can't see the red line there. Do you think he's working, or do you think he's not working? There's the red line. Yeah, I think he's fully functional. That's quite cool. Yeah, I thought I could hear him, Daz. It's a bit hard to tell with these bloody fidget spinners down here, but yeah, you're right. You can just make it out, can't you? Alright, we got everything we need. We've got... Yeah, we should be alright. Alright, let's get some coffee down there next. Fingers crossed. Ah, shades. I should have done those flagstone blocks, shouldn't I? Those flagstone blocks in front of me get smashed because all my rounds, even my non-AP rounds, still penetrate now because I've unlocked tier 8 on the Magnum Enforcer book. Did I remove the wooden blocks? I think it was a nerd pulse, but it doesn't make any difference, does it? I mean, I'll get rid of them now you've mentioned them, but... What the hell happened then? Oh my god, I just nearly ran face first into a fidget spinner. Just clipping my head on the wall. What's that? A 2020 year of the bat. Did they ever actually... I mean, is that... I mean, was that finalised, was it? Was it all part of some hideous bat-pig cross-species viral... genetic mutation shenanigans, was it? God, as I've stated, 2018 was the worst year I've ever experienced. 2019 smashed that year out of the park. 2020 stood up and said, hold my beer, I got this. You did have a bad 2018, didn't you, mate? Did McGlash. How are you these days? I mean, did you ever make a decision? I mean, I don't want to bring it up if it's still a bit personal and you're not sure, McGlash. And I know you had some big decisions to make, didn't you? To spend $40,000 in America on a truck and a camper and get satellite internet and stream while traveling good old USA, that would be freaking awesome. Can you imagine that? Traveling around, seeing some internet Twitch friends, streaming of an evening, up bright and early in the morning. Oh, it'd be awesome, mate. Right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Got me to turn it down a little bit. Is that any better? You know what I've just realised? We've had surround sound on all day, so you've probably been hearing the game echoing through the microphone. I thought it sounded fucking realistic today. It's coming through my headset and in sort of like Dolby 7.1, I think. Getting a bit closer to a decision. Yeah, we get these much longer delay between the waves now, don't we? Because they're having to spawn after I kill one, and then the pathing is so much longer for them. Which is why we use so little ammo now. It's like I said, if we want it a bit more manic, we can just put more entrances in, can't we, I think? I've not heard Timmy do anything yet. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I'm missing every single shot. Probably just did more damage to the block than she did with my round. Are you alright, Harolander? How are you, mate? How's it all going your end? You've had an exciting year as well, haven't you, fella? That music. Something out of a bloody Jaws film. Oh, happy birthday, Harolander. Happy birthday, mate. What's the plans today? Is there anything you're treating yourself to? You seen any of your mates? What's lockdown like where you are? You right, Mr. Bad Habits? Yeah, it was horrible, Missy. It actually gave me the heebly-jeeblies that Cougar said. I didn't like it at all. It was a horrible noise. Oh, I can hear blocks being damaged. We kind of know it happens on those edges, so I'm not too worried. It's just so slow, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Oh, no. It's almost too efficient, isn't it? I think because of the pathing distance now. You get these little waves, and when they eventually all... Should have brought the Molotovs, and then I could kill them all en masse, I suppose. I say it almost works too well, doesn't it? I would say. And as long as no silly mistakes are made, the repairs without the fidget spinners will be like a 2-minute job, won't they? We'll let him get up a bit, I think. What, the burnt zombies? I've actually always liked the burnt zombies. I like the crackling noise they make. Quite a nice texture on them as well. Shadow down there looks gorgeous. You right, Uncle Oz? You right, Joshua? Well, I hope you have a nice one, Harolander. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday. Should have joined us in Discord and put your birthday in the birthday section. You could have woken up to Rumbodian happy birthday wishes, and I could have put up a wonderful happy birthday banner. We got you covered, mate. Yeah, not too bad, thanks, Uncle Oz. What about you, dude? Bit tired, but I think that's part of the norm these days, isn't it? He's gonna pop in. I still find the dog TIE fighter noise weird as hell. And I know it's become almost iconic in the game, but it is still weird, isn't it? I don't think I'll ever get used to that. It just simply sounds wrong. It's not as easy as that, Mario, because I have to set up the preview window. Because the OBS window is a little bit different. You've been playing anything, Mario? You got anything up and running on the old Game Pass? I was looking at it yesterday, actually. Or is it? I think this is broken. Never seems to let you do repair straight away for some reason. Oh, come on. Firmly locked in my sights there, sir. I haven't heard the shotguns fire, you know. Has anyone heard a shotgun? Or Timmy the turret? Actually, I might. You know what, Mario? It just suddenly got me wondering. You know, I'm not sure if I did actually change it from. Because I know it was. I think what happened was we had. I think it was DK's birthday, wasn't it? And then it was somebody else's birthday, right? I think it was Hash's. And then it was Amos's, but I wasn't sure if we'd see Amos in chat, so I left it on. And I have a feeling I didn't change it because I was thinking he might, because he's obviously in a different time zone, isn't he? I might actually have it up and running still, Mario. In which case, we're going to have an AFK happy birthday to you, Mr. Harolander. Courtesy of Shades and Deadeye Dunce. Oh, a bit of fishing. That does sound nice. And a nice campfire with a very, very cold bottle of lager at the end of the day. With some nice open fire grilled fish. Whoa, what a day out that would be. When do you think we'll hear something, Mario, about the next-gen consoles and pricing? Is there anything actually in the pipeline? Like, you know, Sony got a date for a conference or Microsoft for a pre-release conference? Or is it all just us sitting here waiting for the bastards to actually tell us the price? I mean, there ain't no fucking way I'm going to be able to get one, but it does seem very late to be telling people the cost, doesn't it? I'm sure it wasn't like this last time in the PlayStation 4 release. I'm sure we knew a decent few months in advance. We don't even know the release date yet, do we? I mean, I think most of us are expecting either October or November, aren't we? Which is normally the sweet spot for the holiday period. Hello, mate. Get out of here, knobber. So August the 6th is it, Tyson? Thank you. Brilliant. 6th of August. And is that... Have they confirmed that will be pricing and date of release reveals? Or is it still just kind of... They'll tell us something? Well, that's not far away either, is it? Christ almighty, it's the end of July. Bloody hell. Ooh. Exciting. You're day one in it, Darksider. I think I know a few people that have or will have the money to buy it, but they haven't committed because it just depends on what the day one games are. I know one friend of my family, more than a direct friend of mine, who is buying it day one because he's a really big Assassin's Creed fan and he really wants to play the new Valhalla. And he wants to play it in all its glory. So he's regardless, he'll be getting the PlayStation 5, I think he said. And as long as it's not more than 700 quid, he doesn't care. He's been putting the pennies away. He had a bit of a tax rebate. Be nice to hear, wouldn't it, Titan? so efficient on the ammo use. Probably going to use a few hundred rounds. We're almost back to where we were, aren't we? Got to sort that back plate out there. I might actually steal that, you know. Steal reinforce it and see if it survives a horde. I'm going to assume it will. And then it's it keeps the aesthetic. I need you not popping, bro. Is that the Pro or the normal one, Darksider? I don't know when you bought it, because the Pro's quite expensive still, isn't it? I know in the UK you can get a second-hand PlayStation, as in non-Pro version, for like peanuts, mate. I've seen them for stupid prices on Gumtree. I think a lot of people are just flogging them, aren't they? It's just getting the money while they can, selling the old back catalogue. If they've got any discs these days, just trying to get the pennies together for the PlayStation 5. Because the market will be flooded in a couple of months. Oh, nice. Still not heard the shotties go. It's almost like we just aren't getting any vultures, isn't it? Which I don't mind. I've got no issues with that. I just wonder if we actually don't get them because of the way we've built it. Oh, have you got a white PlayStation 4? I was a bit gutted when I saw the reveal of the PlayStation 5. I must admit, I don't like white hardware. Never have them. But I think it has now been confirmed. And I know a couple of peeps in chat who have relatives who work for Game in the UK. They say there was definitely a black variant for release day. This has gone way too well. I don't think we'll get another Killzone game, you know. Because that's Guerrilla Games, isn't it? Ah, now that's interesting. So we must have one... It's like the shotgun's got him. Yeah, because, I mean, unless Guerrilla Games split, I mean, Sony could fund them to split the studio. Because we know Horizon Zero Dawn, is it Forbidden West is coming out, isn't it? I mean, I'm a huge Killzone fan, mate. I mean, the thought of Killzone on the PlayStation 5 would make it sell your firstborn child kind of level. but yeah, I just don't think we're gonna get a Killzone. I think Horizon Zero Dawn's just been so much more lucrative both for Guerrilla Games and Sony. And splitting studios has never been a particularly brilliant move, has it? The weird thing was, I do remember reading a fascinating article about Killzone as well, because the general consensus within the gaming world, including some quite well in the know gaming journalists, was that Killzone actually wasn't particularly financially successful, and nothing could be further from the truth. And a lot of the errors in judgment came about from being, you know, the game being directly compared to other games in the genre. You start comparing Call of Duty to, you know, with a phenomenal success that and Battlefield was seeing, you know, during that Killzone 2-3 era. It gave a very lopsided view. Apparently the Killzone games were hugely financially successful for Sony and for Guerrilla Games. Yeah, we got the same thing, look. So it looks like this is almost like exact replica of the breach that we had on that side, look. Almost block for block, look. Almost block for block. So, if we were to open up one of these... Oh, I suppose it would be easier to show you, wouldn't it? How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suppose if we opened up that one... well, I don't know, actually. Maybe open up the 2 central ones. We wouldn't actually get any damage at all, but I really don't care about a couple of a couple of flagstone blocks. It's neither here nor there, is it? The rest of the base just doesn't take any damage. I have had demos, but we're at that kind of point where the game stage is so high. I mean, we had like a crazy game stage in Alpha 18 with the demos, and some Horde nights I just didn't get demos. Other Horde nights I'd get, you know, wave after wave of the bloody things. Even once you reach like crazy game stage, they're still not guaranteed. It's still only a percentage chance, isn't it, that they spawn? So no, I didn't get any that time around, mate. I think we did last time, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did last Horde. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Sony to green light something like Horizon Zero Dawn. But the really interesting thing is that was actually a secondary pitch originally. That isn't what they were originally going into pitch. But yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn knocked it out of the park, didn't it? And we've got the PC version releasing soon. So, you know, you're going to get a whole new wave of people picking that up. That plays into Sony's hands. You know, Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West comes out PlayStation 5 exclusive. No PC version in sight yet. But people might even pick up the PlayStation 5 just to play that on the back of their PC adventures. We'll have to wait and see. You're right, Darksider. Do you know the YouTube clan Layout Army? No, never heard of them, mate. I don't know much about YouTube these days. The only person I really watch on YouTube is Games for Kicks, to be honest. And that's just because I love the bloke. I've always liked his content. I don't watch a huge amount of YouTube in terms of gaming. The only people I watch are Radbrad, Tetra Ninja. Those two very infrequently, because they obviously play all the big games. And normally I don't want to really watch video footage of the big games in the hope that one day I will play them myself, so I don't like any spoilers. But I do watch Games for Kicks a lot. Do I need any bandages? I don't, do I? Yeah, because you're going to go Xbox, aren't you, Mario? Yeah, I think any sort of dreams of me going Xbox were killed with that conference. There's just no reason. I think if you've got, I mean, obviously if you haven't got a gaming rig, it makes sense to go with the Xbox Series X for the Game Pass, doesn't it? But I think if you've got a semi-functioning PC, there's really no need to get the Xbox One Series X, which I still think is a really strange decision by Microsoft. But hey, I don't give a toss because it means we're all winner chicken dinner and out of it, aren't we? That Game Pass is just such wonderful value for money. Yeah, and especially if you're thinking about streaming, you know, one of the big hurdles of streaming, if you don't have like a game that you're really passionate about, and you know, you just like playing games and you just want to do a bit of hobby streaming, it's the cost of, you know, buying games constantly. You know, it's not cheap, is it? You know, video games are, you know, although they haven't gone up in price a huge amount over all the years that I've been gaming, you know, a new game, 50, 60 quid, that's a fucking big hole in the wallet, right? So the Game Pass is brilliant, you know? It's absolutely amazing. You've got a back catalogue of games. You could stream a different game every bloody day of the year for a whole year and still not be... what's that? BDU bombs? Are they just... Oh, so they don't come as... Oh, right, okay, well, I'll scrap those then. What have we got? Is that steel? Steel. Iron gloves, let's get rid of those. I've got... Oh, finally! Finally! I've got a tier 5 M60. Oh, you little beauty. I've been waiting for that for a long time, actually. I miss my M60. I really miss my M60. I'm just going to take that out of there quickly. We don't need that. Don't need that, or do I? Have I got one of those on the mini bike? I'll remember. And we'll throw that in there. Recipes, robotic turret ammo. What am I missing over here? What am I missing there, folks? Food. That's interesting. Is it just those, maybe? Bric-a-brac. Where's my bric-a-brac box? So... I'm going to, yeah, we'll come back in a minute. Oh, I need to get myself some shotgun shells made. All right, okay, yeah, we can do that. Let's go and grab the... We've got a little bit of gunpowder in here, haven't we, hopefully? There we go. Lovely jubbly. So, recipes, shotgun shells, 101. Perfect. Hang on a minute, let's go and put that gunpowder back. So you can go in there. Lovely jubbly indeed, sir. I'm Layat Ice from the army. I don't know what that means. Is that like you're part of that clan or something, are you, dude? Or I haven't heard. Like I don't really know. Like I said, I don't know much about YouTube. To I see sometimes see a little bit of drama in the old health and beauty world. I don't know why, because I don't watch any of that stuff. I seem to remember Shane Dawson and what's that? The little gaggler YouTubers that they were all popping up left, right, and centre on recommended bloody clips and things for some bizarre reason. No, Tim is still on the roof, lady over there. That I was just thinking actually, well spotted, because I was just thinking my bottom loadout, my toolbar doesn't feel right, and you've nailed it. It's because I don't have Timmy the turret, which might explain why this felt wrong when I said there's something wrong over there. So yeah, I do need to go and pick him up, but first of all, I need to get some bloody wood. Oh, thank you for the follow, Compressed Cow. How are you doing? You might be excited for the Xbox releasing the PlayStation and always only had PlayStation. For what reason, Ozzy? What was it that tickled your pickle? I take it you don't have a PC then, no, Ozzy? Oh, just get the games on PC. They can't play console anymore. Oh, so you're not getting the Xbox then? That's a good question, actually, Joshua. What's the edge of the map these days for Alpha 19? Is it irradiated, or is it so is it a radiated exit, or should I say border, or is it water based? Yeah, that's right, Pope. And if you play it right, I mean, a lot of people come at this from a strange tactic. They say, "Oh, I can't afford to subscribe to all these different services. You know, I can't afford Bethesda and you know, Uplay and EA's Origin and, you know, Netflix and Spotify." But the thing is, when it comes to gaming, you know, my advice to anyone that hasn't got an infinite amount of cash, which, let's be honest, is no one that I'm bleeding now, just round robin them. You know, this month, you know, for 50, is it about £15? So £15 this month, you could get the Xbox Game Pass. Next month, you could get EA Origin. The month after that, you could get the Uplay Pass. And you've basically got, for the price of 15 quid each month, you know, so you're talking like, you know, a couple of £100 a year. You've got more games than you could, you know, shake your tail feather at. I mean, you might not be necessarily playing all the latest releases, but I mean, to be fair, the Xbox Game Pass is pretty good on that. You're still getting to play video games, and it can definitely be done on a budget. I should imagine a lot of moms, dads, and carers see it as a much more efficient way than doing it. I suppose it depends on how much peer pressure there is to have the latest games. I think the thing is, for most of my friends, the Game Pass or PlayStation Plus or Origin, you know, like I said, on a round robin, and then on top of that, they probably just buy maybe 2 to 3 games a year. So they'll always buy FIFA, they'll always buy Call of Duty, and possibly buy Battlefield. So you know, it still doesn't amount to a huge amount of money for them with the disposable income they've got. I mean, I'm not saying everybody can afford it, obviously, but... So on random, it is water, and on Navisgain, it's radiation. Okay, cheers, Shades. That's right, Ozzy. Yeah, all new releases on Xbox, as far as we know, will be on Game Pass. I didn't get a chance to respond to Diz, because I know Diz had posted something in Discord that didn't sound right to me. Because as far as I know, Stalker 2 is coming to the Game Pass, which, as far as I know, and unless they've been very careful with the wording, it means it also releases on the Ultimate Pass. So although Stalker 2 will release on Windows 10 and obviously on, if you like, Xbox One Series X, as far as I know, if you've got the Ultimate Pass, you'll still be able to play Stalker 2. I can't imagine. I mean, you've got to be careful though, because Minecraft is that doesn't apply to Minecraft. So there could be some exceptions to the rule. And I don't know if Stalker 2 falls into that category or not. So just because you've got the Ultimate Game Pass doesn't mean necessarily you've got access to Minecraft or Stalker 2. But I've not read the official announcement, so... So is that what? Hang on. So is it? Right. So do you know a little bit more now then, Ozzy? So actually, Stalker 2 will release on console as an Xbox exclusive before even hitting Windows 10, regardless of whether or not you've got the Ultimate Game Pass. So in other words, Stalker 2. No. It was confirmed. Stalker 2 is releasing on Xbox One Series X and on Windows 10 simultaneously, and it would also be available on the Game Pass, but it didn't say available on the Ultimate Game Pass. I've already said that Windows 10 and console versions are releasing simultaneously. That I do remember reading. You still wish there was a boat. Raven Nurse had one. See, the thing is, Jibosh, what are you going to do with a boat, though, dude? I mean, I'm not saying we don't want boats. I'm just saying, yeah, it'd be great if there was a boat. But how often would you actually use it? I couldn't give a fuck. If I was to be honest with you, mate. I have no reason. There's no reason for me to interact with the water in the game, you see. There's nothing there. It's just an obstacle. It's just as easy to go around it than pissing about carrying a boat with me everywhere I go. Now, if there was like aquatic life or submerged POIs that gave me an incentive to go and explore the aquatic regions on the map, then I'd be like, yeah, I'd be all for it. But as far as I know, that is not a thing, right? As far as I know. If I could start going and exploring sunken ships, you know, sunken shipwrecks and things, or submarines, or you know, maybe there was a dam that's been busted and now we've got, you know, we can put on a bit of scuba gear or something and start fanning about in the water with a pair of flippers. I just can't see the game going down that route personally, but... So yeah, I mean, I'd love boats as long as there's a reason for boats, and as long as that reason then doesn't extrapolate out into making us lose other features in the game. You know, at the end of the day, they've only got a finite amount of dev time and resources, haven't they? I'd love to see them do something with water. I just don't think it's a priority. I just have this funny feeling. Yeah, I think in order for boats to become even something that makes even remotely any sense in the game, I think I'd have to have some sort of fishing element or aquatic I don't know, food that we can hunt down outside of fishing. I mean, in Alpha 14, we modded in a diving helmet, didn't we? So we could actually survive underwater, which was a lot of fun. Tony was building a complete underwater base at the time. But water right now, you know, I see water and it's just like, I just go and fill up my jam jars and be on my merry way. Right, we're going to chop a load of trees down and we are going to replant them. Well, there'd be an easy way around that though, Big Ginger. I mean, vehicles used to rate Horde Night, but they don't anymore. If you get in a vehicle on Horde Night, very, very bad things happen. So that they just essentially do the same thing with boats if they added them, wouldn't they? Oh, Bobsy, here we go. Stalker 2 is a timed Xbox Series X timed exclusive. Thank you, Bobsy. There we go. So basically, it's going to release on... Hang on. Well, hang on there, because that's in direct contradiction to what was posted up on the Twitter, wasn't it? Which was a simultaneous Windows 10 and Xbox release. So has there been a bit of misinformation on that one then? Interesting. Very interesting. So basically, if you want to play Stalker 2 on day one, you have to have an Xbox One Series X. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's going to cause some fucking rows, mate. That's going to cause some serious rows. Stalker's a PC exclusive game right now, so to suddenly go timed Xbox exclusive, Jesus Christ, they'll be up in arms over it. They'll be murdering the streets over that one. I don't know, Paloma. It just sounds like there's a whole mishmash of. Well, I wonder if they've made like an announcement and it's somehow it's got lost in translation and now they're trying to make it, you know, to try to go, hang on, whoa, everyone calm down. This is actually what's going on. Yeah, it sounds like something's gone horribly wrong here, mate. I just can't. It just makes no sense to me. I mean, that is asking for fucking backlash from gamers the world over. I mean, Stalker is an absolutely treasured and iconic PC exclusive title, innit? Jesus. Well, we'll just have to see, won't we? Yeah, I think it was posted up either on their own website or their own Twitter feed, Aussie main. I know it was bouncing around on Twitter a few hours after that Xbox. After the Xbox presentation. Cheers, Bobsy. I hope you're well, Bobsy. I hope you're well. So basically, it will release on PlayStation then. Is that what you're saying, Zed? Right. That's I was gonna say that's making a lot more sense actually. That's making a lot more sense. So the PlayStation fans will eventually get it. Wonder what the timed exclusivity is. I wonder if it's like one of these like 1 month things, or if it's like going to be a 12-month thing. Yeah, so still not. I still think that the original question, which is where this all began, the question still is it coming? I mean, we know it's going to be on. We know it's going to be on Xbox on day one, right? We know that for a fact. We know it's going to be on the Game Pass. Set in stone, definitely happening. But is it releasing for Windows 10 on the Ultimate Game Pass on day one? Yeah, I'll have to have a look at it, Zed. The thing is, I'm just really excited to see Stalker. I've always been quite a big fan. We did a playthrough, didn't we? I can't remember which one. Which one did we play? Was it? Did we play Shadow of Chernobyl or Call of Pripyat? I can't remember. Which one did we play? Played it all the way through on stream, didn't we? And I can't remember which one we hit up. But we used quite a few mods for it, didn't we? just some really nice quality of life mods. Just, you know, rather than big overhauls like Aurora and all that kind of stuff, we've just sort of added a layer of visual fidelity and general bug fixes and audio fixes and quest fixes. I had a whale of a time playing that game. Really enjoyed it. Cheers for that, Zed. Oh, I nearly had you, mate. Nearly had you. I don't believe for 1 minute you're dead, mate. Ah, fair enough. Sometimes the ragdolling is really good. Just seems spot on. I've had a couple I've shot out of rafters in some of the POIs and the way they sort of like hang all limp mid-rafter. I just suddenly realised I've lost my mini bike. Aha, there we go. Let me replant some of these then. Yo, Iceberg, how are you doing, sir? Yeah, go for it, Zed. Yeah, feel free, mate. Yeah. Post away, bro. I was gonna say, I was kind of chuckling to myself there. I think it'd be like the gaming apocalypse if Stalker 2 released exclusive to a console. I can only imagine. I just imagine some of the forums. I fucking hell. We'd never hear the end of it. I almost hoped it was true. Just for the drama. It would turn out as well, it would be like a 48-hour exclusive, and it just releases on the Xbox like 2 days before it does on Windows 10. But no, I was going to say that would be almost publisher and developer suicide, wouldn't it? Ah, no. That's the thing that's throwing me, because I know I saw a tweet on the official account. I wonder if it's been taken down then, where it did say that it was releasing simultaneously on Xbox and Windows 10. Because I know I read that as opposed to second-hand information, if you like. You know what I mean? Have a look at this one, Zed. It sounds to me like someone's made a boo-boo somewhere, and it's just caused a whole bunch of... So, what is Stalker 2? Which platform is Stalker 2 going to be released on? So, the game is coming to PC and launching first on Xbox Series X as a console launch exclusive. So, it is. So there you go. End of story. Is this what Bob's has probably got it from? Stalker 2 will also enter the Xbox Game Pass service on Xbox Series on day one. There you go. It specifically I mean, we're back to where we started. It specifically states it's coming to PC. Replace the and with a but. Launching first on Xbox. That to me reads a lot like it's coming to console exclusively for a time period, and then releasing on PC. Don't you think? That is the greatest bit of bullshit marketing as well. Does the trailer feature the in-game graphics? No. Is the answer. But great PR talk. The trailer demonstrates the level of graphics and atmosphere we are aiming to achieve on release. Yeah, so in other words, does the trailer feature the in-game graphics? No, it doesn't. When is the game out? We're not ready to disclose the release date yet. Oh, wow. It does matter, Plower, because a lot of people will be very upset about that, mate. Jeez, I can't even get my head around that. I can't even that's madness. That's madness. There'll be rioting. There will be, I mean, it's a massive community, the Stalker community as well. And they are one of the most aggressive communities I've ever seen as well. They are so passionate about their game. I remember I was over there, and I think started off on one of the subreddits, And I was just simply inquiring, you know, looking at playing Stalker. Would anyone recommend some of the stability mods? You know, I made it quite clear I wasn't trying to change the default experience. All I really want is, you know, just something a little bit like Bethesda's community patches that you get from the Nexus. Things that actually just break broken quests and fix some stability issues. So in other words, I'm not I'm not trying to turn it into a game that it isn't. I'm trying to get that vanilla experience. Oh my god, it was one of the biggest wars I've ever seen. It's like everyone came out of the woodwork, and it was like you got these factions who saying it was absolutely essential that you play utterly vanilla before you even think about a mod. And then there's this other faction of people saying not only should you mod it, but you should always run it with this, and this mod. And then you've got another faction that's saying, what are you talking about? You must play it modded, but you shouldn't use that mod. You should use these mods. It's an absolute nightmare. But they really, really get into it. I mean, it's a phenomenally loved franchise, isn't it? And that's good. That's a good thing. The PC version will launch simultaneously with the Xbox. That's what I've read. Wes. But that tweet doesn't read like that, does it? I think that's why it all seems so vague. It's like PC Gamer's got one thing, but the Stalker official is saying something very different. But you could still, again, it's because it's just really hard to read between the lines. I mean, it could literally, I mean, if you reread it, the game is coming to PC, right? And launching first on Xbox Series X as a console launch exclusive. So what it could be saying is that it's coming to PC and launching first on Xbox Series Console X and later on PlayStation 5. So in other words, you can literally read that statement one of two ways. There is no argument here. No one's right, no one's wrong. That statement is not clear. It is not clear. You can easily choose to interpret in one or two ways. Strange. Very strange. I think I originally saw it on a tweet from their original website, which was presumably what was picked up by PC Game. Because I remember I did see the PC Game article. Right, anyway. Who knows? I'm sure it will all make sense. It's like Paloa says, at some point we'll get to play it, right? I mean, I'm not going to get butthurt where it releases. It's you've got a choice, right? You can go and pick yourself up an Xbox One Series X if you really want to play it on day one, regardless. But I just think it'll be quite funny. I tell you one thing I'm not doing tonight. For my own blood pressure, I'm not going to the Stalker forums. I can tell you that for a fact. It's not clear, Dyko, yeah. It isn't. You could twist that official... you could twist that any way you want. The thing is, I'm sure if you read down that Twitter page, maybe they clarify. I don't know, but it's a fun thing to discuss, isn't it? Cool. But they are. I mean, I have to say, I hope I've not cast the community in a bad light, because although they couldn't agree at all on whether or not the game should be modded for your first playthrough, I mean, that was like literally like putting the cat amongst the pigeons. One of the things I have to say, one of the most helpful communities I've ever, been in as part of a modding sort of experiment with the game. Fantastic wealth of knowledge about the game, and I mean fantastic. And what's really rare, it's super spoiler free as well. They really guard the secrets of the game to, so somebody that's potentially going into it for the first time. And that was really nice to see that. Loads of responses, load of one-to-one chats. Because I really wanted to get it right. I'm a massive fan of the Metro series. I'd never really had a chance to play Stalker. And of course, the Steam controller made it a really fun playthrough as well. So, right, I think it's time to go and do a cheeky tier 5 quest, don't you? I feel we've not been shooting enough zombies today. Is there anything I need to do at a Horde base? I think a Horde base is looking okay, isn't it? How you getting on with Ghost of Tsushima, Mr. Daikoi? Let me just grab some coffee while I have a catch up if you're out there. Yeah, how did you yeah, you're right, Zed. You're right, loaders. Yeah. I think the only thing we know for certain is that you'll be able to play it on Xbox One Series X on the day of release. That's all. That's the only thing set in concrete. Anything beyond that could be a little bit, vague. I don't think we did, Daikoi. No. I don't think we did. Is that what I played? Did I play Shadow of Chernobyl as my full playthrough? Because there's actually 3, aren't there? There's Shadow of Chernobyl, Call of Pripyat, and I can never remember the other one for some reason. I just can never remember it. You're loving it so far. I just feel like I have too much of that shiny mentality. It's really hard in Ghost of Tsushima, mate. It is. Yeah. I mean, you know how bad it was for me, Daikoi. I never, and I mean, I shouldn't say never, but very rarely do I fast travel in the video game. I fast traveled everywhere in Ghost of Tsushima. I just needed, you know, if I'd been somewhere already, I just needed to get back over there quickly if I wanted to, mate. Really good game. Cool, yeah, exactly. McGlashan, but better game. Yeah, who knows? We'll find out. So do you think I played Clear Sky first? Did you think? Did I really? Oh shit! You know what? I didn't realise that, mate. I didn't. I thought Clear Sky was the one that I hadn't played. I'm not, to be honest. It's that long since I'm just sorry. I was just reading what you were saying there. It's been a long time. Daikoi, I don't even know. It's got to be a couple of years back since I played it, possibly even longer. So I don't even know what mods I used, to be honest, mate. I got in touch with a group of people, and there was some people that I really sort of got on with, and we spoke through it, and they recommended a light mod pack, which is relatively easy to put together, and I seem to remember having a fantastic time with the game. But as to what they were called, I've got no idea, mate. You're right, Santa. How are you doing? Watch it. You mentioned you tried Chernobyl like yesterday. It felt a bit weird, and I forgot to ask why it felt that way. Not that it felt weird. I mean, you got to bear in mind, I've only sort of got to that first point where I can move around, and I don't know. There's something I'm not quite sure, Paloa. Can't put my finger on it. I'd have to play it, and I'm sure we will play it. I don't know. There was just something off. Something off. Cheap. It gave the illusion that it was going to be an open world game to some degree, and I have a feeling it's anything but open world, mate. I felt like I was already seeing, I guess, the reality behind the smoke, perhaps, Paloa. I don't know. A real limited budget on it, even more so than bloody Stalker, considering how old it is, mate. Don't know. It's hard. It's hard to put into words. I mean, I know it's not a AAA game, so it's not like I went in expecting layers and layers of polish, but very little, because the girlfriend got me to that point where I could sort of move the character around, and I don't know, mate. Not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Coffee. Be a lot easier, wouldn't it, McGlashan? I like that ground. Was it Grounded? Where they did that little voiceover as part of the Xbox conference, and it was like, if you wish to play the latest, greatest, the best game of 2020, then wait for Cyberpunk. Oh, that made me laugh. That was brilliant. That's the kind of marketing that they should use more often. Don't take yourselves too seriously, right? Oh, I've heard about that. Said is that the one where you that it also sort of becomes like one big huge game? Is that right? The fact they don't mention the Ultimate Game Pass is what puts a spanner in the works for me there, Darkon. So you've got another anomaly in there. They only mentioned the Xbox Game Pass, not the Xbox Ultimate Game Pass. So even if it does release, you might not be able to get it on Game Pass anyway. And PC. So that whole statement has got so many fucking holes in it. It's pointless talking about it, to be honest. We should just have to wait for clarification. Right, shall I go and get Timmy the Turret and then hit the trader? What's on the old gyro? Oh, come on. Really, dude? Oh, bloody hell. Ah, what's this? A TIS. Oh, we have got a tier 6. Oh, lovely jubbly. Lovely jubbly. Right, now do not let me take off without getting... Oh, no, we've got to. I was going to say, do not let me take off without getting some splints and things. Anything else we want to take over? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take some herbal antibiotics as well, right? And then that's a nice full row, isn't it? So we'll throw the Duke's tokens back. And have you can we pre-install Grounded yet? I think Mario said that he'd got it pre-installed on his Xbox, but I don't think we can pre-install on PC yet, can we? Has anybody had a look at it? You're right, Diz. How you doing, bro? Oh, you just missed the Stalker discussion, Diz. in your honour as well, may I add, sir. There we go. Yeah, we all do this. Yeah, there's no way of making head nor tail out of that. It could be interpreted in multiple different ways. It's kind of a shame, but hey, we know it's coming. We'll get our hands on it at some point. What I'll do is I'll take that down and just throw it into the... if I put all of those back and throw some of this away. Hey, what are these? Tier 5 military leg armor. I've got tier 6, but tier 5's worth keeping. Leather boots, unlikely to use tier 5s. So we have some bric-a-brac in there. I have no idea why my battery thing just came up. That can go in there. That can go in there. Oh no, you're having loads of trouble in the game now. GPU's using 90 to 95% for some reason, Shades. Has it been getting gradually worse all day, or? Oh no, mate. Oh god, you're not about to have... So, I'm not noticing anything different on my end, to be fair. So I'm not sure whether it's a local client issue. What about in single player, Shades? Are you getting the same problem, or? I'm sure you've not had a chance to test yet, but yeah. It's been strange actually, Shades, because over the last couple of days, it definitely has been. These more recent patches have been causing some frame rate issues for folks, haven't they? So it's not an uncommon comment in chat. Especially with build 169, a lot of people are having issues with that. Some people seem to have it resolved in 173. On Twitter, that doesn't seem to be everybody. I know Greg was in chat yesterday saying that it seemed to be resolved. Wonder if a completely fresh install might help. They're kind of clutching at straws a little bit, but. Yeah. You kind of hyped for it. First time in like a decade, I can't wait for a game release. I'm going to buy it anyway. We don't even have a release date though, do we? I mean, I know originally it was like it was 2022, wasn't it, when they first announced it? Because they announced it like in, was it 2019? I think it was, wasn't it? So I think the Stalker team announced in 2019 that they were working on Stalker 2, and we would expect to see it in 2021, I think it was. Started after I logged in again. Ooh, Shades. No. Have you played all the others then, Diz? Have you played Clear Sky? Thanks for that, by the way, Dykel. Clear Sky, Pripyat, and Chernobyl. Have you actually hit them all up a few times, or? Be a nice franchise to jump into just before Stalker 2 comes out. That'd make for a really nice playthrough, wouldn't it? Call it Pripyat or something. So you played Destiny 2 on Ultra or almost any other game started some days last night and your PC went crazy. The CPU going over 4.3 and uses almost all of the system RAM. Bloody hell, mate. I wonder if there is a problem there. Have you tried a fresh install, Iceberg? I can see a little Timmy the turret. In fact, I will land to the left of him, so... Go on, little Timmy. Right, we're going to drop off at the trade. How you doing for ammo, mate? He didn't fire a single shot by the looks of it. A lazy git. You reckon I can get over the wall? That's going to be a problem if I don't. Oh, yeah! Oh, I've actually landed in a tree. I don't think I've ever done that before. I should have tried to rest it in there. God damn, missed opportunity there. It's dropped now that I'm out by the trader. We'll have to monitor it now. Ooh, shades. Fingers crossed for you. That's what I was just talking about, Diz. Yeah. I was jumping around various forums and Reddit and trying to get a gauge for what mods to use for a first playthrough that wouldn't dramatically change the actual experience, but just make it, you know, quality of life and general image fidelity and audio fixes and bug fixes, stability fixes, all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot out there, man. I was super impressed with it all. I meant to leave this on my God damn it, on the mini bike.
Hello, traveler.
Is it Unreal Engine? I didn't actually know that, dude. I don't know much about Stalker 2 other than the confusion about when it's releasing on and what. But yeah. Oh, it's because it was a tier 2, wasn't it? That's why. Do you have any jobs? Shall we go and have a look at another trader? Should we take a little flight? I noticed no one seems to have really visited the northeast corner, do they? Shall I go and see if there's a city with a trader over there? Or do you think that's just having a bit of a gamble? Yeah, I definitely agree as well. There's my original horde sort of evening look. I still got the torches up there. Yeah, there was a fair bit of jank even with the patches or the community fixes I've just mentioned. My playthrough was quite amusing at times. Held together out of sheer love, along with a lot of duct tape. I think the Stalker games, weren't they? But then again, you know, they were a hugely ambitious project. You know, all things considered, right? Right, so we'll get in the meat. I know a few people to get that way when they have VSync on. Maybe try and turn it on if it's on. And you close the game, won't start again until they optimize it. They take care of the shotguns, but can't optimize the bloody game. Your VSync is always off. I turn it off in NVIDIA settings. Yeah, it's a tricky one, Iceberg. You won't be the first person that's had to put the game away, myself included, as a result of bad performance in various alphas. For me, it was Alpha 12. I never got to the bottom of it. And, you know, I know my way around a PC reasonably well, mate, and Alpha 12, just nothing. Nothing. To be honest, I have a similar issue with No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky. Trying to get perfect frame pacing in No Man's Sky, so it seems to be a fucking holy grail of gaming, quite frankly. It's, you can play for like 20 minutes, everything's fine, and then suddenly bzzz, and it just annoys the shit out of me, quite frankly. I think the dogs are about to go crazy. Yes, they are. back? I don't know, Missy. They're all southwest though, right? That actually almost looks like waves. What the hell? That looks crazy, dude. Is this right out on the edge of the map then? Is this actually the edge? That actually looks crazy, man. Yeah, it looks like most of our adventures have been south, west, west, northeast, haven't it? I don't think anyone's really been up northeast. Are we right? It looks like it's because we're right on the edge of the map then, that's why. Let me have a quick look, Missy. I don't know. Pretty sure. What's this game is broke? What's that? Oh, thank you, Missy. Yeah, let me land and have a look. So there we go. There's the answer to the question in chat that Shade's answered. The edge of the map for RWG is basically ocean. And it actually looks really nice. Oh. Technically not ocean because you can probably drink it, right? I don't want to... That's really lumpy terrain, isn't it? I'd rather you didn't do that, mate. Let's have a look, Missy. So, trader show on map. No, I haven't got that one. And trader show on map. Yeah, I've got that one. Don't have that one though. Save waypoint. That one I've got, so I can delete that. What's this game is broke? What's that all about? Yeah, thanks for that, Missy. Nice one. Exactly, Gaz. I was about to say, is this like a little insight into the Hwenninks? And they subscribe to the... oh, for fuck's sake. They subscribe to the theory of flat earthness, right? Oh my god, I'm never going to get it out. Something you don't want to wear, is it? Can't even see it to get... I'm not going to be able to chop the tree down, am I? Shouldn't have landed here. As soon as I... oh, I've not even got the axe with me. I'm going to have to use that. Oh, for goodness sake. That's hitting the bloody gyro. Oh, fuck me, this game at times, honestly. Right, here we go. Here we go. Up and away. These mountain textures look great. Straight out of Death Stranding, that. I just did a big ladder. I don't think I've ever really been to the edge of the world very often in these maps. I certainly haven't been to the edge of the world in Alpha 19. How you doing, Gaz? How's Sunday treating you, bro? It's actually a really nice area. We should build a little log cabin for Bob down here, you know. Pretend this is the Grumbodian Alaskan region, right? I love the way the sort of snow is making that actually look almost like waves down there. That's kind of cool. Oh no, guys. Slippery slope now. That's it. All these bug fixes we've been hoping for, all on the back burner now. While you sit there bloody playing it, mate. When are we getting our... look how many bears there are. I think that's the 4th bear I've seen. Actually does look really nice. You playing anything this week, Diz? You been back and played any Destiny 2, mate? I was hoping to get a chance to boot up that. Hang on one sec. That Lure. I don't know if anybody's managed to catch. Everyone's talking about these Fall Guys, aren't they? It's like the latest craze on Twitch, isn't it? I can't say that one looks particularly up my alley. I can understand why it's doing well. Well, when he says playing it, I mean, I wouldn't read too much into it, Diz. We know they don't play it a lot. You know what the wasteland biome looks like from a texture point of view? You know why it annoys me so much? It literally looks like it looks like a waste dump. It looks like just tons and tons of scrap plastic and debris. It looks like the world's greatest dump rather than what it's actually supposed to look like. It really is a completely inappropriate texture for what they're going for. Landfill. Isn't it supposed to be representative more of places that have been bombed out and things, or collapsed? I just don't get that at a distance. It literally just looks like millions and millions of plastic bags, plastic bottles. I mean, I know it's called the wasteland, but is it actually supposed to be representative of a landfill site? Because I never thought of it like that. I always thought it was meant to be like the wasteland as in, well, you know, areas that were bombed. Because it was always like half derelict buildings, wasn't it? Oh, Trebstar, thank you very, very much for the Prime, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the 3 months as well, bro. Cheers, mate. You get a 3-month sub badge today, Trebstar. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Oh, it's like satisfying. Have you played it before, Diz, or? Yeah, we're talking. I hope we get those. I wonder if we'll actually get them. I wonder if we will get them. Sorry, drones. We were talking about them earlier, weren't we? I think they'll actually get in for Alpha 19. Stable. No, that's the one big super missing thing that everyone was like super hyped for, wasn't it? If see a car there. I did uninstall it in the end, guys, myself. I know I'd enjoy it, but I think for me, I might as well wait till September, mate. Or I know it's been delayed now to October, hasn't it? I might as well jump in when they've revamped it and play it as a, you know, the game as they see it that needs to be fixed. I mean, I'd like to enjoy it as a bit more of a cohesively put together experience. I can't help but feel it's just a cobbled together mishmash right now. And I'm not saying the game's bad. I really like the game, but with such a huge patching coming. What would you say about the exploration elements of it, Diz? It seems to be the one thing that it's hard to get an attack on. I mean, in terms of combat and exploration, did you feel like it's a large part of the game or a very, very small part of the game? I suppose it might be too early for you to voice an opinion on that just yet, but yeah. My decision to uninstall it was fairly straightforward. I hummed and hawed for a couple of minutes, like, you know, it's a nice game to pop on here and there. And I thought, but look, we know literally the very issue I have with the game has been voiced by the developers themselves. So when that happens, I think it's best just to say, okay, I'll leave it then. Let them work their magic, see if they can fix the things that they think are broken with it, which seem to perfectly mirror my own thought process. And maybe I'll get a fascinatingly enjoyable game out of it. So, yeah, I just thought, why brute force the fun, mate? And from what I understand, the other thing is, by the time it does come out, it's also free on Game Pass, isn't it? The new expansion, is that right? I can't remember what they're calling it, or whatever the update is. I'll be really careful I don't run out of gas in the middle of the ocean here. I'm just trying to really cover the outskirts. I don't think you can eat from here, can you? No. Yeah, no, I guess there wouldn't be anything like that. Yeah, it's more focused on that. I guess crafting and automation progression, right? Thank you for the follow, Brayton. And thank you very much, Trebstar. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Doesn't look like a massive amount. Oh, look at that. Well, cracking little place to build if you like the wasteland there, look. What a big bridge over to the mainland. Or just gyrocopter in and out. I'd love to see, I'd really, an MMO, a first-person shooter MMO. Which I guess is very much what Destiny really is. It's just not got the massive part, has it? The Division was kind of mine. I always had a real sweet spot for the Division, but unfortunately, I'm not even sure I'll buy the next Division because the devs have proved time after time they just can't leave the game alone. I would still be playing to this day, I'm sure, if they just could just stop fucking about with it. And when a dev has earned a reputation for constantly moving the goalposts, I lose all incentive and drive to continue to play their game because the chances are they will remove any semblance of victory or time well spent in a ludicrous patch. And I gave them a second chance with the Division 2, and at one point I thought the Division 2 was truly going to be the game that I fell in love with for long-term play in and outside of the stream. You know, I'm sure I wouldn't have streamed it all day every day, but definitely something I'd pop back to on weekends, you know, when I've got a little bit of downtime. And it's just like they can't stop poking and prodding, and I understand that that's important if you're trying to create a fresh experience, but they poke and prod with things that just don't need fiddling with. Ever so such a strange dev team. So, I mean, I'll probably pick up, if there is a Division 3, I'm sure there will be, long after it releases, you know, a bargain basement price, and enjoy, you know, whatever beautiful world they've created, because it is a gloriously fun game to play and it looks beautiful. But the drive to get to end game, far too many incremental updates that just keep moving the goalposts. It does actually, guys. It is a little bit like 7 Days, actually. Yeah, you're right. It does, doesn't it, Jabosh? Yeah, it's why I don't like the Wasteland above and beyond anything else, mate. It is an absolute freaking nightmare to navigate, isn't it? Can that thing keep up with the gyrocopter? Very bedoingy terrain down there, isn't it? Yeah, see, the sad thing is this. I know I could go back to the Division 2 right now today and absolutely love it. I would absolutely fall in love with it again. And I would be having the time of my life. And then all of a sudden, there'd be another patch that'd fuck everything up again. Just as I've relearnt the ropes. And I just can't keep doing it. Yeah, just put the game down, nah. Just let it be. You know, you've done. Oh shit, that's not good. You've done your. Oh god, is that in the water? You've done your tweaking. Done your fannying about. Nighttime landing out in the middle of the wasteland. Big K would be very, very happy with my progress there. Why did that just change to that? Just done it again, look. Every time I swing, it seems to change my tool belt item. What's happening, Daiko? What was the problem, bro? Oh, you're right, Dayhawk. Pantheon dev Jopper, is it? Jopper? Announced on the community Discord game the death penalty when you die. Return to your bind spot, lose a percentage of current. What was that? If I was playing Starvation, I'd be expecting a whole army of crocodiles come running at me there. So, lose percent of current XP towards next level. Large durability hits of worn equipment, if they implement, which they probably will. Respawn with the gear you were wearing when you died still equipped. All general inventory remains on corpse. Have to go back and loot, including money. Ooh. Ooh. Have you got any new actual gameplay footage? And all priest class resurrection abilities will boast the same XP return for their reses. Ooh, nice. Oh. You're right, Darksider. You got yourself a WD MyCloud Home 4 terabyte. I don't even know what that is. Western Digital? Not just for extra storage, but also the idea of being able to watch my entertainment when I'm not home. Oh, I see. Oh, right. I've got you. Got you, Daiko. Is it this? I never played EverQuest, so... Right. Fuel. Give me the fuel. Right, am I going to be able to take off there? Not easily, I don't think. Get through the water there. Lovely jubbly. No problemo, mates. No problemo. That's what we need, Gaz. We need Jaboshua's tentacled octopus, Call of Cthulhu-esque demonic entity that spawns in on day 149, mate. What's that, Matrix? 10 hit points. What's that do? You're right, Sadie. How are you, bro? How's Casper today, fella? Do I just quickly... It's almost like that's a little island, isn't it? Don't think there's anything out here, to be honest. That's actually a really cool island. Yeah, we were talking about Ashes of Creation as well recently, Dayhawk. One I knew about, but I hadn't really seen any more recent footage. It looks like... did someone link something with Asmongold? Doing a chinwag with the developer. Was that right? Yeah, I didn't click who he was last time we spoke. I know Dayhawk remembers him very fondly. And now we're into some sort of nasty burnt biome by the looks of it. Bloody Mordor down there, isn't it? Oh, I like Asmongold. I quite often flick his He's got a few peeps do like YouTube channels, don't they? He actually had a really... It's quite funny, actually. I'm not sure if it's the same one that I saw yesterday, but I can't remember the developer on Ashes of Creation. They were setting up the discussion, and all you could hear was him drop his headset. I think the developer had dropped his headset because obviously he wasn't on camera, and you could just hear like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" And he was like fannying about a little bit. And it's Asmongold. His fucking eyebrows, mate. He looks at his chat like he didn't say anything like, "Are you all right, mate?" or anything like that. His chat just blew up, and Asmon just gave that cheeky little sort of like mega eyebrow wink. It's like proper. Dev's just lost his headset. Burnt bone. You like the burnt bone? But really, Sadie? Why? Burnt bone's like... I always find it like super dull and boring. What do you like about the burnt biome? Just find it a bit too miserable, to be honest, to spend any serious time in there. It just looks like void of colour and everything's kind of very, well, burnt. Did you see the new RPG from, I'm going to assume that's Obsidian. It seems they're finally showing Bethesda the Elder Scrolls... Oh, was this that one that was showed as part... Was it Avowed or whatever it is? Is it an Obsidian game, is it? No, I've not looked into that, actually. I've only seen like that 2.5 minute like little snippety snip that we saw as part of that Xbox 60-minute presentation on Tuesday or whenever it was. Was it Thursday? Do you really think we'll ever get anything though, Diz? I think the only... I mean, I can't even imagine anything else is going to come out in the MMO world. I think our last bastions of hope, really, are going to be Pantheon and for some Ashes of Creation, depending on what it is, you know, you want out of an MMO. They just seem to be so astronomically expensive, and it's so much easier to make money out of a game as a service that doesn't have to worry about the massive part of the multiplayer online element. You know, it just seems so much more lucrative to these developers to create something like Destiny. I mean, it did make me laugh actually watching, playing Destiny, which I hadn't played for a long time, and remembering Anthem. I mean, I'd heard people talking about like Anthem was a classic example of, you know, a dev being pretty much told to go and make a copycat game and get a cut of the cash from it. I mean, I didn't realise when I was playing it just how similar Destiny and Anthem really are, and it really reinforced just how epically bad Anthem was. They didn't even do a good copy paster of it. I mean, how they failed on so many levels is utterly... I mean, it's pure incompetence and mismanagement. I actually did like Anthem. The actual feeling of playing the game was just the same as when I was playing Destiny. The game feels good in its minute-to-minute action. Anthem was fantastically good fun. There was just nothing there, though, wasn't there? But terrifying to see a company fail on, you know, on such a level. Fingers crossed this so-called rebirth of Anthem happens. I don't think it ever will. I think Anthem's long fucking dead and buried. I think that's purely a PR move to save a bit of face to claim that they're still working on it. I just don't see that being resurrecting from the ashes. I really don't. It's quite literally... And I disagree with it, because like I said, I enjoy the game, but for a large part of the community, Anthem is... It almost replaced No Man's Sky for epic failure, didn't it? Whereas No Man's Sky kind of came back from the brink of disaster. I don't think Anthem can. I don't think they've been allocated adequate budget or development team to ever save it, to be honest. And by the time... Even if it is saved, it will be been replaced. It will be irrelevant. You're right, Vita. Is it Dindin's time? Is it? There's actually a movie called Sharktopus versus Whale Wolf. What, for real, dude? Right, I don't think there's any reason to carry on. We're going to go inland now that daylight's here. We've done our nighttime reconnaissance, haven't we? I can't see myself settling down to that one tonight somehow, Gaz. I mean, thank you for trying to recommend a film, but... Oh, you like the burning zombies? I was saying earlier, actually, someone I really like the burner zombies, Sadie. Yeah, always like. I love the. I really like the sort of crackling hiss, and it's a gorgeous texture, isn't it, on them as well? They are. So it's a shame you so rarely see them anywhere else. There's a few POIs where you'll see the burner zombies. Right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit that trader there and see what missions he's got. Which is where exactly? So that's directly north of me, isn't it? There's the Dishong Tower. You can see the silhouette in the distance. Wow. You can't really compare Dark Souls with Anthem, though, can you? To be fair. It's a bit like comparing tennis to bus watching. They're not even in the same genre, are they? Snow something. No, it's not snow, is it? Or is it? Snowdrop's the one that... Frost, yeah, I know what you mean now. Frostbite, is it Frostbite? What's the name of the engine Battlefield and everything uses? I'm sure it's... yeah, it's snowy, frosty, cold bite thing, yeah? I know what you mean, Diz. Yeah, I actually booted it up a couple of nights back, actually, Script, No Man's Sky. I just, again, I don't know what it is with that guy. I just can't seem to get it to play super fluidly. I can get it running at a good frame rate, but frame pacing is just... You know, it'll run for like, you know, even 20 minutes doing crazy stuff flawlessly, and then all of a sudden you just get this... I think it's just an inherent issue with the engine, to be honest. I did manage to get it working very well last time I played it, but I used just about every trick in the book to get it to work. And I didn't really have the patience this time around. I only got about 10 or 15 minutes to play about with it, so... It looks fun, though. I do like the idea of the new update Script. Little ones are all at home, are they, Edwina? How's the day going, mate? Frostbite. It is Frostbite. I thought it was. Yeah, Frostbite. Yeah, never quite built for. Well, even simple things like basic inventory management didn't seem to work very well in Anthem, did they? It's kind of funny because like the hub area as well. I actually quite like the hub area, but like when you suddenly realise you got a 10-minute walk every time you go back. Yeah, I don't find it. I mean, I don't find it laggy. So I don't get network latency or anything like that, and I don't actually have issues with getting a good solid frame rate. But I do get intermittent frame pacing issues, which manifests itself in kind of what would appear to be quite a serious micro stutter that comes on and off for you know, just for a microsecond here and there. But it's really jarring when the rest of the game is so butterly smooth. It's like, God damn it, dude. And it's one of those things that's really hard to troubleshoot as well, because it will play for ages without anything bad happening. Even on the same planet, the same route. Round and round and round and round and round and round. 20 minutes, not a problem. Then the next circuit, stutter. It's like, what the... I just give up in the end. Right, Factory LG2. Apartment... Oh, apartment block. We've not done that for ages. Perfect. You're a bit busy, you've got no staff, you've been on your own and made at least 50 to 60 pizzas already. You doing those funky NHS pizzas still, Adrien, or? You're right, Pete. I just saw Pete in chat. Yeah, I don't think I could spend time in this one, to be fair, Sadie. I do find it... I think I suppose it's all right for an hour or two, but I think for an extended playthrough, having a base in the burnt biome, I'd probably I'd probably have my fill of it pretty quick. To be fair. All right, let's go and get this sorted. Stay strong, Advina. Stay strong. You got a nice little glass of Kraken you can have when you get home or something, mate. Yeah, well, I one of my fixes last time was to actually change the core and thread allocation through the config files, which worked for a lot of people. At first, I thought I was getting very much a sort of placebo effect, but on the last time I played, which I think has probably got to have been a fair time ago, I did manage to get a combination that worked really, really well for me, and I did get pretty decent frame rate. Well, should I say not a decent frame rate? That wasn't the problem. Managed to sort of negate the frame pacing issues. Yeah, I think it's one of those games you just have to know a lot about your PC, and you know that fix that you read on a YouTube video or a Reddit thread might not be the fix for you. You know, it just seems to be very. Oh no, there's no way I can do this. Got nowhere near enough ammo. What the hell? Did I just put away a load of one? I could probably do it. I was going to say I thought I must have put those away. We got some antibiotics if we need it as well. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do before we hit this. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to have a little dance around the chair and just limber up the old back a bit. That definitely feels a little bit better. Not gonna lie. Doesn't look like there's any issues with this one as well then. So this is the oldest build it's possible to have, and we don't seem to be having any tier 5 issues, do we? Yeah, to be honest, man, yeah, I don't really need 2 auto shotguns. I've never had to switch yet, but why not, right? There ain't a lot getting past those auto shotguns, to be fair. My holy grail now is to find a tier 6. So I really want to put the actual auto shotgun mod into the auto shotgun. It is. That's one of our new ones with the doggy one. You seen the little doggy one, Advina? Yeah, Knife did them. Because he's awesome. I was kind of hoping I'd if I beat it up No Man's Sky and it just worked out of the box this time, without spending a couple of hours fanning about with it. I was kind of wondering what it'd be like in VR again as well. I've not actually spent any considerable time in VR with it. What I have seen looks amazing though. Haha! Suck it, knobber. So there's got to be... God, my she blended in well there. No more dogs down here. Ghillie suit. I've never got the ghillie suit unlocked yet, dude. I've never ever had the ghillie suit. We looked at it yesterday, didn't we? I think you need to get the 8th book in the sniper chain, don't you? Yeah, I still need books 4 and 5, look, before I can get it. I didn't, because you can't get it as a drop, can you? Have I ever played Vampire? No, I haven't actually played Vampire, but I understand that it's a very, very highly beloved franchise, and I have definitely. It's one of those ones where I know I haven't personally played it. More a case of having watched somebody else play it long after it released. And I honestly don't know whether it was a friend or whether it was like on bloody Twitch or. But I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen some of it. So if anybody thinks that it's a game that holds up well, because I know the new Vampire Masquerade is due out at some point, right? And I know it's got a huge community of fans behind it. So. I seem to remember it's a very old game though, right? Like really old. I mean, does it stand up in this day and age, or would I turn it on and go, oh no, that's not for me, mate? See, Baldur's Gate, you see, I'm a big fan of the Baldur's Gate and sort of Icewind Dale games and all that, but I'm going to be honest, they were great when they came out. They really are turds these days. You know, I know people say, "Oh, but Baldur's Gate's got a great story." I just can't play that game. You know, gaming's come a long way, and I don't need to be playing old games that struggled even then on that hardware. In this day and age, even with enhanced editions and patches and fixes and widescreen aspect ratio fixes, I just cannot play a really old game unless it truly is a very special experience, and unless you can tell me otherwise, I'm not sure about Vampire Masquerade. Yeah, exactly, Diz. But yeah, definitely a jankiness, a lovable jankiness, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. You know, like I said, we were talking about Stalker. I don't even know how old the Stalker games are, to be honest. When was the first Stalker game? Because they weren't released in order of, if you like, historical playthrough, were they? Because Clear Skies came after whatever it was in that order, wasn't it? It's one of those ones I don't think I've even had a chance to check out on YouTube, to be fair. Vampire Masquerade. It's like, what was it? Was it System Shock or something? Was it System Shock that was the precursor, maybe, to Deus Ex? Or am I getting a bit confused? And obviously, I'd never played System Shock. God knows how old that bloody thing is. But there's no way on God's green earth I could play System Shock. Not in a million years. It's terrible. And I mean that, you know, it just hasn't aged well. You know? Never going to happen. No, that's a different game, Yeti. No, that's a totally different game. That's just, what was that one called? Vampire. That was Vampire spelled V-A-M-P-Y-R, wasn't it? I don't think that's got anything to do with Vampire Masquerade franchise, has it? That was an absolute 10 out of 10 game until it pulled the greatest, most devious sack of shenanigans I've ever had in all the years I've played video games. And I've never hated a game so much. It took everything I'd done, everything I'd worked so hard at for that playthrough to be how I wanted it to be. And it literally says, yeah, look, to be honest, no one else plays like that. So you're now in the same boat as everyone else. And I despise the game for that. I might as well just have played it fucking easy mode like everybody else did. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. It went from a 10 out of 10 game to an absolute, like, 5 out of 10. Yeah, it's still a good game. Let's see how we get on here. Ooh, cheeky breaky. So is that, hang on, so it's actually called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That's actually the name of that game, is it? You're right, Don Creech, what's that? Takes balls to main a bow. I've not even spec'd, mate. I've not spent any skill points in anything outside, like a bit of mining, really, and stuff. This is raw archery. Still does a reasonable job. That's a tricky shot. Big boy don't care, does he? God damn, shot at the wall. Woke him up. Oh no, I didn't. Did. Oops. You know what, Lunatic? I asked about that yesterday and I totally forgot. If I find one, we'll try it, mate. Because, yeah, I used to really like the spear, especially with the burning mod on it. I don't know. We'll check that when we get back, mate. Be nice to know, wouldn't it? You're playing Beneath the Steel Sky. How how's it? Are you gonna give it a go? Are you, Advina, on Manimals or? Excuse me. Because it makes the game too easy, Purple. A lot of people play. I don't really give a toss what other people's opinions are in terms of difficulty in this game, but to me, playing this game with insane difficulty is not insanely difficult. It just makes the zombies very, very boring to me. You know, I don't want to play a game where I have to put 30 arrows into a zombie. They're bad. The game's already bad enough in terms of bullet sponginess when it comes to irradiated zombies. So in order to have a difficulty that befits the way I like to play, I just don't spend skill points and specialise, mate. If I invest in my skill points, I don't think anything in this game can hurt you, regardless of the difficulty you play on. So I find this a much, much, much more challenging way to play, personally. And also, lets Gaz know that his skills aren't OP. Right, now we have a problem. I know someone's still moving because he's bouncing me around. Mods on the pistol. I normally go for a suppressor, extended mag, and the red dot sight. I'm not sure I've even put them all on it. And I've also put the irradiated. So what am I missing there? Yeah, I should really take out the crippler mod and put in the extended mag, but I haven't found one. I think my extended mag mod went on the... Did it go in here? Yeah, it went in there. Look. See you later, Advina. Have a lovely day, my friend. Best of luck. Best of luck. Yeah, and also so people get stressed out that I don't spend skill points. Alright, let's have a look. You're right, Grant. Apparently, there's a good community mod for Vampire. So it's what? Does that kind of make it a bit more playable? Does it? I'd definitely look into it. If anybody can recommend, you know, I'm not saying I don't think it's a good game. I'm just saying if it turns out to be one of those ancient games that is more nostalgic brilliance than, you know, still being a relevant game in 2020, then I'd happily give it a, you know, I would give it a go. Because I have heard wonderful things about it. It's like the Stalker series. The only reason I really got into the Stalker series was, weirdly enough, because I'd played Metro. I didn't know about Stalker. I played Metro was my first, if you like, kind of that Russian-esque post-apocalyptic game. But I played Metro, was it 2033 when it, well, might not be when it came out, but I certainly played Metro 2033, fell in love with it, then heard people saying, oh, it's a bit like the Stalker series, but, you know, more Call of Duty-fied. Stalker's a bit more RPG-esque. I thought, that sounds freaking brilliant, mate. So, I'd look at Stalker, thought, oh my god, that looks about a bazillion years old, but then found out there were community mods that made it a little bit more relevant, you know, in the year that I played it, so... Bot3351, shout out, mate. There you go. You really should have a more creative name if you're going to come into chat and ask. It just seems pointless, really, dude. Why call yourself Bot Butt Bollocks or something like that? Have a bit of ring to it, a bit of razzmatazz. It's just a bit boring, it. Bot3351, dude. You're better than that, mate. I haven't tried Pamela. I haven't tried Pamela, and Fist did send me a copy of it. And no, I haven't tried Pamela. That's a good point. It's one I've totally forgotten about. Oh, what's that? The game when it launched literally couldn't be finished. You couldn't reach the end. It had a huge bug, so the community fixed it and now you can play it normally. Oh, really? That sounds terrible, mate. That sounds terrible. Oh, they didn't change the spawn. Oh, I thought Gaz is good. If he's watching, he'll be sitting there thinking he's dead, man. Keep it together, Timmy. Keep it together, mate. God, that room's so easy with a shotty. Peekaboo! Grumsanob. God damn it, Doc. I like it. He'll be back in a minute. You right, lazy opossum? How you doing, mate? You right, Darius? We are on a this is a multiplayer server. How you doing, opossum? How's life treating you, bro? I should have just gone through the stair, but let me just backtrack a little bit. We definitely have some peeps coming up behind me, aren't we? Sounds like we've got... Is this the one that's got all the burners? It is, isn't it, Sandy? Your beloved burners. I like this section, actually. This can go well or complete shit pit. How are you doing, Adoris? How's it all going, mate? God damn. Yeah, I think I'm about to have a really bad day, aren't I? With shit. Oh, hello, darling. You alright, mate? How you doing, bro? Now, did I get the screenshot with or without the clipping of the hand through the leg? That's the question. Oh, bollocks and dicks. That's my bad. Oh! Cheeky. This is where I need a frag. Lob it in there. This is the grenade launcher. Give me that goddamn grenade launcher. Been having a bad time, Adarius. Well, I hope it gets better, sir. Ten out of 10. Very well done. I think I just woke up a shitload of zombies, you know. They changed the node. That's a lot of freaking zombies suddenly gone active, you know. Definitely a different node to normal, isn't it? Come on. Oh, here we go. Christ almighty, this thing literally just puts holes in the floor, doesn't it? Oh my god, the burners of... What the hell? Oh, they're from outside, not from upstairs, aren't they? Weird. Very strange. Very strange. What are you building, Darius? Have you got you got a big project on? Have you? I've been having a bit of a problem with my horde build, mate. I was not happy with it, Darius. But yesterday we did the unthinkable, knocked a load of supports out, and now I'm much happier with it. So I'm quite looking forward to going back and doing a little bit of building at some point. It's never nice when a build's just not... You just feel like you're making zero progress, you know? And not due to time spent, I just was never happy with any block I placed. It just felt like... Come on, you'll never... Oh my god, what the hell, dude? Leg out, face out, face out. So many little clippy up and down things, aren't there? Why am I off? I feel like I'm off. Whoa. What's that, Opossum? They got rid of the nurses' caps in the early 80s. Found they carried germs between the... Oh, what, the ones that our zombie nurses are wearing. It's back when the game started development, maybe. Back in the 1980s. 28 alphas later, mate. That was someone's got a kinky fetish on the dev team. Yeah, thanks, Ed. No, I've got it, mate. No, appreciate it. Thank you. What I'll do is I'll have a little look on like YouTube, see if anybody's like up and running with a a relatively modern update, community fix patch, and then see what I think of it, dude. So when's this new? So is the Vampire the new one? So we're talking about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, yeah? So is the new one that's coming out a remake, or is it a continuation of an existing IP? You know, a prequel, sequel, or I mean, what exactly is it? I see you've sort of called it number 2, but is that actually what it is? It's a continuing saga. I think we'll give it a go. Come on, my lovelies. 2 for 1, rock. Time for cheating. I don't know whether that stubble helps us too much, to be honest. No, I didn't actually, Serdi. No, I ended up sort of revamping my dad's house for quite late as well, actually. For one-handed use, mate. He's since he's had the fall and the bruising has made his arms swell up so much. It's now like all the I guess all the fluids also now in his hand, and he can barely hold anything, dude. So I kind of went around the house thinking of things that I could make a little bit easier for him. So it's like putting like some of the milk in like little jugs and things, so he doesn't have to actually open a milk bottle, you know, top and stuff like that. So it was quite interesting actually, Sadie, because it gives you, I suppose, the perspective of what it's like not to have use of both your hands. And it was quite interesting going around the house, just the little things I could do just to make it a little bit easier for him, you know. It's actually based on board games, really? I didn't know that. So it's not a direct... Oh, right, okay. So they've taken the existing IP and just kind of... They've done something a bit different with it. It certainly sounds like it's got a lot of fans very excited, from what I understand. This is the old... We'll have to call this the Serdi room from now on then. Now we know this is his favourite mob. What do I even get? You cock blocked each other, lads. I don't like this shifty slidey thing they've started doing in Alpha 19. It's annoying. They do look amazing, don't they? They are a really nice mob. There's one of the POIs where you go through like, I think it's like a boiler room, isn't it? And there's all the burning coals on the floor. And it's actually really hard to spot the burners in it. The way the textures kind of blend with one another is really, really nice. You alright, Lizard? How you doing? I don't think that's a valid shot, was it? What have you been up to, Lizard? Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of the burnt biome. Definitely not. Definitely not the prettiest. Shit. Where did he go? Ooh, that was a bad shot. Ooh, that's my bad. Oh, you little git. Just couldn't tune in on him. Oh, I didn't realise that. That's oh wow. So that's where this. Oh gosh, I didn't actually realise. That's the first time I've seen that hole there. Kind of puts this a bit more perspective, actually. Oh. Definitely like playing bloody Doom, innit? 2 for 1, mate. Look at that. Gorgeous. What do you actually think the burnt biome's the easiest biome? I always thought the wasteland was one of the easier biomes, to be honest. The wasteland sort of has everything, doesn't it? I know to a new player, it's probably not the starting biome of. Oh, sugar! Oh gosh, that was lucky. Oh no, am I all the way? Oh, you've got to be kidding me! You absolute bloody idiot! Can't believe I just did that. Yeah, I mean, the desert biome was always a very popular one, especially back when things like... I suppose the problem is things have changed so much, haven't they? Because the desert biome was an absolute walk in the park back when weather systems were not quite so problematic. I mean, you can overheat very easily early game before you've got your clothing kind of sorted, but... because you could eat the yucca, you could drink the yucca juice, you'd got the healing aloe. It was just so easy in the desert. Wasteland, I've never spent any legit time there because I've never liked it. But the Wasteland just has loads of everything, doesn't it? It really is almost like the jack of all biomes. I think the only reason I always build in the forest biome is just because it's not so dreary as the rest, and because you spend so much time at base camp, I don't think I could handle having that horrible wasteland texture that we've now got. It's really purely subjective rather than having an objective reason to live in the forest. I just find I just feel more at peace there. I do like the desert though. I really do like the desert. The desert's gorgeous, especially with the shale texture. It's an absolute pleasure to go shale mining. Can't believe I just fell all the way down that shaft. I'm actually quite surprised I didn't break a leg. If it had been yesterday, I'd probably broken both legs and a freaking neck. I've never really had a problem in the wasteland with the biomes, to be honest. Sorry, the landmines. I have hit a few, but I think as long as you know to be careful out there. I'm not even, to be honest, I'm not even sure if they've reduced the amount of mines in the... Oh god, I just nearly did it again. Oh, I actually did think I'd done it again then. Jesus Christ. Would have been pissed. You still prefer to start in the desert? Well, the thing is that the desert's great early game, isn't it? Because you've got the... Is it 5 levels while you have environmental protection still? Is that right? So until you ding level 5, you can go gathering... I mean, I guess Yucca's been nerfed into infinity and beyond, hasn't it? So the zombies were easy to see, the same as the nests. Very true. Desert and burnt biome, brilliant for nests. Yeah, really good for nests. Yeah, that makes sense, Serdi. You're on PlayStation 4. I'm not. Did we still have like loads and loads of landmines in the wasteland? I mean, they used to be quite prolific, didn't they? I'm sure they got massively nerfed. Really? I just missed the other one. Oh my god, I hate vault. How did that miss? Seriously? Oh my god, I hate the. Oh my god, I hate these things. He's still out there, isn't he? He's still out there. I don't think I killed him. What a knob. There you go. There's the nurse's hat for you. It's infected me as well, the bastard. I was not ready for that. What's this? Charge strike. This technique gives a 25% chance for regular and 50% chance for power attacks that instantly charge stun buttons. I'll take it, bro. We're nearly done, aren't we? So I can just go and... I've got some... I think I've got a jam jar of honey downstairs. That Dijon looks amazing, doesn't it? Actually, we've still got a ways to go, haven't we? This isn't... Because we've got that room down the stairwell coming up here. Tell you what, my frame rate is getting fucking murdered here, you know. Is that... I've never seen frame drops like this before. I'm having issues here as well, Shades. You know, so you said you had some concerns earlier. I would never have risked that approach for that room without the auto shotgun. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. Iceberg, thank you very, very, very much for the 16 months and the tier 3, Iceberg. What on earth, sir? Thank you very much, bro. All the perks, mate. Thank you very, very much indeed. Scrap that, take that. Not that I'll ever use it. What's that, Shades? We all had over here, I think. What as in, has it got better, or you've got bad frame rate over there? I think Hopkins might have given up for now as well. He was having big issues too. Do you think there's a problem? Do you reckon it's server related, or do you think it's do you think it's this bloody patch? My frame rate's dying rapidly. I can kind of feel it. It's first time I've ever seen this happen since like alpha, well, alpha fucking 12, to be honest. You reckon they've just horribly boffed it? Kind of weird, isn't it? Because we had an okay-ish day back end of yesterday. I mean, this is borderline, I would say, for me. If it was like this consistently, I would stop playing the game. This is not pleasant right now. Not pleasant at all. I can hardly aim. I'm actually really struggling. You just updated my drivers, just loading up again now. It wasn't like this before I updated it. So I've not touched anything. Oh god, I hope they're not tinkering with something that they... I don't have any confidence in the Fun Pimps to really know what they're doing on certain things that they tinker with. I really don't. I think there's some things they just want to leave the fuck alone, mate. I'd be mortified if this game starts playing like it used to. It's like Diz said that, you know, these styles of games have never been the nicest on hardware, have they? These heavily voxel based sort of games, but there's no reason on my end for the frame rate. So I've done this POI hundreds of times in triple digit. It's not even like a frame pacing issue. It's a flat frame rate drop, average frame rate drop. Iceberg, thank you very, 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 very much, sir. Thank you for the... We need to make you a VIP. In fact, I need to sort out all that stuff on the stream. I should really sort of get on with that, mate. We need to get you VIP'd up and everything, Iceberg. Thanks ever so much, dude. That's a big commitment, that is, mate. We're very privileged to have you as part of our community, Iceberg. We really are, mate. And not just for that, but just for all your day-to-day interactions and everything. It's always been a pleasure, sir. You come across as a very nice man. Thank you very much. Your FPS can be steady 60 and suddenly drop to 5 to 8. Yeah, that's unacceptable. That's what it used to be like, wasn't it? The only way we're going to be able to test this is if we jump into brand new single player games on fresh reinstall. So we're going to have to literally reinstall the game from scratch. Not a problem, I'm not knocking it. Boot up a single player game and play for a few hours and see if we start seeing the same degradation in performance. If we do, we know they're fiddling with things that they, yet again, have a lack of experience of. That was a couple of nice shots there. I can feel the frame rate easing back up a little bit. Apparently I can't jump over that though. Oh my god, I think I missed. That's so cool to see when you knock that. Oh, here we go. Irradiated. I was wondering where all the irradiators were coming through. Oh my god, he looks amazing, doesn't he? He really does look super cool. He did a cheeky jig there, didn't he? Bullet sponge knobbers. Bullet sponges. Get out of here. And there we have, look at that, the beautiful new implementation of final zombie proximity detection through the ISS system. Beautiful. Bloody beautiful, mate. 2 whole alphas I've been asking for that. And they've surprised me with a very clever implementation of it as well. So, freaking fair play to them. Just click the right bloody button, didn't you, Iceberg? Made him blush as well. No, thank you ever so much, Iceberg. Seriously, mate, that's a big commitment, that is, mate. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, sir. You're right, Iceberg. You had the same thing shown before I turned the GI thingy instead of DirectX. Oh, is this OpenGL versus DirectX? Yeah, well, it's an alternative for AMD then. I mean, AMD tends to have some sort of like proprietary fix for everything NVIDIA come up with, whether it be G-Sync versus FreeSync or what's the latest one? What's the fancy new? What do they call it? Oh god. Deep space. No, deep learning. Is it DLL? Deep learning anti-aliasing? Which AMD have like, is it called Fidelity FX or something they use? I think they're on version 2 now, aren't they? Deep learning. I tell you what, one thing I'm really excited for will be to see, because obviously the new consoles, right, have introduced a hardware level ray tracing solution, haven't they? It'd be really interesting to see what games take advantage of that and just you know, what difference it actually does make. I'm kind of really one of the things I was really hoping to see at the Microsoft conference was Minecraft Bedrock Edition running on the Xbox One Series X with some degree of a ray tracing implementation and a reasonably pimped out shader pack. But alas, we didn't even get that, did we? Yeah, I was going to say, that's a hardware issue, isn't it? So yeah, see, it's not like you just magically, I suppose, emulate CUDA cores, right? Yeah. You're Iceberg. I had Subnautica on my PlayStation 4, started it but can't play. They're now downloading on PC. I can sell my PlayStation 4 no use anymore since I got the PC. I mean, the only reason, to be honest, the only reason I have my PlayStation these days is for the Sony exclusives, because there are some Sony exclusives that I truly passionately do enjoy. I think if you're a PC gamer right now and you've got a reasonable bit of kit and you invest in, say, the Xbox Game Pass, or just do round robin, you know, Xbox Game Pass 1 month, EA Origins another month, Uplay another month, you can game on a pretty good budget, can't you? You need to be very dead. I really don't want you popping right next to me, right? I'm not sure how much damage one of those does these days. Right, there we go. Talk to the trader. I love that new implementation for Final Zombies. It's a complete game changer for someone like me that likes doing tier 5s. Now all I need is some more tier 5s, for God's sake. We'll use that. I actually would like to take that back with me, actually. I have no reason to be taking leather back. And coffee beans, I'm not exactly sure of. What do I... paper, I do like to take paper. Magnum rounds, don't need a claw hammer. Don't need a lot of these books, don't need that. We'll take that and that. Get in here. I might have to bring the gyrocopter up. Yeah, I don't buy a lot of new games, unless I'm blessed with this wonderful community buying me something like Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us, right? It's not often I get a brand new one. It tends to be sales, or if I'm lucky enough, getting something sent through like Twitch bounties, like we did with Death Stranding or something. It always feels really nice, that does. You get sent a free copy of the game. And all you have to do is stream it and basically not be overly horrible. And they're quite good like that. I mean, I would never play a game if I had to be positive about it. I'd rather just either not play the game or I suppose buy it myself and slag it off, in which case, why would you be doing that anyway? But, you know, the context is very much like, look, you know, play the game. All we ask is that you don't, like, unnecessarily or unjustifiably or needlessly hate on it. So in other words, you can give a completely objective opinion. If you think the game's bad, you're allowed to say the game's bad. But there's no like pointless ranting, is what they're essentially saying. So, you know, if you don't like it that much, turn the bloody thing off. But you get to keep it. You know, obviously, you know, a channel like ours, we don't have enough views to make money out of things like that. But it's kind of nice. You know, you get to play the game, which is a privilege unto itself. You get a free copy of the game to keep, and you make a couple of quid. You know, obviously, if you code Carnage, you probably make thousands out of it. I mean, what wonderful! Well, that's probably why they devour so many new games. You know, those bounties and sponsorship deals must be, and especially because Ko's got such. I suppose he's always super positive. So I suppose it's a winner chicken dinner. I mean, that's clearly a brand strategy, isn't it? Most devs feel comfortable co-playing their video games. He'll always have something nice to say. I like to take the chili back. I like to take all the feedback because the chili I can use in chili dogs, which is a far more wholesome food than just eating the chili. You see, so I always try. It's always important to try and take the tin foods back. Don't really need a lot of these mods, to be honest. Might as well take that. Again, I don't need it though. Definitely take those. Very nice. Ooh, tier 6 military boots. Leave the steel armor. And a nice batch of Shamways. Military gloves. I might keep those actually. I've already got a steel club. I never use the blood bags, so let's not worry about those. Again, I don't need that either. Have we got any bow parts? Steel tools, baton parts. It's good enough, isn't it? Good enough. I'm quite happy with that. That'll be. Right, so mission accomplished. Nice. Nice, wholesome POI. Reasonable amount of ammo used. As in relatively conservative. Jesus, God damn it. Oh, shit! Ooh! Misjudged that jump. It's a good job we got the impact braces on the boots. That might have been dead. Hang on, I can hear something out there. Who's out there? Oh, and we finished at 1:10, which means I can't hand it back into the truck. Oh, god damn it. We keep doing them too quick. I need to slow them down a little bit, to be honest. Right, Nick's not... What's that? What? Yeah, you can turn. What is it? It's the chili dogs. Look, can of chili, the raw meat, a bit of cornbread, and it's really good food, mate. Like really good food. Oh, that don't sound good. Yeah, I'm just gonna get back to the. I've got a plaster cast on the gyrocopter, so use the splint and that, and we'll be good to go, won't we? Where did I park it? Where is it? Oh, that is not... What the hell happened then? So we'll use that. Pop that one back up. It's that. Down to 22 minutes. And then I suppose we can just gonna have a play in the wilderness while we wait for the trader to open. Okay, gorgeous. Used a fair few shotgun rounds, didn't we? Probably what, 150 plus another, so it's probably about 225 shotgun rounds going through that POI. Quite an expensive one actually. It's a pretty busy tier 5, isn't it, that one? There's a lot going on under the hood, and of course you've got the ever-imposing Dishong Tower looming in the distance. How you doing anyway, Nick's? How are things? I think all my armor slots are taken up, Blizzard. And as you say, I'm sure if I've got an arm, I just don't bother, to be honest, mate. Too much fanny about clicking for no real reward. But yeah, they're definitely a good tip early on in the game. So if you've got like a piece of armor that you're not wearing and you've got a few mods, just stick them in there. I always find that it just doesn't, at this point in the game, I don't need to worry that much because it's just more clicking when I get home as well to take them all bloody out. I don't think I've ever been here. Has this got any quests attached to it? Oh, blimey. I find it really hard to aim with night vision for some reason. Hot dogs. I'd murder a bloody hot dog right now. I'm proper starving. I had a bowl of soup yesterday. A bowl of bloody soup. That was it. Alright, John. Oh, his stats not working. Is the bot down? Is Grumbot dead? Oh, you might not actually have enough Grumbombs to do stats, you know. Do exclamation mark Grumbombs, mate. Or it's on timeout. It's more likely the Grumbomb thing. Chilling with the world going mad, Nix, along with the rest of us, mate, yeah. Oh wow, look at that. What the hell? I'm about to get attacked by millions and millions of Oh, hang on, have I got any? Hang on, did I have? Oh, hang on, I'm infected. I didn't spot that. Oh, you bray. Ah, yeah, because if you want to, because we can actually migrate all of your account statistics over if you drop us a message in Discord. We quite, because I know a lot of people do. Oh, I forgot to mention that to Yanalope yesterday, actually. God damn it. I was just so surprised at the name change. Oh, cheers, Freeze. I felt so bad yesterday, Freeze. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Yeah, it's not the same account in terms of the bots, though, mate. Yeah. So, like, for example, your followage and statistical counts on channels won't track. The ones tied to Twitch will, but the ones for third-party bots, like Grumbombs and follows, that's all tied to account names, you see. Yeah, I think things like what we'd call the Grumzoms, so the Twitch point system, that all migrates when you change now. I do believe, anyway. But things like Grumbot, we have to do it manually. Brayfang, yes, ages though, innit, mate? I mean, donkey's yonk since you, well, since I saw you. Obviously, I'm not saying you don't frequent other channels, but yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you, bro. A long, long time, sir. I don't think I've ever done this POI. Or if I have it seems to have changed a little bit. It's a very big but empty one, isn't it? It's kind of like void of anything particularly interesting. There should be some sort of trigger at the very least in there, shouldn't there? Where you go in there and you click it and you just get like a wall of zombies from this end and a wall of zombies from that end just rush at you in the middle, like a mini game. That'd be freaking awesome, mate. I'll tell you what I do like in this biome, and I don't know if I like the footsteps. I do like the footsteps. What is a grumble? What is that like asking what is a Nix nut? I'm not entirely sure I get the question, to be honest, mate. Got him, little Mr. Chicken. I don't think that is there another area that I've missed? It's like an internal area or yeah, that's what I mean. It'll all get overwritten. So as far as the bot's concerned, you only existed as of today. If today's the first day you joined. But like I said, I can manually switch it over. Is that a dude up there? It is, but he's not an actually active dude, is he? Oh, is that what I mean? I saw the hot dog area inside, Sadie. It's like you said, I suppose, Mad Mole's house wouldn't be a bad one for books, would it? To get the sniper and the ghillie suit sorted. Grumble is a little parrot that hangs between Grum's legs. I'm not sure I like the direction of this conversation. Well, the frame rate issues seem to have been resolved. So I don't know whether or not it's just, I don't know, maybe it's Blue Fang having a stressy day or something. It seemed to hit us all on the server, didn't it? So I don't know. I don't know what that means. What's that? Banana's event? Net. I better not say it out loud. I don't know what that means. What, this one? You don't like this one, Diz? There's the electronics store that we were told about. Did we ever find the electronics store in my hometown? I don't think we did we? Let's see if there's anything new around here before the trader opens up. There's the bed then. We know about that one, don't we? That's the car part. Joey's car lot. Motel 8. We know about all of those. Prowling Eats we've done. That's the diner. So that's like a big triple POI, isn't it? With the Munchies carpets. Got the Dishong Tower in the distance. John, what's that? John's Ham Radios. I don't think I've done that one. You are bananas. What is that? Bananas event. I'm not sure I'm overthinking the name there, Bananas. How are you, mate? I'm not sure if we had a gazillion concrete drawn together with the farm growing. Ooh, do you think it could be something like that? Do you reckon? Oh, it could be, couldn't it? Do you reckon things like that are now going to start rearing their ugly heads? See, there's definitely things right there the fun pimps shouldn't touch, honestly. I think the fact this game even works as well as it does is a miracle, mate. And I think when they start fanning about with the more complex side of things, it's like, remember Farms? Where they just stripped out. I mean, this feels like, the server feels like it does when people used to do the corn or potato farming. Remember, the whole service used to just like almost stop, didn't they? Take care, McGlashan. I seriously hope it works for you, mate. Let's hope it was just a bad day yesterday. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Oh, the green mister. Yeah. To be honest, I don't like any of the biomes apart from the desert and the forest. I think the wasteland is hideous. Absolutely hideous, Diz. And I'm not a fan of the burnt biome anymore either. They're just too bleak, aren't they? So sometimes you want to... I can almost feel it as well. I'll be ever so happy to get back to the green lands of Grumbodia, mate. It's like you said as well, that they've gone a little bit over the top, considering, you know, it really is a very... I mean, let's be honest, we're not exactly in the realms of volumetric fog or anything here, are we? With these billowing wisps of... clouds and things, whether it be green here or the dust in the desert, or the snow in the snow biome. It's weird, isn't it? You still get the impression sometimes that the Fun Pimps are a dev team that are learning things, and they discover a little thing within the Unity engine, and they just can't help themselves but to just go freaking crazy with it, mate. It's like, ooh, what does that do? We'll put more of that in. It's honestly, seriously, mate, that's how I feel sometimes, and it would make sense. I mean, I'm not knocking that, you know. I think as a dev team, that's certainly Joel and Rick, maybe. But they have learned a lot over the years. I'm sure people like Gaz still learn things, of course they do, but he's probably got a bit more of a background in it, presumably. It's like the beer effect. It's the only way you can explain the beer effect. Straight up legit. No dev, right? No dev in their right fucking mind, yeah, would add this to a game. All right, let me just show you. If you're suffering from migraines, turn off now. Oh no, that's interesting. It's not there. Have they actually moved it? Have they actually listened to us? Oh, or have I got the book? Oh, I've probably got the book. Oh no, what would that be under? Anyone know? Bar brawling, maybe. Yeah, look, drinking beer no longer blurs your vision, so I can't show you. But it's literally like one day, the Fun Pimps were looking at post-processing effects, and someone found something that made the screen go a little bit trippy, but basically makes people's eyes go cross-eyed and gives them migraines. And they decided to add it for drinking one bottle of beer. No dev ever, apart from the Fun Pimps, would do that. Because it literally breaks the game for all intents and purposes. Their solution, after much whinging, was to add this completely random book. I mean, you could understand it, right? If you were kind of abusing alcohol. So in other words, you were getting the benefits of the buzz, which is, I mean, what even is it? A nice buzz. I mean, what does it even mean? Who knows? But, you know, people might drink like 5 bottles of beer to get a really prolonged buzz. So on Horde Night, you know, maybe they had to balance it. So you know, after 5 beers or 4 beers, you get this kind of dodgy post-processing blurred vision effects. You know, you can understand it. They're actually balancing the abuse of a very nice buff by making it a little bit tricky to use in the game. But they have it after 1 pint. Literally no one drinks beer in this game. It's either a political statement or they literally just don't know how bad that post-processing effect is. Ever so weird. Because I'd love to, you know, swig a cold one at the end of the day. A little bit of role play, right? Swig a beer. So you're a little bit more, you know, maybe you're a little bit more potent in combat. You're a little bit braver, you know. Can take an extra punch to the nose, you know, because you're a little bit inebriated. But no one ever drinks it because until you find that book, basically. And to be honest, I don't know what the buzz. I'm not sure what that buzz actually did. To be fair. It just seemed to say a nice buzz. Does anyone know what the benefits are? There's got to be something, presumably. Could be Nick's. That's what I mean. Maybe it's some sort of statement.
I'll sell you goods, but if you cross me, you'll meet the wrong end of my 44.
Tier 6 rocket launcher. Why not? Right, I'm not going to take any more questions from you because I hate the burnt biome. I'm out of here. Goodbye, burnt biome. That's quite cool, actually. See the we did a full tour that east, north, and west sort of areas of the server. We actually travelled quite a long way considering how much fuel we brought. Yeah, they are a strange development team. They really are. It's that kind of funny sense of humour. Well, it's not a funny sense of humour. They have throughout the game as well. Like Munch's carpet. Oh, for fuck's sake, give me strength. Was it Diz? Yeah. That's what I assumed the beer was. Don't think it told us in the tooltip, man. You're right, Bananas. Nitrogen's updated for Alpha 19 works good. You can choose your biomes. Yeah, I've heard good things about nitrogen. I've never actually used it, dude. I always just go with like one of the pre-gen maps for my my standard playthrough. But yeah, I hear very good things about Nitrogen, and they seem to do a really good job of keeping that updated as well, don't they? Sit there wailing away on a street lamp, bananas. Wondering why you're not getting wood anymore. It's Sod's Law, isn't it? It's Sod's Law that I've actually somehow found that book, so I can't show you how bad it actually is for those of you that haven't seen it. It is. You have to give a migraine warning. I can feel my eyes like sinking in towards my nostrils whenever I drink beer in this game. So that looks really nice down there. Look at that. You see that like little cliffy area down there. The forest biome is actually, you know what, mate? It's damned good for a voxel game, right? The terrain smoothing, the way the textures look. Sod's Law, look. I can go as pitch black as I'm trying to show. I swear I'm jinxed in this game. It's like literally trying to show you that, you know, to show how good it looks. You know, the variety in the trees, you know, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. There's a good draw distance on it. The textures look very natural. You know, rolling hillscapes. Yeah, you know, the game can be a looker at times. We were saying yesterday we were a far cry from the days when people used to come into the stream and say, "Oh, what's that, mate? Is that like Minecraft?" No, it isn't. Yeah, Gaz has heard the beer rant as many times as he's heard the stamina rant. So to be fair to him, he just keeps his head down in the trenches. He knows how to play it. It is silly though. It is really silly. You know, you should be able to drink one beer. Add that effect for 2 beers, so you can laugh with your mates when he drinks 2. Haha, look at this on my screen, mate. Oh, look, I'm drunk, bro. Like you're 12 years old, you know what I mean? There's only one game that ever got that kind of thing right, and it's the Far Cry series. I swear to God, sometimes I only buy Far Cry games to trip my nuts off, mate. But they have got some of the best acid trips in Far Cry. They are stupendously awesome. It is Minecraft, actually. This is build 117. It's been given to us exclusively by Microsoft and Mojang, just for today. This is the new update, which you'll get later this month, mate. A beaker. Won't say no. Actually, I will take you, because I've a nasty habit of losing you. Roblox. I've always fancied trying Roblox, you know. But the thing is with Roblox isn't just a game, is it? Roblox is more an umbrella of games, right? I can't remember all the different names, but Roblox is almost the foundation, isn't it, of a bunch of like smaller, well, not smaller, but just completely different games, right? And they're all linked with a single microtransactional thing or financial element called Robux. So Roblox is really a way for game developers to actually make some money, isn't it? You know, you can actually build whole worlds and things in Roblox. It's quite a fascinating sort of, I guess, platform in many ways. Yeah, that's a nice way. I like that, Mario. User-generated content suite of tools. Yeah, I like that, mate. Always been quite intrigued by it. Unfortunately, there's just nothing in Roblox that is going to tickle my pickle. You know what I mean? But I understand why younger generation, you know, played a bit of Minecraft, play a bit of Roblox. I can sort of understand it, you know. So it's a nice game to play with friends, isn't it? From what until some absolute asshole comes along and scams your, I don't know, like your children or yourself out of all your legendaries, and you just want to punch someone through the internet for literally ruining a kid's day. And then the carers are sitting there thinking the only way to replace that is using Roblox or Robux, which is going to cost me like £1,000. I swear it's done deliberately. I reckon they just prey on their own player base and scam you out of your legendary mounts and things. And then it's just tears on a Saturday afternoon. Ah, I've been scammed out of my legendary mount, Mom. How much is this going to cost me this time? About 40 quid, Mom. Oh, God. I know what they're up to. I know how it works. Scrap Mechanic. I tell you what, mate. I was really interested in Scrap Mechanic. The only thing I could take away from... Because I saw a surge again on Twitch, so it caught my eye. People were talking about it again. And I thought about watching it. I can't remember who it was I watched, actually. Really nice guy on Twitch. Can't remember his name. And watched a little bit of Scrap Mechanic, but... He said, as well as many other people said, that the game still had a long way to go. That Scrap Mechanic actually is a really, 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 really solid game. But unfortunately, it's a little bit void of content at this point in time. You know, worth the price of entry and a look around, you know, if you really feel like you're going to get it anyway. So I thought I'd leave it until it's a little bit further down the development path. But it looks like quite an intriguing game, actually. There you go. Still waiting for the Coronas on. But oh, I didn't notice there was one underneath it as well. Oh, that's quite cool. Huh. Oh, that was a nice bit of loot. I'll tell you what, you get a gyrocopter and travel around a server that's been running for a while. It's better pickings than doing a tier 5, isn't it? They just keep popping up everywhere, Lady Ever. It's because we haven't really been well, I certainly haven't been picking them up when they drop. Because they're persistent now, aren't they? Well, I think they were always persistent, but the point is now you can see them, can't you? Before, the orange cloud would dissipate sometimes as fast as it hit the floor, to be honest. You can't really miss them now, can you? You're right, Elite. You used to be Yeet. It's all the old folks coming back. How you doing, Yeet? Well, I'll call you by your new name, Elite. How you doing? What happened to Shadow 76413 then, bro? Did you get pipped at the post on that one? Yeah, they've always been persistent, Lazy Opossum. So if an air supply drops, even in previous alphas, they were always there. It's not like they disappeared or despawned after a certain amount of time. I'd quite often find them, you know, stuck in trees or out in the middle of a river or something. But of course, because they're so insanely visible now. What would you call it? Signal flare, I suppose, right? The signal flare and the flashing lights. It still makes me think, though. I must admit, here's another example. Paprika! Thank you for the 50 biddies, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, Paprika. How's the weekend? Yeah, it's like someone said to someone on the dev team, right, we need to make the supply drops more visible. So, they've done a good job on that. I like it. Simple little fix to an age-old problem, because I don't like having them show on the map. Never felt right to me, having airdrops magically X marks the spot. I used to like the grand chase, trying to keep it lined up in your compass so you could get there in time, and then find out someone's beating you to the post on a multiplayer server. It's like, God damn it. Yeah, no, they've not despawned. Not as long as I can remember. They were always quite easy to spot as well. They seem to have done. They seem to be quite obsessed with adding this kind of darkness to the game, don't they? I've noticed. I don't know whether that's to try and mask draw distance or something, but it's kind of weird because it's not always there. So if it is to mask draw distance, then you'd think it would be more consistently sort of misty, foggy in the distance, but it's definitely times where it's, you know, it's perfectly clear. It's clearly just a weather system, I think. In between the truck and the bike. There we go. Right, home sweet home. Thank God for that. I don't think I ever want to go back to the burnt biome as long as I live. I definitely didn't like that. I really didn't. I'm not sure whether I actually prefer the wasteland to the burnt biome at the minute. Maybe it was just bad weather while we were over there. It's like Sadie says though, the problem is they've got those gorgeous burner zombies. They really are. Just they're the ones, man. They look brilliant. Alright, let's put everything away because we've got a lot of stuff there, haven't we? Including some really nice medicinal supplies. Not that I'm exactly struggling, but... And of course we've got a tier 6 rocket launcher, so we'll have to have a little play with that to see they've pimped it out at all. I was never particularly impressed with the rocket launcher. I always felt it was, yeah, it was good fun. And sometimes that's all it needs to be. But, I always found it quite expensive, I do believe, to make the ammunition. And to be honest, it was more fun shooting things in the face with an AK-47 than it was to be worried about carrying a rocket launcher with limited ammo. Yeah, they do look. I was saying, do you know the POI? Sorry, Lazy Opossum, where you actually go through. It's not. I can't actually quite remember exactly what it is, but it's basically almost like a boiler room, and all the burning zombies are. Actually, what am I wearing in terms of my top? What's this? A military vest. You know what? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go full military. I'm gonna go full military. Why not, right? Let's do it. Body thighs. What do we want? That bandolier, some mufflers. Will be quite that little extra stealthy McStealthiness to it, right? Yeah, the red laser dot sight seems to have been more consistent today on the tactical assault rifle because it does seem to disappear quite regularly during playthrough. Let's see if I can just tempt fate. Oh god, yeah, it looks gone. There on that. Probably see it, but see the red laser dot sight there. Not on that. It's a bit inconsistent, isn't it? I thought it might have been partially fixed with this update. Leather poncho. It's the only one I've got. Iron gloves. Get rid. And I don't need that because I've got 2 tier 6. Got another beaker. We've got 7 beakers. I didn't realise that. I thought I'd got none. Shall we go and do a little bit of work on the horde build then? Because we should have a load of cobblestone. How are we doing on freaking meat stews? Really let myself down with a farm, didn't I, a couple of days ago? Should we punch out these blueberries or not? Because they are clearly broken. And unless I'm mistaken, if you're out there, Shades, didn't you boot this up in a brand new single player game? And the blueberry plants were also... Because they can't be working as intended, right? That's not what a blueberry plant looks like anyway, right? So that has to be a broken texture. Do I have military gloves? Good question. Good question. I do. We just brought some back, didn't we? Thought I did. They might be downstairs, mate. They might be on the gyro. Unless you can see them in there. I've got leather gloves, padded gloves, and a whole bunch of scrap gloves. No, I think we have. I'm sure I've got some. There might only be tier 5 though. Blueberries as realistic as zombie. Hang on a minute. Look, it's late in the day. Don't mess with my brain, mate. This is where you tempt me into saying, but zombies don't exist, guys, and blueberries do. And chat goes, oh, did he just say zombies don't exist? And that's it, mate. Everyone gets really antsy with me. I see what you're trying to do. I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to cause chaos in the ranks, Gaz. Cheeky devil. I'm on to you, bro. That's the kind of way the fun pimps think, isn't it? We can get away with anything because we're making a zombie game and zombies don't exist. So therefore, anything that does or doesn't work in this game is completely basically off the discussion groups, really. When you play a zombie game, so it doesn't have to be realistic, does it? I also shouldn't be walking up hills like an asthmatic ant with a heavy bag of shopping with your standard implementation, but... Right, let's go and pop these Duke stations away. Intake of breath gas. Ooh, what? Hang on, what's that? Zombies don't exist, mate. Hang on a minute. That's not what I came for, mate. I don't like the sound of that. Hang on a minute. Was that said in jest, sir? Can we get clarification? I do need to get... Oh, I'll tell you what I forgot to do. I forgot to make buckshot. Are you getting a lot of wandering hordes of zombie dogs and bears? Yes, Madlantros. Mad Mole, who is known for his brilliant mathematical prowess, even more so than me, decided in his own words to tinker a little bit with entity spawns. And that's what happened. So, yeah. That's what happens when you let one of the lead developers actually anywhere near the source code without having Gaz double check he hasn't fucked it up. Hang on, that's not what I'm trying to do, is it? I've just suddenly realised I'm converting my lead into lead. It's the kind of thing that happens late in the stream. Buckshot we want. So no, yeah, no. All jokes aside, yes, unfortunately. We do get, and you will find lots of bears these days. Although I think it's been fine-tuned already. It was horrendous in the last patch, mate. I mean, I spawned in, you know, as in started the server up and spawned in at the start of the session. And I think I had 2 bears and 4 dogs. And then I had another pack of bears and dogs later on. And I was literally in a storage box outside of POI. And I had a bear literally spawn right behind me, mate. Yeah, they went crazy with bears. I kind of like it in a way, because, you know, bears are pretty brutal even in endgame. The problem is, I don't know if it's balanced for early on in the game. From people in chat, the amount of people that have been in here saying, have you had a problem with bears and dogs? Because they keep killing me. I'm going to assume that even at low game stage, you are seeing fairly recurring, regular and prevalent zombie dog spawns alongside bears, and that's a pretty killer pack even in endgame. I mean, you know, most of us will always make sure we're armed, locked and loaded in endgame these days, whereas before, you know, as long as I had my bow I'd be alright. But yeah, you want to make sure everything's loaded, locked, ready. Zombies don't exist. I don't believe you for a minute. I think zombies do exist. Actually, zombies do exist. Actually, they actually do exist, don't they? If you like, obviously not in the sense of the supernatural, but actually there is. I can't remember. I know we spoke about it before, but there is a zombification thing, isn't there? Like a cocktail of medication that essentially makes it almost look like brain functions kind of ceased, doesn't it? Can't remember in what part of the world it's kind of used to be practiced, but I suppose there's a big difference between that kind of zombie and I guess what, you know, we all probably think of as the Romero classic zombie, you know, the dead actually coming back to life, right? Zombie fungus. Is that like the cordyceps virus? Or you're right, Lantros. Doing good then. I had 2 zombie dogs spawn outside my base, shot one, then then heard the bad roar. I heard the roar of a cougar earlier. I didn't know what it was, mate. It scared the bejesus out of me. And 3 zombie bears came running around the corner. That was on day 10. Yeah, it's a bit brutal for early game, to be honest. But then again, if you actually think about it, it's not unlike the Fun Pimps to take a little bit of a straw out of somebody else's book. Because let's be honest, a lot of survival games, it's just about bears and wolves. It's the only real threat in the game. Bears and wolves. You just die endlessly to bears and wolves. So maybe they just thought, well, we'll have a little bit of that as well. Balance the kill rate in early game. What was I going to do? We need to go and get some flagstone, don't we? That's the cordyceps virus pipe, isn't it? Yeah, that is. The cordyceps virus tends to be... It actually exists interspecies, doesn't it? So there's a cordyceps virus, for example, that is particularly well known amongst ants, because that was well done. And I can't remember, was it a Planet Earth documentary, wasn't it? And it's quite interesting because as the cordyceps virus affects the ant, it's not mind controlled in the way sci-fi might like you to think it is, but what happens is the way that the cordyceps virus affects the ant's brain is the ant starts seeking high ground and sunlight. So the ant deviates from its normal, if you like, scavenging hive mind routine as the cordyceps virus begins to take over more brain tissue. And the reason for this is that eventually the ant goes high up, so it will go up on top of flowers, trees, and the beauty of that is then when the cordyceps virus eventually erupts in its mature form from the now dead ant's brain, it allows the cordyceps fungal virus to actually spread on the wind to infect other ant colonies. So it's kind of like nature at its finest, isn't it? It's very interesting, actually. It's horrific to watch. I mean, although it's just an ant, it's still a living creature, and it's pretty scary watching the damn things being slowly taken over. I think you can watch. I'm sure it's on YouTube. It was probably a David Attenborough documentary back in the day. But the whole point is sorry, did I keep saying cordyceps virus? So sorry, that's from a discussion. Yeah, it isn't a virus at all. It's a fungus, as you absolutely state there. My apologies, that's my bad. But yeah, the cordyceps fungus, the fungal infection, it has different strains for different species as well. So there is a chance one day, not a pleasant thought, that there might be a cordyceps fungal infection that will affect the human mind. Who knows? And of course, that's what The Last of Us is very heavily based on, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, Gigason. I do apologise. That was that's me getting confused when we were talking about the fact that viral infections and fungal infections when we played The Last of Us. Right. Let's take that, and that. Nature, right? Nature's a wonderful thing, but also a very scary thing, right? I used to love watching all those sorts of documentaries back when I was a little bit younger. I don't know if they still heavily promote them or even if they still make them on a regular basis, but is it Planet Earth? And it was David Attenborough used to do stuff on BBC One here in the UK. I always thoroughly enjoyed those. What's that thing they're starting to find more and more of in deer? Oh, I don't know, Missy. That's a topic I know nothing about. What is it? Is it something that's affecting the deer population worldwide, is it? Or the one that really scares me, and I suppose you could argue there's all sorts of scary things out there, but bees being such a huge cornerstone of the global ecosystem on our planet. And, when I was reading about things like the almond farms in America and how so many bee populations are all brought into a very small geographical area purely for financial reasons. And if anything were to actually happen, normally things can be slowed down, resolved, due to geographic separation of those populations. But the fact that so many beekeepers all come into California during that almond, it is almonds, isn't it? Yeah, no, it is almonds. Yeah. If something were to happen, It could be devastating, like really devastating. But I suppose there's more important things to worry about when you get up in the morning, right? But the bee populations in California. Lyme disease. I don't actually know what Lyme disease is. I actually don't know what that is. I've got no idea. It's one that I've never looked into. I take it it's pretty bad, right? Chronic wasting disease, it's called. It's really scary. Something that makes them stop eating and basically... Oh, God, that sounds awful. CWD, so a chronic wasting disease, is a progressive fatal disease that affects the brain, spinal cord, and many other tissues of farmed and free-ranging deer, elk. Oh, that's awful. What, is this something that's becoming like a bit more prevalent over recent years, is it? Or is it literally becoming a major issue? Wow. Right, so we want those, don't we? Copyright. Well, actually, let's do you in there first. We always lose these blocks on Horde Night because my Magnum has the penetration skill on my books, so I think I'm gonna concrete them in. I'll tell you what, actually, I've only brought 3,000 concrete. That's probably not going to be enough, is it? Yeah. Stop licking grass. Oh, very clever, Diehawk. Very clever. Really, Lazy Opossum? What, really? That's mad. I've been hearing about cities across the world having like a resurgence in wildlife generally. As you know, the general hustle and bustle and density of human crowds has kind of rapidly diminished. Nature's coming back. Must be quite cool to see that Lazy Opossum. Don't really get. I did see. It's actually not that long ago. I did see a baby deer, not far from here. And I know Tony Boy Blue, on his way home from work, where he lives, he regularly used to see deer on the way back. It used to scare the poop out of him at times, I think. Beautiful creatures, they really are. I saw so someone put a picture up. I think it was like a little YouTube clip. There was just cats just generally being quite badass. I think there were cats chasing bears up trees and things. But there's also one with a cat in front of a deer. It was quite funny because the deer kept sort of like stamping a foot, and the cat was just like having none of it. Cats, I can't believe how terrified bears are of cats. I had no idea that was a thing. I don't know whether it's just like certain cats or whether it's just an inherent sort of, you know, bears don't like maybe the sound or the shape or something of cats. I don't know, but. And I cannot believe how fast bears can climb. I know we've laughed and joked about, if a bear attacks you, the last thing you want to do is try and climb because a bear's a pretty good climber. I always honestly thought, oh no, I'm halfway up a tree and the bear's going to start coming up. And I think, oh no, I made a pretty bad mistake here, and I try and quickly clamber down on the other side kind of thing. I saw a bear go about 50 foot in the air in less than a second. I mean, those things are brutal, mate. But bears are mad. You alright, Simpsy? How you doing, mate? How's things? Nice to see you, Simpsy. How's the weekend going? Oh, what's that? John Saxon? Oh, I don't know. John Saxon. Right, have we had another? Is this a film star or something? Is it? You have deer grazing your backyard. That must be gorgeous, Joshua. That must be really cool to see that. You've got a lot more rats kicking about, have we, Paprika? It's the claw. Oh God. That's all I could think of, Missy. Was the sheer. I mean, we know a bear's strong, right? But like I said last time, it's not like he's clambering up a tree with a set of opposable thumbs, is he? He's literally just got claws like Wolverine. They're just, just the speed they go up. The tree starts bending. This bear's like 40 foot in the air with the tree swaying in the wind. The bear just don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think I know Enter the Dragon. Is that Enter the Dragon just sounds like a Bruce Lee film. So I'm going to assume it is. And was John Saxon one of the martial artists in that, Paprika? I don't know much about Bruce Lee and the Bruce Lee sort of film franchises and things, mate. I said it for black bears. The problem is, Gigaton, is I wouldn't know the difference between a brown bear, a black bear, and a Kodiak bear, mate. You know, in the heat of the moment, I'll be thinking, is that brown bear? I don't know. It looks a little bit black. I think given my lack of knowledge of bears, mate, I see a bear and I just might as well crap myself, mate. I'm not getting out of it alive, am I? I don't know whether to run. I don't know whether to stand still. I don't know whether to poop myself. I know I can't swim. He's gonna outswim me. I can't out climb him. He's gonna out climb me, and the boss is probably gonna outrun me as well. So you might as well just give up. There's no point worrying about what sort of bear it is and come up with a slightly more foolproof strategy. It's like, oh, whatever, mate. Game over. I've made a terrible mistake. Oh, I've been better, Simpsy. I've been better, mate. It sounds like you're the same, Simpsy, as well. How's it all going, mate? Well, I don't know what an opossum is. I actually don't know what an opossum is. Is there any difference between a possum and an opossum? Are they two different things? In fact, I don't even know what a possum is. Regardless of the answer to that question, I've got no idea, mate. I only know things like squirrels, pigeons, and badgers. And I'm not entirely sure. I've not seen a lot of badgers in my life either, to be honest. The deer that I saw not so long back might have been a freaking horse for all I know, mate. But probably not. I don't get a lot of wildlife. I get a lot of birds in the garden. They just make a lot of noise in the morning. So a possum and a possum is exactly the same thing, and it's like a huge white rat. Also, is it a little bit like what would you call it? Like a ferret or something? Like a white ferret? Ferrets always look cool. I've always thought ferrets are badass. Oh, Jesus, I thought I fell off then. Oh my god. Oh, it's pronounced possum, but spelled opossum. Oh, right. Oh, gosh. So it literally is the same thing. Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know that. I stand well informed now. Thank you. What's going to be the best way to do this? I don't think doing that. Oh, it seems to work. I was going to say, I don't want to play with structural integrity too much. So is that equidistant on both sides? No, we need two more layers. So let's see. I really hope this. I'll tell you, I'd be so heartbroken if this collapses right at the end of today's stream. Fingers crossed, right? North America added the O. Any reason for that? Oh, I mean, is there a difference between them in certain regions of the world, or is it just someone being a bit awkward to throw people like me a bit of a loop? You in work normally next week, Simpsy, or? Yeah, carry a cat. It's the only thing. I think it's the only thing that bears really don't seem to like, right? And even then, they seem to come quite close to cats. You know, but there's clearly something a cat does. You know, I don't know, the way it looks, the way it sounds, the way it arches its back, or something that a bear thinks, I better not mess with that. You know, but definitely the impression I get that bears have a sort of inherited caginess around cats, right? Oh, they actually carry their babies on their back. Oh, that does sound quite cute, actually. So then they're marsupials. There's a video on YouTube of a hunter sitting in one of those hunting platforms you can place in a tree. I know what you mean. He hears the sound, looks down, a bear. Shortly after, he turns towards the sound and the bear is up next to him. Yeah, I couldn't believe how fast they are, Lantros. They're fast in the water. They're fast. I mean, bears are absolute. I mean, they are just evolution, like almost perfected, aren't they? Crazy, mate. I'm not sure. Could you actually pretend to be dead if there was a bear walking around you, Sadie? You'd be hyperventilating, sweating buckets, poop running out your butthole. I mean, you actually think you can play that? You'd be shitting bricks, wouldn't you? Probably 500 kilo bear standing on your head. Sign back at you, Simpsy. Sign back at you, mate. Yeah. It's mad, isn't it? It's mad, Simpsy. Nice to see you, though. Very nice to see you, Simpsy. I hope you're well. Do you think it could be Missy? Do you reckon that's what that is? It doesn't have to be any sort of special cat either, does it? I mean, from what I saw on YouTube, and I'm not saying YouTube's like the greatest source of all things bear and cat, but I did get the impression that but any bear just doesn't really muck about with a cat. There's like a mutual sort of, well, I'm not sure whether it's mutual actually, but that's a really bad idea doing that, you know. I don't think I'll do that again. Let me switch back. Yeah, so sort of respect between the two. I don't know whether I'm more shocked that a bear is scared of a cat, or at least hesitant to go near a cat, or the fact that cats are that willing to punch a bear in the face. I mean, cats are badass enough as it is, right? Shall I try and come up and across to there and see what happens? Because there's less chance of catastrophic structural disaster that way, isn't there? Oh, so the government have decided to maintain current restrictions for another couple of weeks, and then we'll discuss lowering again. So still on a rota system for being in the office for a bit longer. Oh, but you're still going in like 3 days or 2 days. Yeah, sorry about that confusion. I think I was just trying to say 2 + 2 is 4, but I went through some really complicated sort of quadratic equation to get there, Simpsy. and then I just made it even worse. I know what I meant. I just couldn't get my words out of that day, mate. I had this horrible feeling you'd sat there doubting yourself. It's like, it's pretty freaking obvious, Grum. It's not hard. It's not difficult. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, mate. Why are you making this so hard? It's like, step away from the computer, Grum. Dear. Cats are just self-propelling bags of attitude wrapped in fluff. Yeah, they just don't care, do they? I don't know. I'm not. You know what, Sally? I'm not convinced a shotgun is the go-to weapon against the bear, mate. I'm really not. I think all you're going to do is really piss it off. I'm not being funny. I'd like a small sort of like thermonuclear tactical nuke if I was to go up against the bear, mate. Or some sort of 50 caliber weapon. Which, knowing me, I'd probably be so completely incompetent using it. It would still work all right, because I'd probably be blown 100 yards backwards and be out of range of the bear's next attack. So, either way, I'd probably win with a 50 cal, mate. I mean, I know there's a lot of variation in shotguns. I'm not saying all shotguns are created equal, but you know, like a UK farmer, you know, rural area might have a shotgun. I think firing one of those at a bear is literally a death warrant, mate. I really believe that. I don't think a bear would give a toss, mate. Apart from the fact you probably just really aggravated it. Polar bears are the meanest, I've heard. Lack of available food. Also, the vitamin A in polar bear liver kills. Yeah, you can eat polar bear liver, can't you? Because I know Dicoi mentioned this. But it has to go through a very special or very prolonged cooking straight boiling process, right? Lazy opossum. But if you eat just a little bit of like fried polar bear liver, it's extremely toxic, isn't it? But I think there are ways to cook it to make it palatable for human consumption. I'm not saying whether it's tasty or not. Who knows? But just use a lightsaber against the bear. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure bears even care about lightsabers, mate. That's what they needed in the Empire. More bears, mate. All these silly stormtroopers running around. Just more bears. Bears in stormtrooper armor. Job done. Slugs, yeah. Well, slugs are a bit different, though, aren't they? That's what I mean. I think if you were to take like your average UK double-barreled shotgun you used for peppering a fox or something that's eating your chickens. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to risk that. Let's hope so, Pope. Either way, the 50 cal's got some hope, yeah. 12 bore kills anything, especially if an Apex Legend like you has it in their hands. I wasn't taking into account the Apex Legend status. Actually, said it's a valid point. So if I let's go and see if I can do it over there. The thing is, you should really build from the corner, shouldn't you? And I don't have enough flagstone. Oh no, I do have enough flagstone actually. Oh god. All right. Copy rotation. There we go. That's it. You got it, Smantle. Yeah. And T-Rexes. That's it. You got it. The rebels would have had no chance with you and I on the dark side, Smantle. I'm telling you, mate. Game over. 10 o'clock. Some years ago, there was a girl in the US that got mauled by a bear. Turns out the reason why, because her and her dad were on a bear hunt in the US, and she shot and wounded a mama bear, and it attacked her. The dad saved her life by killing the bear, and they made a GoFundMe to pay for her hospital care. Oh my god! And I asked about that the other day, actually, about how bear hunting works in the US. And there's a big difference between, I suppose, defending your homestead from a bear that is encroaching, maybe on your place that you live. And
another month gone by. Enjoyable as always. Cheers.
Otterwolf, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for the 4. Thank you very much for the 4. And thank you for taking the time out to use your Prime sub with us as well, Otterwolf. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're having a lovely day and a lovely weekend, Otter. Thank you ever so much, mate. I appreciate that. Oh, 22. What am I on about? Oh, it's come up ever so weird on mine. Oh, I do apologise. 22 months, Otter Wolf. I'm ever so sorry, mate. It's come up backwards. Streamlabs recent events has got to be the worst thing. I must be doing something wrong with it, but as far as I know, it's literally basically little more than a link to a web page, basically. So that's how even I could have messed it up. And normally it puts them in the order of total, cumulative, rather than concurrent, if you like. Thank you very much, Otter. Thank you for the 22 glorious months of support. Thank you very much, mate. I've got no fun time at the minute, Smantle. It's all been go for you this year, hasn't it? You got all your studies, and now work's flat out. Keeps you out of trouble, right, Smantle? Oh my god!
Afternoon.
Bloody hell, SCR. Bloody hell, sir. Thank you very much for the bits, mate. I was in quite my little happy trance there on Sunday afternoon, mate. Not anymore, I ain't. Oh dear. How you doing, SCR? How's the family, mate? Did you get a chance to play some No Man's Sky? I booted it up actually because I thought I might see if I could hop in with you at some point, SCR. But I only had about 10 or 15 minutes to actually play about with it. It's quite a small download. It's only about 9.8 gig, isn't it? You know, just under 10 on Steam. So I actually had about 15 minutes just seeing if I could get the game up and running kind of nicely. But thank you very much for the bits, SCR. And Otter, thank you very much for the 22 resub. Appreciate it. It's actually illegal to kill a bear that is messing up your house with trash cans or whatnot. But okay if they are mauling. What, really? What, you can't even defend your home from a bear, really? Well, hang on. Where's that, Joshua? I'm not sure. Well, feel free not to answer that. But oh, so you're actually only allowed to kill a bear if it's actually. Wow, it's a bit late by then, isn't it? So the bear's just knocked my head off. Brilliant. Get the shotgun, mate. The worst we get around here is foxes. We do have some foxes that seem to be getting ever more brave, but we kind of like the foxes, to be honest. I've got no issues with them. I mean, I'm not sure whether there's something I don't know about foxes and things, but I mean, they're very beautiful and it's a proper little family of them, so. That woke you up, Iceberg. Yeah, I suppose that's it as well, isn't it, Svenno? Yeah, but better to be in gainful employment and working hard than sitting there stressing where the next paycheck's coming from, mate. Yes, I've heard about that. I've certainly seen footage of them running around some of the English cities late at night. But very different to what we see in our back garden, actually. And I don't know, you know, whether there's slight variances in them, but the ones we see are very beautiful, to be honest. Got some really interesting markings on them. And there's definitely several of them because they're all different shapes and sizes, so it's not like it's just the same one all the time. That tree's been annoying me for ages. Oh, that must be cool, Pope. We did catch one slight problem, and if anybody's got any commentary on this, feel free to shout out. We noticed that Toby was quite often coming into the house, and much to my shock and horror, after being a bit sneaky out in the garden. And because we used to let them roam out there pretty much freely, until obviously we knew about the foxes. I mean, they technically can still roam, but in a more controlled area, if you like. But he started coming in with what looked like almost like a black tar on nearly always, and this was the strange thing, nearly always on his breast area. And we believe from speaking to fellow dog owners that what he's doing is he's actually smearing himself. I know this sounds awful, but with fox feces. And I'm not even sure whether that's because it enables him to get closer to the foxes because he's inquisitive, or whether it's to stop the foxes attacking him, which is probably more likely knowing Toby. Cody doesn't seem to do it. We've never seen it on Cody, but on 3 occasions, Toby's come in with like it's like jet black, and it's almost, you know, it's hard to touch. You know, it's a bloody nightmare to wash out. I know that. You're right, Pete. How are you doing, mate? How's it all going? Maybe he just likes fox, but apparently it's a thing. Apparently dogs do it. It's not unusual, but obviously not very pleasant. You know what I mean? Let's put it this way. I'd rather he wasn't. I'd give him a very stern talking to. Yeah, that's. I wasn't sure. You know, maybe because Toby thinks he's a bear. I mean, he really does. I mean, if you could see what one of the dogs that my girlfriend walks with her friends, so she's got a friend who she goes dog walking with, and they've got a dog, and it's like the hand of the freaking Baskervilles, mate. And Toby totally thinks he's the boss of that dog, and any other boss, dog, you know, Doberman would be walking down the street, and Toby would be barking at it. We're ready for a fight, you know. Come on, son. He doesn't realise how little he is, I don't think. He's a fox poop roller, so is mine. It freaking stinks. I've not caught a smell of it. That's the only good thing, is that he must stay out there until it dries and then comes in. So luckily, I've never actually smelt it, apart from the odour that comes off when it gets wet, when you're trying to clean it off him, and you get, as you say, you get the impression that that is going to be a pretty potent scent, right? But yeah, he must like just like go breast first into it, smudge it about a bit, and then trot off. Little knobber. He's a proper knobber dog. He really is. So you suffer the same, do you, Miss Group? Fox poop rolling. The latest pastime of our pets. Gross. They say using tomato ketchup helps get it out. Oh, what, really? Oh, God. Yeah, I to be honest, I haven't found anything. I've tried using even like, what's I can't remember the name of the shampoo that the girlfriend uses. That was met with great horror. What do you mean you've used my shampoo? So I didn't have anything else. That's bloody expensive. I says, yeah, well, I don't want the dog walking around the house with fox crap all over him. All right. Oh gosh, Miss Group. So, oh yes, I suppose it's still wet and oh mate, yeah. And your dogs used to smear chicken poop on them. It's to cover their scent for some reason. Oh, so is that? Oh, okay. So is that maybe so the dogs can get closer to the chickens without scaring the chickens, Gary? I suppose it does make sense, doesn't it? You've got a huge jug of dried fox urine. Use it as a repellent in the garden. So hang on. So that repels the foxes from coming into your garden because they think there's another fox already marking the territory, Paprika. Is that right? I'm not kink shaming the dog. He needs to stop it. See, as much as you talk about, if you're going to talk about poop, I can't stand cat poop. It's the one thing that makes owning a cat just nightmare fuel. I hate cat litter and I hate the smell of cat poop. It's awful, mate. I lived with that for a long time. I tried all sorts. I tried cat litter that was supposed to absorb the scent. I tried those little I don't know how you describe it. Instead of just a cat litter, which was just a tray, I tried one of the ones that's enclosed, thinking it might keep the smell at bay a little bit. Oh, it was the worst part of being a cat owner. You had to be on top of it 24/7, mate. And then the little bugger cats, they used to like, you know, they'd have a poop or a piddle, and then they'd like scrape the cat litter. It'd be bleeding everywhere, mate. It's all over the place. Cat litter all over your bloody, you know, wherever you had it, mate. I tried all sorts of places with mine. I had it in the living room, the kitchen. I tried it near the back door. Well, I still have to say I'm not a big fan of picking up dog poop in a plastic bag, though. Oh God, there's something about the heat and the squidge. Oh, it's awful. I'm going to be honest. That's not much better, to be fair. Take the dog for a walk, and you know you're taking the dog for a walk so the dog can have a poop, right? You know you're going to have to pick it up at some point. Oh, Jesus. Actually, we did have them. We would have the dogs chopping actually. Probably why he's so batshit crazy, mate. Repels rodents who are afraid. Oh, so it stops like rats and things, does it? I suppose that makes sense then, yeah. But does it deter foxes as well, though? If a fox catches a strong scent of another fox, will it tend to leave the area? Oh, and that was the other thing with cats. Cats are always spray. Have they got some sort of butt gland? I remember the bloody cat. I was freaking sticking. Well, I've had two cats. Separate. I never had two cats simultaneously. I used to remember that thing used to go around like the corners of like the room and doorways, and he'd lift his tail. I swear the little bugger had got a butt gland squirting his scent everywhere. It's the ammonia in cat poo. Is that what I'm so saying? I really struggle with cat poo. To be honest, it's not that offensive. It's just a gaggy kind. It's such an overpowering scent. Is that what it is? Ammonia. Fox piddle smells worse than cat piddle. We used to come across it a lot. You're a connoisseur of the piss. A slightly citrus scent to a fox piss. We used to come across a lot when we used to collect bin bags from people's bins before the wheelie bins. Oh, I've got you, Don. I see. You can smell it on, yeah. You'll see me doing it quite often, yeah. We've got an indoor cat, no problems. Yeah, I mean, they weren't a problem. I mean, I have to say. I mean, weirdly enough, my solution really was not that big of one, because they were outdoor cats. My cats were not stay-at-home cats. In fact, both of them used to disappear, sometimes for like a couple of days on end, and then just come back, normally with a dead bird or something as a present to say, sorry, I've been gone so long. So yeah, they the cat litter wasn't actually that bad, but sometimes they'd go away for a few days, if you like, and then they'd spend a couple of days lounging around the house. So it was then that, yeah, bloody hell, I've not missed that while you've been gone. Do you think I could? There's no way I'm going to be able to go all the way out there, is there? So I think what I'll do is we're reasonably confident we can go about 4 across here, because we've got a reinforced concrete, haven't we? Which is structural integrity factor of 15. So I think I'm going to risk it on a 1 more, and then go and build back from that central tower. What do you think? We do it that way. Oh. Oh, really? Is it the same sort of gland as a skunk, is it? Does the mod stun baton repulsor mod look a lot? It does. It does look like Iron Man's first arc reactor. And it also doesn't work in the video game, unless you can tell me they fixed it. Because it's supposed to, like, blast the zombies backwards, isn't it? Well, I tried it and it did nothing, mate. Do you know if that's been resolved, or? I was pretty gutted about that, mate. I thought the stun baton might be the melee weapon to get me, or entice me back into the land of melee, really. I can hardly move, Lost. Still going to be in a state when she gets here. Drugs aren't working. Oh, they're working. I like it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything, Madland Trust. Yeah. Have you actually tested it? Mine did nothing, bro. Absolutely nothing. It was completely pointless. I'm really surprised that didn't collapse then. But hey, I'm not going to question it. So is your daughter coming today? Is she, Miss Group? Well, let's have a look, Paprika. All right. Oh, squirrel. Oh, I probably wouldn't want that way myself. But I suppose you probably have a lot more nasty things. I don't even know what a woodchuck is. We didn't really get squirrels. I wouldn't want to deter the squirrels. I like the squirrel. The birds and the squirrels. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me just drop down through there and put those on. So that's not as strong as it needs to be, is it? Copy shape. Copy rotation. Still need to do that as well. Oh. That's definitely something, just a spike, wasn't it? And then like a wolf or something. Lovely jabbly. Free meat, mate. Yeah, I've always said this about some of the Fun Pimps assets, Madland Trust. Credit where credit is due. Some of their assets look brilliant. You know, I've always been super impressed with Even things like Timmy the turrets, the sledge, the detail on it is gorgeous. You know, the fidget spinners, those things, you know, they do look really good. Even down to the way the blades wobble as they, you know, take damage and they start spinning a little bit off center, and they're very well done. Okay, and then we will. So if I copy shade, copy red. Oh, what the hell? Is that all four corners done? I think it is, isn't it? I can't believe this is. I'm almost. You know what I'm almost tempted to do is have like a glass roof. It's going to be bloody dark in here, you know. It's big, isn't it? I didn't realise how big it actually was, to be honest. Shall we finish it as is and then worry about fancy things later? Should we just see if it stays upright before we fanny about? He's found £4.32. Oh, you're in amateur league compared to Serdi this group. Not a bad stash though. £4.24. What was it? Sorry, £4.32. That's good, those, mate. That's good. What are you going to be spending all your newfound riches on? Yeah, what I think I'll do is I'll make it out of cobblestone. Wonder how much glass affects the farm. I don't know if Shades is out there. You know, like we call it. I mean, I call it the 7%. Shades Oasis diamond shape. If I use a glass block, does it just make it a 6x6, or does it shrink it quite dramatically? I suppose we could test it, couldn't we? £2 of that in coppers. Oh, blimey. You've just reset your server for Alpha 19. Going to be fun to test a few things. Are you still waiting for it to go stable, Lantros, or are you just going to start regardless? I know there's a lot of people waiting for it to go stable. I'm quite surprised. I thought most people just jumped in and, you know, saw how it went, but I've seen a lot of people in chat asking when it goes stable. What the hell? Whoa, that's weird because I heard it. That's really strange. What happened then? Ha 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 ha! Look at that. Cheeky devil. Yeah, exactly. Because it won't let you plant them, will it? That's a good point, actually, Shades. That's a really good point. Yeah, it literally won't let you plant if there's no sunlight, will it? It's not like you've got to wait 3 days to see if they grow or not. Good call. Copy shade. Copy red. In. Oh yes. Oh yes. What is that? Is that the old £20 note? Is it, Serdi? How long before they go out of commission? They just switch them at the bank, don't they? It's fairly pain free, right? until you find out they sort of part of some great trade robbery, Serdi. Oh, I've just noticed a little bit of damage to the blocks here. Look, that's interesting. Oh, wonder why that is. Oh gosh. No date yet. I don't think I'm in any danger, mate. I do like the new £20 note, though. I must admit, I like all the new notes, to be fair. So you're going to start testing now on day 25. Must admit, I found a few bugs. Weird stuff like zombie bears apparently can walk through doors now. Yeah, I had a weird one where the new biker model couldn't walk through a basic door frame. But that seems to have been a one-off, and we think it was due to a trash pile directly in front of him in the Shamway factory. You know, I was going to say, I'm not overly worried, Paprika. Just I'm rather fond of all the new notes, mainly because they're money. Yeah, pink ones, green ones, apparently. But back in the day, for the older people, what was it? That was the pound note, right? Jesus Christ, pound bloody note. Why? What is this, the new Russian note? Is it Smirnock Ice, or are you about to have a new currency rollout, are you? What services were you paid for? Oh, careful. Well, so far so good. Pretty sure I'm going to need some more though. Ooh. I think that the biggest danger we've got is whether or not vultures will attack any of these surrounding blocks. I'm very concerned by the damage I've seen in this corner, wherever that was. That is strange, because we were under the impression that vultures would only attack straight down, weren't we? Okay, what? Dogs can get through a one block gap, can they? Ooh, I don't think I knew that. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had too many, but I mean, this is the oldest server it's possible to be running on at the minute, Mad Lantros, because this started as part of the Stream Team weekend. So this was like literally the very, very first build that we had in Alpha 19, and I'm still working on it. I've only had one major issue, which was where I triggered a tier 5 in build 173. I think it was the Shotgun Messiah, and it caused the null reference error, and my character was locked into slow-mo crouch, and I couldn't jump or get out of crouch. But a relog and everything seems to bounce back to normal. The only problem we've had today is we have seen frame rate drop, and I mean a major frame rate drop. And we all, well, I think we all had it simultaneously. So it might just be a case of something happening on the server. Rather, you know, I mean, it does happen, right? Got, you know, active people. I think Shades was saying it could have been a large amount of concrete rapidly drying, causing, you know, huge chunk updates. But plus I was in a fairly big POI that also overlooked a Dishong Tower. So, you know, not exactly the best area anyway. And it was chucking it down. And we got that horrible burnt biome rolling green fog. I mean, I was going to see a frame rate drop. I guess maybe one could say no surprise, right? Oh, what the hell, really? About 12 blocks short. God damn it. Woo! Well, it hasn't collapsed yet. Oh, really, Fragile? I've had that. A suggestion next time. I've not had it in Alpha 19, though. But I had similar issues in Alpha 18. And one of the fixes for it was if something got locked in here or became non-operational, if you like. Take a piece of clothing off and then put the piece of clothing back on, and quite often it would just basically fix things, mate. Worth a try, especially if you know, you don't want to scrap you know, an important tool. And especially if it gets locked on a tool that is modded, because you can't scrap them anyway. Unless the game's still letting you demod it, if you like. But yeah, so taking on and off a piece of clothing quite often resolves any toolbar issues. Or at least it did in Alpha 18 anyway. Right, cobblestone. How are we doing on that front? Have I actually got any more? Doesn't look like I have. Did we not make a load? Oh, no. Well, I've got that. So I suppose if we convert those into flagstone blocks, and I take 6,000 of that, 6,000 of that, and convert that into cobblestone. We'll be good to go, won't we? Did I actually get any shotgun shells? No, because I was waiting for the buckshot, wasn't I? You had that as well, Serdi. To try the on-off clothing. That might be a cheaper and quicker fix. What a behemoth. What a monstrosity. Probably put some ladders in there and then just knock them out on Horde night. Imagine we're going to be up and down here like yo-yos in the coming days, aren't we? A good point, actually. We do need a proper way in and out, don't we? So it might be worth us considering. I think I'm gonna shy away from full symmetry internally. So rather than build an extension on this, I think I'll knock this tower out and build a tower here that will go up into the roof. I mean, if we did it in the corner here, right? We could map it out. So we have a big tower that goes up into the roof there, right? And maybe do that 3x3. And then we could have a central shaft that comes all the way down through the floor, down into the Shades Oasis, which we could even use as the farming light shaft. It would provide additional structural integrity on this corner of the base to actually build, say, for example, on the top roof part, an air traffic control tower. We could just have a vault door at ground level and ladders going up and down. That could look quite interesting. Maybe bring it in just a little bit so it's not right in the corner. You know, maybe 3 blocks in and 3x3 up there. And we could do the same thing over there and use that then as a, I don't know, like gyrocopter landing bay. I'm not sure. I mean, this is a pretty big roof. There's no reason why I couldn't have a garage up there which had drawbridges. So we could have a runway. So you'd be coming in from this side. So you touch the gyrocopter down there. It would run along there and then go into a garage area, which was drawbridges. And then from the drawbridge, you could go into the tower system. And the tower system, you could go up as a lookout. Not that you'd ever do it, but you could do. And then drop all the way down into this area here. I mean, we could put a vault door that opens out into here, couldn't we? And the zombies ain't going to bother with it, are they? I wouldn't have thought. Because it doesn't path to me. And then we could have it going down into... That's actually not a bad idea. I think I might have just come up with a design, I think. Put hatches on the wall. You can open them to form stairs. Oh, you mean so... Oh, I see what you mean, Gus. Yeah. The old... A little bit like we have in Grace's. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, we could do, couldn't we? Yeah. Day 28 and my friend found a motorbike in a trader. Oh, right. How much was it? They're quite expensive though, aren't they, dude? It's fairly easy to make the mini bike. That's always my priority. It's one of the only things that I try and, because obviously I don't spend a huge amount of my skill points. I mean, what we got now? We're running at 48 unspent at the moment. I think getting mobility up is one of my sort of most prioritized elements of this game. I think once you have that, you're pretty much quids in, to be honest. There's very little you can't manage. And I'd say with Iron Gut and Red Tea, you've probably solved all your stamina issues as well. Looks like the bull ring. I should make that one day, actually. That's not a bad idea. You're right, Bradley. How are you, mate? Well, that's part of the problem, isn't it, Smirnock? It's a lot of people will just play the trader game. You know, some people have gyrocopters in the first few weeks, mate. But I guess it's choice, right? I do get it. So sometimes it seems like the whole trader game can be a little bit, I don't know. I don't like it. Every playthrough I've done since God knows how long now, I don't play the trader element of the game at all. The only things I sell to my trader are gold nuggets, silver nuggets, diamond sort of lumps, and real money. But to be honest, I probably won't even bother with real money mid-game onwards and use it as paper for the shotgun, because the shotgun's so damn good fun to use. And I don't really buy anything like that. The only things I will normally buy will be a really good book. But sometimes I don't even bother to check for that. I prefer to play the game scavenger. You see, if I go buying things, then it takes away that kind of yes moment when I find it out in a tier 5, you know?
Friend, I'm in trouble. Well, that's a shame.
Factory LG2, Factory LG2, Factory LG1. We'll do them in order. LG1. Not going to get it in today, but may I see your inventory? So if I sell all of those, did I not? Hang on a minute. Did I take the ones out of the bike? I'm not bad, thanks, Bradley. How about yourself, mate? How are you? All good? Good weekend? I think that's everything. Bicycle you don't like, so you're talking about the normal bicycle. Yeah, I tend to skip it. Yeah, I tend to skip it. I mean, it's good. I mean, if I find one, I can make one. So, you know, if I find the handlebars or something, I'd happily make one. But yeah, I tend to skip straight into tier 2, don't I? Nearly all my points go here in intellect, because I like advanced engineering and I like Grease Monkey, and it's a no-brainer for me. And that's really the only points I care about. Has he actually got anything? Let's have a look. We might as well start looking for books, seeing if we can finish it off, because we never quite completed it, did we? He's got nothing.
Come back tomorrow. We get new
Cheers,
news
Joel.
daily.
Come back tomorrow. We'll be back, Joel. We'll be back. Give me another 4,000 Dukes tokens that I don't need, bro. Oh, there! I knew something was up. Look. That's why I came back to the bottom. I was like, hang on a minute. Where's all the gold? No, I know I've got gold, silver, and diamond. There we go. Sell. You're right, sniper.
A real pleasure. You watch yourself out there.
The bike's good on PvP. Oh, really? Is that what people... Oh, I never thought about that. That's cool. A little bit of... Does it have a really squeaky noise? I'm trying to think. In a way, I'm almost surprised, because I swear I always used to hear Missy when she used to come over, and she got a squeaky push bike. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference, isn't the sniper, between this and the... I mean, I do own the PlayStation 4 version, but it's been a long time since I booted it up. And unfortunately, no one I know really wants to play the PC version. Oh, sorry, the console version these days. Which is a shame, actually, because it's playable. You can still have some fun out of it. But it is, you feel like, oh, God, you know. Talk about playing an inferior version, but... Yeah, you're probably right, Frixie. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, the mini bike is bloody loud, mate. I mean, Definitely no denying that. The bicycle's got to be quieter, right? Comparatively speaking. We're gonna need. How's the old crops doing? I think I'm gonna get rid of these blueberries because I really don't like them, and I really do like my pumpkins. Pumpkins look awesome. Pumpkin. I've only got the one seed as well. There you go. Beautiful. Bloody beautiful, mate. We got 2 blueberries out of it as well. Right, okay. Plans, and decisions. I don't want to plan too much today. Let's go and have a little look back over there. See what we're up against. Now, we definitely want. I'll tell you what. Let me go and get the buckshot so we can do a tier 5 early tomorrow. Is that the facts of the matter, Serdy? is that the explanation for the debacle that was DayZ? So 818, is that all the lead? Jeez, wow, that did not make a lot of that. Holy balls. The blueberry bush is horrible, badass. It's truly horrific. It has to be broken and not working as intended. Because, I mean, to be fair, I can't actually even remember what the blueberry bush looked like, but I don't think it was anything particularly ugly. So, the fact we've got something that I don't think anyone would sort of objectively say was superior in every way, shape and form is hideous, isn't it? So, I can only think there's been a bit of an oopsie on that texture, to be fair. I mean, the Fun Pimps have been known to do some silly things here and there, but I mean, there's no way you could objectively try and claim that the new blueberry looks even remotely like a blueberry anyway. It looks proper jank, is what it looks like. Do you think PlayStation 5 will bring the graphics cards down on the PC? No, it doesn't tend to work like that, to be honest, Bradley. No. I think that the best we can hope for, I think, is that Nvidia, if they play a very clever game, that they lost a lot of sales on the 2000 series. That they were very, very expensive cards, even for, you know, your fairly high-end enthusiast. It was the performance wasn't that great over those people that had already got the top-end cards, you know, the 1080 Ti's. And you know, we've always had diminishing returns on the top-end cards. Of course we have. That's part of the enthusiast game. But I think with the 2000 series, they outpriced themselves so much that people just thought, well, this is the generation I'll skip. And I think if they play it right, and when we can see the 3000 chipsets coming around that £700 mark, you know, depending on, you know, whether you're buying the, you know, 3060, 3070, 3080, or whatever special super duper limited edition TI variant bloody Titans they come up with. If they come in at the right price point, I think two things will happen. One, people will be more willing to buy it because it's a little bit cheaper, and I think with the global economy as it is, you know, that's not a bad thing. But also, people are a little bit more inclined anyway to buy a new graphics card this time because so many people skipped a generation. And you know you're getting more bang for your buck then. I think if you upgrade every single cycle, which, you know, a lot of people do, enthusiasts always will. You know, it's a fairly incremental change in many ways. It's not a huge jump, is it? But if you're going to go from a 1080 up to a 3080, you probably don't mind spending a little bit of money on it, you know, if you've got the cash for it. So I have high hopes Nvidia won't be stupid. I think ultimately they will make more profit through more sales at a reduced cost this particular generation of cards. And in doing so, you know, possibly, without being horrible, possibly kill the Xbox Series X. Because if people get and continue with their PC builds, there really is no reason to have an Xbox Series X. You just buy the Game Pass, which is kind of playing into Sony's hands a little bit in terms of hardware sales. But the two companies are coming out from two very different angles, so you know that's a much bigger topic anyway. But yeah, I don't think the new consoles will impact on graphic card prices. I think Nvidia already know exactly what they'll be coming out of, regardless if the PlayStation 5 releases. Well, we know it will now, but just fingers crossed for those of you that will be upgrading, that you know, they stick another £1,200 price tag on it. That's it for Nvidia as far as I'm concerned. Just pure greed. Yeah. Right, let's just drop all of that. So that's great, actually, because that really puts me back in the game for... Do I need any 7.62 rounds? I don't think I do. As long as I've got lots and lots of shotgun shells, I'm quite a happy chappy at the moment, because I seem to make as many 7.62 rounds as I fire in most POIs, the tier 5s. We've been quite lucky with the stash of loot. Should we just see how many we do have? Oh, actually, well, we're getting low. I need to start using the 9mm more. We got a decent SMG. I've got a tier 2 SMG there. And a tier 2 SMG there. I tell you what, SMGs are rare as Rocky Norks crap, mate. It's the one, I just hardly ever even see them, let alone get a good one. Sniper rifles, not too bad. You know, the new super duper top end tier 3. Magnums, not too bad. AKs and tactical assault rifles, not too bad. Bows and crossbows seem reasonable. Just seems to be SMGs. I just can't seem to get them to drop. I mean, I could argue I've still not got a good Desert Vulture either. I mean, I'm still running on a tier 4, but that thing is already like absolutely just Herculean during Horde night anyway, so I'm not too worried. And any upgrade to that is just merely a... well, it's pretty much one shot I'd kill anyway, isn't it? I think they're actually Blackberries and we... I think that's what Shade said, actually. I'm just going to start calling them Blackberries from now on, yeah. Just completely throw the spanner in the works. It was beautiful the day before we updated. I really regret not taking more screenshots of the blueberries now. But back at the Shades Oasis shades. If the links are correct, the AMD top-end GPU will be around 40% better than the 2080 Ti. Really? And a much better price point as well, I should imagine. If AMD's current trending is anything to go on. Yeah, I get it, Cerny. And to be honest, mate, you wouldn't just be looking at a new GPU. You know, if you're going to spend £500 on the GPU, you've now got a bottleneck on your CPU. Your CPU upgrade requires a new chipset on the MOBO, so now you've got to get a MOBO, you've got to get a new CPU, and that means you've got to get new RAM. So yeah, you know, as soon as you upgrade your current graphics card, that you've now got another. You know, you're not going to get any major performance benefits because you're now CPU bottlenecked. So you're looking at a massive rebuild. That's the same situation I'm in, Serdi. I just can't justify it. You know, I'm playing this game, which is a game a lot of people struggle to play at. I'm playing it at, you know, good frame rates. I cannot justify. Even if I had the cash sitting here right next to me and scan.co.uk open, I couldn't justify the cost of an upgrade, mate. What am I going to get? You know, a couple of bells and whistles. And yeah, I think once you're already running in triple figure frame rates anyway, who cares, you know? I tend to lock things down at 60 FPS, and I'm quite happy playing at 1080p, you know, in some games, to be honest. And, you know, that's what the stream runs at, or used to run at. I still think 720-60 at this bit rate looks way better than 1080-60. Way better. I still stand by that. But yeah, that's it, Serdi. Yeah, and like I said, you could upgrade for, you know, you could do it on a budget for 1,000, but probably struggle. And are you going to notice any real benefits? You know, probably not, mate. If the rumour is that the 3080 Ti is only 20% better, a true Nvidia is screwed. Unless they drop the price. See, if the 3080 Ti is a 20% performance boost across the board, but they drop the price, then people who didn't buy the 2080 Ti will jump on it for Ixion. It's just about the price point, isn't it? Really, Bradley? You had a 1080? Yeah, 1080 Ti is in the... We were talking about it yesterday. The 1080 Ti price in the UK. Oh my God! I think at one point they were almost as much as 2080 Ti's, mate. To be honest, it was ridiculous. I've never seen a graphics card rise in price so fast. It was crazy over here. And you're sitting on a 620. I didn't even know they did a 620. I think the first one I had was a GTX 670, dude. Jesus, a 620. Yeah, I still say Jakob was one of the greatest performing for price point graphics card I've ever owned was the GTX 670, mate. That's when I came back to PC gaming after a break, and I put together a new gaming rig, and that I think it was an i5 3570K. Got delidded it, overclocked it, got myself a half decent Mobo. Back then we needed about 8 gig of the DDR3. 16 gigs was completely unnecessary for video games at that point. I threw in a GTX 670, and it was all done for virtually, compared to now, nothing, mate. I can barely buy a graphics card for the entire price of that build back then. And it's not that many years ago. You can't take into account inflation on this. And that GTX 670, damn did she sing, mate. I could throw anything at her, and she just hummed along happily, mate. It was brilliant. Absolutely beautiful graphics card. Cheap as chips for the performance. Right, I'm just going to go and have a little look at that lot down there. Which means... No, I don't think I do need anything else, do I? I'm just going to have a quick look. What's the best graphics card for money and performance? I think a lot of people that are on a tight budget... I mean, it's a bad time to be buying right now, Bradley. Because obviously we have got the 30 series coming out, as well as whatever AMD is going to be chucking out there on the Radeon series, presumably. So the second-hand market in particular will really jostle things around. In the UK, I don't know if you have the same kind of scenarios wherever else people live, but so it's not a great time anyways. It's never a great time to buy a PC. I've always said that. No matter when you buy, there's always going to be something new around the corner. That's just the facts of PC gaming. So you just have to go in and just say, look, no buyer's remorse. The amount of times I've seen people buy a PC and then the graphics card, 50% off. Well, not 50%, sorry. 50 quid off, and they throw in, Cyberpunk 2077 for free. There's never a good time to perfect the purchase. But I still stand for a good solid budget PC if you're not after the latest and greatest. The 1070, I think the 670 was replaced by the 1070. I'm not saying generationally, but in terms of the sweet, sexy performance per dollar. The 1070 is a really, really nice graphics card, and they're relatively cheap. You can put it together with a relatively cheap CPU and still get a really nice gaming rig. Of course, you're not going to be competing with i9s and 2080 Ti's. Of course, you're not. But that 1070, that point of diminishing returns, that's where it kind of still sits for me. You can play most modern day games with most of the bells and whistles on at a reasonable resolution. Now, the problem is before you ask that question, you've got to say to yourself, what is my target resolution and what is my target frame rate? Because if you're targeting 60 FPS 1080p, that 1070 is going to rule the roost, mate. It's a perfect sweet point. If you want to play at 1440, the 1070 is still a wonderful card. And you don't have to pair it up with the best of the best, with all the other bells and whistles that go into a PC machine. So, and second-hand 1070s. I think a lot of people, again, if NVIDIA put the price point in, I think a lot of owners of that 10 series are still sitting on 1070s, and they skip the 20 series. They'll jump back on the 30 series. The 1070s will become like just 2 a penny on the second-hand market. Right, 1, 2, 3. So I'm thinking maybe there. What about if I build a tower like this? What about if I build a fort? Fuck it. What about if we build an old-fashioned fort? Fuck it, right there. What do you think? That's not a bad idea, is it? And support it all the way down into the main build. Or should I bring it out a little bit? You got a 960 in your living room, PC hooked up a 4K TV, works fine. You won't be playing any games on foot. Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. You've got to be realistic. 1440, targeting a good 60 frames per second with a few tweaks and fiddles here. 1070, beautiful, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say actually, cool. That's a really good. I mean, if anybody knows anything on the Radeon side around the same sort of market value, because I know very little about AMD graphics cards, to be honest. My cards are 970 worth. You getting another one that fits? No, not really. To be honest, Serdy, no, because you're going to be CPU bound as soon as you start going up beyond that. I mean, what it's going to cost you a couple of £100 just to get a 980, innit? What did Doc get his for? About 150, something like that. 150 quid for a 980. Say if you go for a TI variant, are you really going to get a mega bang for buck? Not really. I mean, your next upgrade really is the 30 series, mate. You know, I can't see the 20 series dropping in great price. Oh no, gutted Nitaria, really. You got an MSI 2070, but it's crashing your PC for some reason. Oh no. Oh mate. I take it. I take it you've done all the obvious things, but the one that I always laugh at, and it's amazing because I've had it actually fix a problem on my, in my PC gaming career twice, is actually take it out and put it back in again. It turned out on the one occasion, I still to this day don't know what it was. No idea. Nothing was loose. I swear to God it wasn't loose, and it was sat in there perfectly. But I took it out, put it in, and everything was fine afterwards. But the second time, I did notice that actually my power. I'm a bit obsessive with my cable management, and I don't think I'd actually got my my cable quite clipped in on the power supply, and I think that was causing some issues. So even sometimes the super simple solutions, you can spend hours software analyzing temperatures and things, and clock speeds, and downclocking, overclocking, varying voltage, and actually taking it out, put it back in, bish bash bosh, way works. Oh, I'm gutted to hear that, Nitaria. Yeah. Although RTX 2070 is super really good. Yeah, they're a really good card, mate. Yeah, really good card. I wouldn't recommend buying one right now, though. I'd seriously wait, Bobsy. All the graphics cards are good, mate. And this is the silly thing, but you've got to ask yourself what you're targeting. So, see, if you want to play at 4K and 144 resolution, frame rate, you've got to be realistic about what you buy. I mean, the 2070 is a fantastic card. I would never try and claim otherwise, but that diminishing returns is starting to hit because the price point on those 2070s is crazy, dude, considering what they are. Yeah, it could. I mean, who knows, Hickson? It's like I said, I mean, I opened it up and I pressed down on it and everything was fine. I checked the cables, it was sat in there fine. I spanned the fans around, I blew it out, everything was fine. Put it all back together, just pop the panel back on. Still had the same issues. And thought, F it, in a bit of fit of like, God damn it, I'm going to send it back. I literally took it apart, ripped out the graphics card, went to see if I could find the box to put it back into, and thought, oh, go on, I'll just try it one more time. And I reseated it, put it back in, popped the power cords back in, and bang, never had a problem with it since. So, yeah, who knows? PC gaming, right? 4K Minecraft or 4K Cyberpunk? Ooh. Ooh. bit of a difference. It depends. If you're playing the Java version of Minecraft, then you need a small nuclear powered facility to run Java Minecraft these days. But yeah, and the thing is as well, Bobsy, don't forget price point as well. It's I've never seen such variance in prices in the 2000 series. It's second-hand market on those is all over the place. It's madness, mate. Some really good deals out there, and there will be even better details coming up. To be honest, a lot of them, a lot of the actual manufacturers are chucking in free video games. That can be worth 40, 50 quid saving. A lot. I can't remember which ones were doing the Cyberpunk game, weren't they? A lot of the retailer outlets themselves in the UK try and sweeten the deal. It's just you'll go to them instead of somewhere else and chuck in a game or a little something extra for you. But is it a good card? Yeah, I mean, they all are, mate. Apart from when you get to that top end where I just can't justify the money. Ladies and gents, it is 5 minutes past 3, which means I have to love you and leave you. It's been an absolutely awesome day. We do stream 7 days a week. Starting at 8:15 in the morning. It's 8:15 in the morning every single day. 7 days a week. 7 hours a day. 8:15 to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hopefully we'll see some of you again tomorrow. Thank you all very, very much for joining us today. Thanks to everybody on the server as well. Nice to see you all having a chinwag up there. Which I always miss out on because my Twitch chat is on the other side. Thank you all. Thank you all for a very, very pleasant, very chilled Sunday. game's behaved itself apart from some frame rate issues for the first time for me since probably Alpha 12, to be honest. So let's just hope that was a bit of a glitchy moment on the server, the virtual host perhaps, but it was only for a short while. Please do consider joining us on Discord. !Discord will of course get you a link to the Discord server. If you do join us over there, just quickly pop over now, say hello in introductions. That's about the only section you'll see. And while the outro music plays, we will see your name if you've made a post, and we'll be able to invite you in, and you'll see the rest of the Discord materialize before your very eyes. Just say hello, post an emote. We're not asking for an actual live story introduction. It's just a nice way for us to say as a community to warm you, to welcome you, and a warm welcome to the Discord chit chat. Really, anti-bot. Twitter will of course get you a link to the Twitter feed. If you do join us over there, like I said, you'll always get a tweet a few minutes before the stream starts, 7 days a week, 8:15 in the morning, 3 till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And as a point of reference, it's now exactly 6 minutes past 3, give or take. Exactly, not taking into account seconds. YouTube will of course get you a link to the YouTube channel, and if you do join us over there, please do consider dropping us a subscription. I would be extremely grateful. Thank you for a wonderful chin wag today. I always like my streams anyway, otherwise I wouldn't do it so often, but Sunday streams are always chill. I don't know what it is about the UK and Sunday on Twitch. It's just a lovely day. So thank you for bringing a smile to my face. It's very much appreciated. And of course, thank you for the subs, the resubs, the bits, the follows, the donations, and the gifted subs throughout today's stream. Thank you all so very much for so much support. It really does mean the world to me. So I will hopefully see some of you on Discord shortly this evening, although I do need to travel to Birmingham again. However, failing that, first thing tomorrow morning, 8:15, and some more Alpha 19. Stay safe. I'll see you soon.
We could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego. Maybe San Diego. Roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out.
Hang on, did I say it was Sunday? Sunday today, right? now I'm getting worried. Have I lost the day again? It's Monday tomorrow, right? Definitely.
You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one ride at a time. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco. Oh. Maybe San Francisco. Oh. We could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamingo. Oh. Sit like a flamingo. Oh. You can run, you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one day at a time. You can run and you can hide.